Let us then sow something, as it were, in an uncultivated and abandoned place. Cicero, Brutus, or on the famous orators. To His Royal Highness, the Most Reverend and Serene Prince and Lord Charles, Archbishop, Primate, Prince, Grand Duke, Sovereign Duke of Aschaffenburg, Frankfurt, Fulda, etc., the most exalted connoisseur of the fine arts, in deepest reverence, most humbly dedicated by the author. Preface. Among the various writings, which indeed say many good and noteworthy things about the painting of the ancients, I know of none that specifically and exclusively devotes itself to the history of its development. The authors of these works occasionally touch upon aspects of it, but never deliberately, rather only because it could not be avoided. And they try to mask the awkwardness they evidently feel by citing examples of the pleasant impressions of painting, or by describing the state of the soul into which they were transported by the magical power of a painting, while also impressing with suitable quotations from orators and poets. This, however, is nothing more than attempting to make us forget the actual entrance to the palace they wish to show by the charm of graceful plants and flowers. Some have indeed imagined themselves to be writing a history of painting, when, after a few hasty glances at the supposed circumstances of the invention and development of this art, they focused solely on the most famous masters in chronological order, describing their most outstanding works and repeating well-known peculiarities or oddities of this or that painter, but they avoid everything obscure, puzzling, or contradictory in the origins and progress of painting with studied silence. This makes us feel all the more the need for a history of painting that is drawn from the art itself, that is, developed from the causes and circumstances of its invention and perfection. Franciscus Junius, in his celebrated work on the painting of the ancients, indeed compiled everything relating to painting from a historical, scientific, and aesthetic perspective. But he not only avoided a systematic account of its progress toward perfection, he also took care not to address the mechanical aspects of Greek painting, that is, its method or methods. Thus, in his entire book, we search in vain for an explanation of encaustic painting, although he lists the word itself among the subjects in the Index of Arts. The learned Florentine Carlo Dati, a contemporary of Junius, clearly pointed out this deficiency in the aforementioned work. In the preface to his biography of 4 of the foremost Greek painters, he stated that he had originally intended to structure his work as follows. It was to be a work in 3 parts. The first was to be a treatise on ancient painting, in which I wanted to speak comprehensively about the origin, progress, and secrets of the art. The second was to list those painters whose lives and works have come down to us in sufficient detail. The third, finally, was to be an alphabetical index of all known masters, with the little that is known about them, along with other additions necessary for the completeness of the undertaking. In the first part, he continues, I found myself in great difficulty. I had to overcome many challenges to satisfy the curiosity of artists and scholars, to determine what methods the ancients had in their art of painting, what processes they used in their work, what materials and tools they employed, what they called them, what inventions they made, what artistic refinements they devised. And in view of so many things I was to explain, I truly doubted whether I could succeed honourably. I was all the more discouraged as I saw that many deeply learned men who had tackled this subject had indeed accomplished their goal, but had passed over many highly important and necessary matters in silence, matters that had to be explained and thoroughly investigated. This understandably made me fear that I would be even less likely to succeed in such a venture. These and many other lesser considerations convinced me of the insufficiency of my abilities and compelled me to abandon not only the hope, but even the wish to execute such a difficult work. So far, this honest man. In this context, I find it a duty to present the conduct of the less honest Junius to the scholarly public. From the correspondence between these 2 scholars, preserved in the library of the Riccardi family in Florence, it appears that Carlo Dati, when the work of Junius on ancient painting was published and the author himself later came to Florence, befriended him and entrusted to him his own notes and entire collection on the subject, so that his efforts would not be entirely in vain. Junius accepted this gratefully, returned to his homeland, and shortly thereafter learned of the death of his literary friend. Without delay, he began to rework his own book, adding to it Dutty's contributions, especially the convenient index of artists and of the works of each artist, which expanded the old quarto edition into a folio volume. However, he dishonestly failed to acknowledge the generous man who had contributed jointly and for the most part to it. Winckelmann, in his History of Art, devotes a small section to the painting of the ancients, which he, with modest hesitation, calls in the first part, Chapter 4, Section 1, a consideration of Greek painting. No man was more equipped with scholarship and artistic understanding to treat this subject successfully than he, and yet he did not wish to undertake it. Instead, he provides only a few thoughts to explain the sparse and meagre words of Pliny, which he intertwines with the history of sculpture. Otherwise, he deals only sparingly with the practice of painting and deliberately avoids the origins of the art, as well as the term encaustic, just as Junius did. Convicted of the necessity of this subject, he nevertheless threw over it only the quickest of cloaks and concealed the specific form in which it ought to have appeared from his hand. In doing so, he deprived his work of completeness, and it stands there like a colossus, partly finished, partly begun, and left rough. However, his untimely death denied him the opportunity to revise and improve his work as he had intended, and to fulfill the duty he surely imposed upon himself in treating painting in detail within a general history of art. Therefore, I am even less inclined to tarnish the glorious memory of this man with what would otherwise be a just reproach, since it is not the work of one person alone to treat in full every extended part of a great whole. I pass over Demonchosio, Father Boulanger, Count Caylus, De Viles, Daniel Webb, Sandrart, the Jesuit Abbot Requeno, and whoever else may be named, along with all the commentators on the painting of the ancients. For these men, learned as they may be, have done little more than copy and epitomise Pliny. Some even, instead of elucidating him, have made his writings darker and more obscure, with baseless conjectures often delivered in tones of confidence and finality. In doing so, they rejected the silent call to lay out a plan for a history of painting using the materials that Pliny provided. Some merely marvelled at these materials and left them untouched. Others scattered and jumbled them together. These are distinguished from certain modern scholars who, in the pride of their fame, imagine they can only praise modern painting, which they are fully convinced of in its perfection, without knowing why, by speaking of ancient Greek painting in a tone of contempt, dismissing it with loose but distorted translations of difficult passages, and by misrepresenting and degrading its meaning. In this way, they reveal their ignorance of the history of this art and vainly attempt to conceal their inability to enter into its spirit. I now turn to Pliny himself, who filled the greater part of the 35th book of his natural history or encyclopedia with information about painting from and before his own time. That is, he provided a summary overview of its origins and development, as well as of the works and masters of this art. We owe it to the inner substance of his important work, which posterity has rightly valued, that this outline of a history of painting has come down to us and is indeed the only one on which our curiosity about this subject can rely. It is unfortunate, however, that in excerpting what he considered most necessary and important from other books, and without exercising much care or arranging things methodically, he created many apparent contradictions, often led readers astray, and left us uncertain on many points, especially regarding the practical aspects of painting, which he mentioned only briefly and superficially because they were widely known in his time, and he could not have imagined that they would one day be forgotten and become unknown to future generations. Moreover, the writings on and about painting, especially the Greek ones, were already then in the hands only of the increasingly disregarded artists and the few remaining admirers of the art, and they were all the more quickly lost because, in the storms of war, the collapse of states and the rise of barbarism, art, the most delicate flower of human culture, is the first to be defiled and destroyed. It is appropriate here to note that I make use of a manuscript of Pliny preserved in the aforementioned Riccardi Library in Florence, which is undoubtedly the oldest copy of this author. The learned Dr. Lamy, former director of this library, first brought it to light in 1756. It was written by two subdeacons, Wilhelm and Elias, and, as can be read at the end, was completed in the year of Christ 954. 18 leaves are missing, and it is full of copying errors, especially where Latinized Greek words appear. Nevertheless, it contains some significant variants, which I have incorporated into my text for the 35th book, along with selections from other books, and have marked them with a different script. Even Father Hardouin remained unaware of this codex, and it seems that travelling scholars have not taken an interest in it so far. In the event of a new edition or translation of Pliny's work, it could be of great value, especially if the work were done by a society of men, each of whom would take on the subject most suited to his knowledge. Mengs, the greatest painter of his time, and perhaps the greatest thinker in art since the days of the Greeks, to whom philosophy appeared at the dawn of his artistic endeavours and remained his inseparable companion, penetrated deeply into the history of Greek art, and guided by his philosophical companion, outlined with distant but fixed points the original form of that art. He lacked the time, the requisite knowledge and auxiliary sciences to mark it in detail and develop it further. Thus his written thoughts on the subject are fragmentary, rough and unshaped, but all the richer in inner substance for those who can and will make use of them. Indeed, whoever has the courage to follow him will find himself led on secure paths, and where Mengs halts, he points the way forward. In these thoughts, the development of painting is hidden as in a half-opened shell that reveals its kernel. As I had already been considering this subject myself with the intention of writing on it, these reflections spurred me to undertake the work. Encouraged and supported by this man, then, I regard myself merely as his instrument, however humble it may be, through which he chose to bring this present structure into being. And just as it stands, the idea is his, the plan and execution, with all their faults, are mine. I now undertake to trace the history of painting from its origins to its perfection, to explore its actual character, internally and externally, as well as its supposed completeness, with all diligence, to present my findings in proper order and coherence, and thus to construct a unified whole in the form of a history. In doing so, I adhere to the external circumstances of painting as Pliny presents them, without altering or distorting them in the slightest, and use them as the foundation for the history. To these circumstances I link the physical aspects of the art. It was necessary to give this priority and to precede the historical investigation with an inquiry into the methods by which the art revealed and developed itself. To divine the meaning of Pliny's few words on wax painting and its varieties, the only sure method was to undertake practical experiments in each of them. I felt especially compelled to do this as I considered the many opinions about those passages proposed by both qualified, unqualified persons, opinions that not only contradicted one another but also introduced entirely new techniques, completely different from the ancient ones, and often so difficult and impractical that their very awkwardness served to discredit them. For several years, then, I was occupied with these experiments, continuing and refining them until I believed I had brought wax painting in every form to a simplicity and ease of means and execution, as well as to a characterization of all the inventions of antiquity that could satisfy a painter. Even though the late Count Reifenstein in Rome, from pardonable self-conceit, refused to acknowledge the validity of the samples I had produced under his very eyes, they were nevertheless well received by discerning artists, whose names I could mention, and were frequently repeated. What I will now say concerning the various methods of encaustic painting is based on these experiments, but I will cite only as much as is necessary to explain Pliny, because otherwise it would require a separate treatise incompatible with the scope of this work. That treatise, however, is already complete, though I've held it back for some time due to circumstances. I do not plan to publish it without a special occasion. It may be of interest to know that my curiosity about the practical painting methods of the Greeks which the well-known Requeno has noisily claimed to have rediscovered and which I once pursued out of idle curiosity, eventually drew me unawares to the discovery and acknowledgement of painting's inner and essential worth as an art, and gave me the first idea of writing, if possible, a complete history of it. And if the neglect of encaustic painting has thus far been the main reason this history has remained unwritten, it would offer very little interest if it were to present only the outward form of Greek painting. It must do both, and beyond that, it must pay far greater attention to the spirit than to the physical medium of the art, if it is to deserve the name of a history. Convinced of this truth, I strive to follow the course of painting as an art, and to derive and explain it from human nature, from the spirit and character of history, and from the nation of Greece. But since the history of painting cannot be separated from the general history of art, I find it necessary to present my own views on the latter as well, though in such a way that I draw a new and finer line across the known outline of its form, just as Apelles and Protogenes once did with their lines, so as to give a more precise and beautiful contour of this general history than is known so far. If these views are accepted, that is, if they are found to be grounded in historical truth, I flatter myself that I can present art itself in a light in which it may never before have been seen. My history of painting viewed from this angle may, if one wishes, be considered a contribution to the history of humanity. But my real aim is to be of service to the young and thoughtful artist. He should see from it what was required to invent and cultivate the art. He will learn what it means to be an artist in the true sense of the word. He will discover that to become one, he must not only possess superior intellectual power or sufficient talent, but that the calling requires something else entirely within him, and that only by fulfilling this can he hope to reach the forefathers of the art, those distinguished benefactors of humanity. He will then inspire others by his example to imitation, increase and spread art and taste, awaken the spirit of the age or the competitive drive for perfection, and restore to art the dignity and esteem it deserves and once enjoyed among the Greeks. Finally, he will support the praiseworthy institutions of the greatest princes of our century for the promotion of moral and scientific excellence, and help give rise to new ones. Perhaps it is reserved for us Germans to bring this to fulfilment, for none of the European nations comes closer to the Greeks and Italians in artistic inclination and ability than ours. This is not mere patriotic sentiment, for in the revival of art in Italy, the German artistic spirit arose simultaneously with the Italian one, something that cannot be said of other nations. In all branches of modern art, Germany has had and still has its men, and even if the German school of art remains subordinate to the Italian, this is due to the fortunate circumstance that the artworks of the Greeks on which the Italians model themselves are found in Italy. Had chance brought them to Germany, perhaps our Albrecht Dürer would have surpassed Raphael, and we would count several masters of the highest rank, as indeed we already owe many excellent artists to the German painting galleries and collections of antiquities. The Italians themselves must admit that their most distinguished school, the Roman, was saved from ruin and reborn by our countryman Mengs. And they must still acknowledge how in Rome, where artists from various nations study together, the Germans continue to hold their standing, and if they do not surpass all others, it is only due to present circumstances and lack of adequate support. Whatever our artists may lack is made up for by our art philosophers who, from the time when Winckelmann, fired by the Greek spirit of art, brought his rightly admired general history of art to light, have tirelessly continued to walk the path he opened, to broaden it, and to make ever new discoveries in the realm of aesthetics. As a painter, I felt myself all the more called to undertake such a difficult and important work, which no one has yet dared to attempt, since I had familiarized myself with the spirit and history of art through prolonged study of the monuments of ancient and modern art along the Arno and the Tiber. And so I hope this work, the fruit of my many years of reflection, will not be found unworthy of filling the gap in the literature of art on this subject. I present these pages to the masters of the fine arts, to impartial connoisseurs of art and to those experienced in its philosophy, asking them to overlook whatever may seem faulty in this mere attempt, and to judge freely whether I have fulfilled my purpose, so that I may either be punished for my boldness or rewarded for my effort. Introduction. Among all the gifts of heaven that bring joy to mankind, painting is one of the most distinguished, for since it acts upon the soul through the noblest of senses, the eye, using many combined means, it is suited to seize upon the faculty of thought, to occupy the spirit more persistently, and to leave deeper impressions upon it. However, it required a long time and much effort before mankind became worthy of this divine gift, a gift he had striven for, in every era and in nearly every climate, already in the earliest and roughest stages of society, though long in vain. It is therefore worth the effort to investigate how this art originated, developed, and was brought to perfection. Since it is a possession self-acquired by antiquity, the investigation must be grounded in the history of antiquity itself and must proceed from the nation which holds the honour of having invented this art, as well as of being the most enlightened and artistically gifted nation to have ever existed. But what a wide field of investigation opens itself here to the curious gaze. What difficulties arise, and how much courage and strength it takes to engage with them. Yet these difficulties are at the same time so inviting and alluring that one can hardly resist the temptation to confront them, even feeling inflamed, as if one had only to stretch out one's hand to grasp the victor's palm. There are especially two questions that have long been posed as problems for solution. The first is, why did the Greeks attain such greatness and perfection in the sciences and arts, the likes of which no other nation, from the beginning of the world, at least as far as the records reach, can boast? The second question is, why did painting, even among the most cultivated nation of antiquity, only raise its head so late among the other arts? The answers to these important and humanity-concerning questions must be taken up by philosophy, which must make itself capable of solving them by discovering the deepest secrets of history and of the human spirit. If it succeeds, it will thereby expand the realm of human history. It is thus necessary to delve into the remotest history of Greece and to seek the root cause from which the culture of this land emerged, to show that this cause alone suffices to explain the development and establishment of this culture, or at least to establish it as the centre from which the Greek spirit of culture proceeds, forming a system that includes the history of art, which again includes the history of painting. In this way, it becomes easy to answer not only the two stated questions, but every other question derived from them. This is the order in which these things interlock, and it has such a beauty that everyone capable of sensing it will recognise in it the famous harmony of the divine Plato's spherical dance. Nothing excites the spirit of inquiry more than the origin of a people or the founding of a social union of a considerable number of human beings who thereby become a nation. Here one finds man in a struggle with the conditions imposed by the necessity of society. For since man is destined for perfection and happiness through this necessity, and since he originally possesses the ability to fulfill this destiny, though that ability depends on external circumstances, he is thereby thrown into a struggle. This struggle, the waxing and waning of his courage, his deceptive standstill, his apparent end, his sudden renewal, with the alternation of action and suffering, of fear and hope, of fortune and misfortune, makes up the chain of events or the history of a people that has become such and seeks to preserve itself. But since in this struggle man yearns for insight and support, the less strength he trusts himself with, since he does not know the strength that slumbers within him, his surroundings lead him to the idea of a being outside himself, in which he sees all the power and might that he himself lacks. When he now desires to know this being, which remains hidden from him in proportion to his need for its living presence in order to throw himself into its arms unconditionally, fear precedes the idea. And since, in a state of need and deprivation, he is governed by revenge, malice, and anger to drive these away, he also imagines this being as possessing these same qualities, and thus it again becomes an object of dread. The image of God is complete. It is an infinitely powerful, yet wrathful and vengeful God. whom one must fear, appease, and reconcile. The worship resolved upon for him is in accordance with this concept. The greater the fear of God, the bloodier the worship will be. All peoples that possess more powerful dispositions and capabilities than others, and are thus more intense and excessive in imagination and passion, share this commonality and find it hard to escape from it. As soon as the idea of God arises, the artistic expressions of a people begin. The inability to imagine God differently than what is possible in the barrenness of early need is fully revealed in these expressions. They are the sensual manifestations of physical strength and excessive fear. Therefore, the depictions of gods are hideous and monstrous. The influence of climate and the original homeland on the imagination must not be overlooked here. The hideous and monstrous bears an aversion to art and drives it away wherever it breathes. Thus, the images of gods from ancient peoples are all equal in artistic worthlessness. We never find that this improved over time, which is entirely natural. For once the idea of God found its limits in fear, and the feared God sanctified the beginning of social order, and the leaders of this order discovered in this fear a means to guide or restrain the raw masses. They made it the foundation of their rule, propagated the fear of God among the people, and let his image remain forever fixed in its hideous and terrifying form. Since fear contracts the soul, a people raised and maintained in fear can never expand and elevate it. Rather, the innate capacity for imitation and thus the artistic sense formed by it is nearly extinguished. Among all the peoples of antiquity of whose origins we have some knowledge, the Greeks are particularly noteworthy, for the concept of God awakened their dormant power, and this concept was developed into a national force. It was a secret spring which they discovered in man, just as they discovered the faculty to play the lyre, and by letting it play, they set his inner mechanism into a marvellous and deeply harmonious motion. Not isolated effort, but the united cooperation of all established and strengthened the work of development and perfection. The whole stirred in its parts, and the parts strove toward the whole, and what emerged from this process again reflected the spirit of the whole, and formed a system within a system. The highest and the lowest in the nation felt, according to their different circumstances, the same need to act, the same calling to do so. The nation left no gap unfilled, showed no breaks. It rose as a firm and unshakable mass on golden foundation pillars and carried its head in the clouds. And if it did indeed show faults and flaws, the inheritance of humanity, they were invisible, like the spiderwebs on the back of the Olympian Jupiter at Elis. This spirit of formation could only reach its goal after many centuries, and only then was the nation completed through it. But the more time it required, the firmer and more secure its path became. It moved courageously against all obstacles and dangers. The force of the first impulse carried it like a disc across all uneven terrain, and new impulses gave it renewed strength. No internal fermentation, no external force could halt its progress. In every upheaval it remained itself, and in the general distress of the nation it emerged from the trial by fire all the more splendidly. It rose, sank, and fell with the nation. Only the nation itself could bring about its own and its spirit's downfall, burying both. The fall of Greece was the fall of the world, of humanity. What the world, apart from Greece, has usurped or salvaged from Greece are mere scattered pages from that great book, blown away in the flames by storm winds. Pages which, because they are not interpreted with the help of the Greek genius, remain to this day largely incomprehensible. But let us turn away from the image of the wasting and dying cultural spirit of this nation. Everything that goes beyond the point of perfection arouses melancholy feelings, feelings born from the thought of inevitable and irresistible decline. We find ourselves suddenly at the brink of nothingness, and anxiety and sorrow swallow the vivid awareness of original strength. We see only the destructive force before which we recoil in fear. No, away with that! Let us view man in his striving toward perfection, for which he is destined by exceptional endowment and innate impulse toward the good and the noble. Let us see how he expresses, expands, and elevates his power, how he enjoys in order to grant enjoyment, how he proves himself worthy of the beautiful world in which he lives, of himself, of his origin, and of the general creator. how he is the temporal creator within immortal nature, but by virtue of his spirit exalted above nature, and thus immortal as it is. Greek art is a part of Greek culture, and without that culture, it could not possibly have risen so high. The earliest artistic efforts of the Greeks differ from those of all other peoples combined, and it is worth noting that these efforts did not coincide with their initial concept of God as a feared being, as was the case among all other nations, but only began once that concept had undergone a fortunate transformation, though only after it had been fully developed and perfected did art arise from it. Therefore, from the Greeks we have inherited no monstrous miscreations of art, no works in which the impotence of creation coincides with the impotence of the mind to conceive of God worthily. Rather, their works are the most splendid proof that this concept, in its perfected purity, took possession of art and ruled over it. For this reason, the Greeks made such astonishing progress in art, progress unmatched by any other nation. While all other peoples remained where they had started, only the Greeks advanced and reached the height on which we now admire them. The artistic sense in Greece did not arise by accident, was not sparked by example, was not acquired through imitation, nor brought forth by a favourable moment only to vanish again, as in other nations. Rather, it arose directly with the development and flourishing of the Greeks. It was created independently by them, nurtured with great care, and elevated to a component of national culture. It became the need of religion, of the state, of man, of life. That painting arose later than all other arts lies in the nature of the art itself. Poetry, music, dance, and sculpture appeared among early peoples, spread, and became significant even while they had no notion of painting. What they regarded as such was limited to a crude sense of colour. Among these arts, poetry is the oldest, and the later appearance of painting, when compared to it, is all the more remarkable. For it shows how much easier it was for poetry to become known to mankind, and how easily it aligned with their roughness, whereas painting, precisely for this reason, found it all the more difficult to emerge and could not succeed until this roughness had been banished and man had reached a higher stage of development. It seemed especially reserved for a particular nation that had laid the groundwork through these older arts. This difference in the origins of the two arts is of great importance when considering the superiority of one over the other. Yet we will regard both as equal, even though it seems clear to some that painting, in terms of inner capacity, stands far below poetry, a conclusion they may defend at their own risk. The concept of God, then, as it is possible for mankind to grasp and use it under the most favourable conditions, is the principal source of the cultural spirit of the Greeks, the foundational material of that culture in all its parts, the principle from which it proceeds in systematic form and creates a beautiful whole. And if there are errors mixed in, they were unavoidable, but in no way obstructive or harmful to the greater purpose. They are like comets that, in apparent irregularity, cross the harmonious path of the world system. But the unique and characteristic way in which this concept was perceived and understood by the Greeks, the way they succeeded in appropriating and enjoying its full richness, how they managed to let the artistic spirit take deepest root in this concept and bear the most splendid fruit, this is what arouses the greatest wonder and heightens our curiosity to the utmost. To explain this is the most beautiful reward of my effort, and to know this is alone worthy of human birth, for it infinitely enhances the value and happiness of life and existence. Let me only point out here the well-known observation that a people whose religion is based on abstract notions of God has little or no artistic sense and produces no true works of art, as we see in the example of the Jews and some Christian sects. From this it follows that a people whose religion is founded on a sensual image of God is naturally inclined toward art and cannot escape its influence. This, in turn, leads to the conclusion that what distances itself too far from the senses also distances itself from our faculty of imagination. Therefore, the more the concept of God aligns with this faculty, that is, the more the senses find satisfaction in it, the more the artistic spirit is stirred and develops into an extraordinary power within mankind. And now we may ask, why did the Greeks rise above the nations of both ancient and modern times in science and art? and why do they remain the sole and enduring models? That we find here a mystery, one whose solution has perhaps not been seriously attempted or has been pursued in vain, is to our reproach, and should humble us, we who consider ourselves enlightened and advanced, and believe even more that we surpass the ancients. Even if we boast of significant progress in the sciences, particularly in certain branches, we have far less reason to rejoice in any corresponding progress in the arts, which requires no proof. Indeed, if the nature of art, which is something entirely different from its mere flourishing, is the surest measure of the level of culture and intellectual perfection of a nation or an era, then this simultaneously indicates the true state of the sciences, no matter how widespread they may be. And if this is so, then what of us? What becomes of our supposed superiority? I fear we are like a gemstone, partially polished and shining, but otherwise raw and unremarkable. The growth and increase of a nation's power in the belief in a divine being, however this concept may be defined, truly makes a nation strong and great, and will continue to do so as long as it does not stray from that belief. But with maturity comes pride, which gnaws at the root of that strength and sucks out its life force. Then the nation begins to feel a lack of power and must content itself with the remnants of its former perfection, which it seeks to refine and alter in every conceivable way, but which becomes for it a deadly poison. This is the pursuit of refinement. Refinement is weakness in the borrowed garment of perfection which raises itself to the throne. Before it, the arts bow like humble servants and live by its whim. Then the inner worth of the nation dissolves into superficial splendour, by which it is so dazzled that it mistakes it for the highest gain, until it becomes aware of its error in a terrible way, and too late to regret it. This is the outline of the history of nations and states, from their emergence to their decline. Anyone who glances at it, even superficially, will find that their downfall is always prepared solely by the loss of strength, due to a diminishing fear of God. This may be an old observation, but its truth is nowhere more visible and nowhere takes such a terrifying form as in the history of Greece. Although we enjoy the most correct and exalted concept of God, without even bringing the doctrines of the Holy Church into account, this concept has long taken a harmful turn, the result of excessive religious zeal in earlier times. The natural force ceased to be inflamed to heroism by religion. The spirit of chivalry reached its end, and not long afterward a bloody conflict erupted over differing opinions in divine matters. Then came a calm which brought with it a greater evil than what had come before. For zeal for God and religion and the reverence that comes with it began to cool and turned into indifference and lukewarmness. This lukewarmness was content to maintain outward religious forms, such that these forms became the very essence of religion. Softness raised its head and debased man below his dignity. From this softness came refinement. Inventions of all kinds emerged, some useful, some unnecessary, some harmful, which instead of enriching and blessing mankind, made him poorer and worse. Colourful rags covering the shame of humanity caught in its original nakedness after casting off the divine garment. Soon one, soon another, European nation sought fame for enlightenment and refinement, and offered itself as a model for imitation, which it succeeded in doing to such a degree that the greater part of the world, or at least the part that considers itself the most influential, copied it, and thus brought about the spirit of the age in which we now live. From this spirit proceeds our science and art, our entire culture, and it is governed by it. To remain with the arts, they fortunately arose at a time when belief in divine matters and religious truths was their only support. Without that support, they would not have revived so favourably, or perhaps not at all. When, at the dawn of this revival, the veneration of the Holy Virgin Mary especially stood out, if a picture of her, painted by the master Cimabue, was carried in solemn procession from the painter's house to the Dominican church of Santa Maria Novella for which it was destined, and if the street where the painter lived received its name from the devotion expressed on that occasion, which it still bears today, and if another Florentine painter named Lucas, surnamed Cancellarius, who usually painted only images of the Mother of God, always confessed and received communion in the church or San Michele before beginning a new image, for which reason he was called Lucas the Saint, leading to the mistaken attribution of some Madonna paintings to the evangelist Luke, what could not be expected for art? What progress might painting not have hoped for? And indeed, success confirmed these hopes, even if not to the same degree as with the Greeks, due to certain causes. For that reason, painting made the image of the Holy Virgin its goal of perfection, and exhausted itself in the conception of her, so that it is evident how faith and devotion guided the brush, and the work, despite all the hand's imperfections, possessed an irresistible beauty in its heartfelt simplicity. This beauty had its source in surrender to the incomprehensible mysteries of God, and in the trust in the salvation that flows from them for the obedient believer. This is also the reason for the great truth and simplicity, or nature, that speaks from their works, and one can say that the art of that time stood in the same relation to nature as mother to daughter. This character in the developing art merged with a sense of the sublime, but did not persist for long. Instead, it soon dissolved into the merely charming and innocent character of virgin youth. Even Raphael bears witness to this. Soon after, the spirit of the time underwent the aforementioned general change, and art, which had barely worked its way out of the coarsest forms and had risen to significance, had to submit to it as usual. The cause of this lay too deep and had existed for so long that not everything ought to have been surrendered to the current of decay. For since the clergy, at the command of religion, dedicated themselves to the sciences and the arts and acquired a right of possession over them, they became the only cultivated segment of society and set the tone in culture. Now, this culture was an inherited legacy of the utterly corrupt lower centuries, and since the double power resulting from the union of religious and cultural authority led to a life of excess for the clergy, they directed education and taste through that channel, though with such jealous watchfulness that they kept the energy of the chivalric age continually suppressed, never owing it to gain rights to education or a share in it. Thus, they prevented the spirit of the age from gaining the necessary strength and independence, and prevented art from acquiring its true form. Hence, the light of enlightenment came from one side, and the cause of continued darkness from the other, and that age resembled a monster with the body of a wild beast and the head of a tame one. It was therefore impossible for the inherited art to be capable of improvement, an improvement that could only have sprung from the dignity of mankind. In all its attempts and all its internal struggles, especially when religion demanded from it its utmost effort, it found itself weak, impoverished, and abandoned. Its poor condition stands in direct proportion to the complaints about the moral decline of that age. Thus, for several centuries, we hear the same laments from the better men within the ranks of the clergy, from the fathers of the church, who strove and fought for its holiness and glory. Yet, even had they not raised their voices, the monuments of art speak most powerfully. Architecture, which always leads when discussing the enlightenment and culture of a people, gives a very unfavourable account of its condition. It sank into sensual grandeur and lost itself in barren intricacy. Its aspiring height even avoided the appearance of strength in its fragmented and pierced parts, whose own strength was sacrificed to endlessly numerous and tiny decorations. The whole was stifled in excess and pomp, which it took to be the triumph of perfection. This architecture is known as Gothic. Sculpture largely lived on the alms of architecture, though these were given generously. The images of saints filled the exterior and interior of buildings, and it is worth noting how they, objects of veneration, express the excess of such veneration in their overwhelming numbers, and how this very multitude reduced them to mere ornament and side effect, thereby removing from them the focus on artistic value, the true expression of glory and the strongest spur to devotion. Thus, they are insignificant and small in stature, gaunt and rigid in form, clumsy and constrained in posture and gesture. And so they are among all arts, as man, their creator, was among men. What claimed the name of art was nothing more than self-tormenting diligence in execution, which remained uniform down to the smallest detail and included the most pitiless waste of entire human lifetimes. Painting, quite rightly, also adopted the saints and depicted them just as frequently and just as unhappily, The walls, the vaulted ceilings, and the floors of churches became the paradise assigned to them in soft and harsh colours. But as this art, more than architecture, had the advantage of vastly expanding its sphere of activity, it could not confine itself to the service of religion and devotion. Rather, it declared itself equally a servant of the prevailing luxury and excess. Not only in public buildings, in palaces, in baths, following the example of earlier times, but even in the monks' cells, it demonstrated this zeal, or rather ran wild. Church fathers, bishops, and monastic founders inform us of this. It is striking how painting draws its subjects from untamed natural power and from the strength of the chivalric age, and thus depicts wars, hunts, duels, fierce animals like monsters of all kinds. Yet it presents these not with the aim of a higher purpose, but solely for entertainment, whereby it reflects not so much its own spirit as the sad state of its time, a time so utterly incapable of understanding the invitation these subjects offer, namely to take courage from them and rise up. This depravity of sense explains why we see these subjects mixed with ridiculous, grotesque, base and trivial things, and these again with birds, fruits, flowers, foliage, and tendrils in the most absurd and tasteless way imaginable. These are called arabesques, which are a continuation of those earlier monstrosities in slightly altered form, and which therefore never ceased but only survived in a worse shape. We should not be surprised that tapestries and even the garments of emperors and consecrated prayed persons appeared bearing these and similar images, and that the writers who mention this openly mocked the taste that allowed history, mythology, and every possible and impossible thing from nature, and the entire junk of childish fantasy, to be jumbled together. Such was the state of art in the Middle Ages. Thus did the spirit of the time manifest itself in art. This was its image, which it set up for worship, and which, during the mentioned revival of art in Italy by the dispersed Greeks, was covered over but not removed. The Greeks had fled with the furnishings of art's sanctuary. Art itself had long since departed from them, and the divine element in it had become foreign to them. Still, its traces could be found, and some succeeded in glimpsing the temple and even climbing its steps. But entering it and seeing the gods face to face was not granted to them, for they had not made the sacrifices needed to earn that grace. Only a few remained at the threshold, content that a fleeting ray might reach their eyes through some crack. They delighted in it, and soon crowds pushed forward forcibly, but in vain. Yet to be able to say they had visited the holy temple, they scratched their names onto it. And so it happened that most efforts in art remained limited to its exterior and never reached its essence. Art had scarcely recovered when it fell back into helplessness. Impatient with the rough road to perfection, it sought a more pleasant path, which only led it further astray. Nevertheless, it imagined itself to be on the right track, and even congratulated itself. Nowhere is this more evident than in architecture. The parts of a building, in order to appear rich and impressive, were multiplied without purpose and thrown together haphazardly. The structure was convulsively twisted and crippled, and boasted its front side, the facade, on which, despite its own flaws, the appearance of the whole was narrowed, since the building never showed itself freely from all sides. With Gothic height and delicacy, architecture attempted to scorn the quiet majesty of Greek regularity, simply for the sake of being new and extraordinary. To that end, it tortured the restless spirit, which, in pain, turned to madness. For the serpentine line, which was once borrowed from the statues of the Greeks as a line of beauty in living forms, was applied indiscriminately. Twisted columns, coiled beams, projections and overhangs, bulges and hollows, incisions and recesses were all shown with such embellishments or grotesques in alternating transitions to inspire admiration. It neither knew nor wished to know that the raw and simple architecture of savages was far superior. The epoch of this madness was, if not founded, at least immortalised by Bernini. It could not last long and ended with its first appearance, but not without leaving the most harmful impressions. To give painting a new cloak, Pietro da Cortona and the Neapolitan school emerged. Much confusion for nothing counted as invention. Overwhelming bustle displaced the calm of composition. Theatrical movement supplanted the natural. The beauty of colour was elevated above the beauty of form, and false brilliance obscured the pure, eternal light of truth. Sculpture finally imitated both architecture and painting. From the former it borrowed form and motion, from the latter the effect of light and shadow. Thus it combined the softness and delicacy of ideas with mechanical execution. Bernini also competed here for primacy and gathered a large following. This is the art of the recently past age, and this is the spirit that manifested itself through it. Now it is our turn. If we examine our artistic sense and our artistic products impartially, we will find that while we are not guilty of the sins of the aforementioned era, we still bear its marks, almost indelibly burned into us. Praiseworthy striving toward perfection is the surest pledge of future achievement. But the way in which we view perfection, or the effort to grasp it from the right side, must come first. To recognize and avoid the missteps of our ancestors does not mean we are secure from new missteps of our own, for we must first be certain that we are not, in thinking to draw from the spring of truth, actually standing at the communal source of error. To make this distinction, we must assess the idea of perfection independently of the spirit of our time, for this spirit is a mask behind which its true form is hidden. Our age, let us admit it, suffers from an overstimulation of beauty, because of which we prefer the soft and gentle, the fine and ornamental, the pleasing and seductive, especially when paired with novelty, to the serious, strong, masculine and divine, which we know only by name, before whose majesty we indeed bow but also retreat. Architecture, music, painting, poetry, nearly all branches of human knowledge give the most undeniable proof of this. I do not mean to say that we should ban refinement and the sense of delicate beauty from the ranks of the divine, or tear down their temple. Rather, we should first offer incense to the highest of all gods in their service, and not blame ourselves for having neglected to do so. We must know that the goddess of beauty and love, the daughter of Jupiter, has never sat on his throne. We elevate ourselves above our ancestors and believe that in order to rise, we must condemn their rough strength, while we ourselves do not even suspect the lack of our own. Our enlightenment and refinement have processed that raw material and spun it into mere fine threads. The inescapable need for that strength and the pressing awareness of its superiority over weakness, the mother of our obsession with beauty, is shown by the fact that we desire greatness, but cannot tear ourselves away from the small. Self-interest and selfishness place themselves powerfully between us and a free view into the vast. Instead of boldly gazing over the heads of these colossi, we content ourselves with crouching at their feet, occasionally casting a glance upward. Worse, they demand from us the sacrifice of zeal for the fatherland, for the good of the whole, for the salvation of humanity, and we offer it willingly. Now they condemn us for abandoning the fortress of imitation, behind which the entrance to the Holy of Holies of originality is hidden. And we perform this labour with slavish obedience, rejoice in it, and make it our pride. Acquiring much knowledge for show, instead of deep knowledge for substance, guides our efforts, which we squander on appearances, giving them the finest shape and highest polish, because we have no sense for the essence, for the true inner content. Therefore, it is impossible to develop the creative force of the spirit in accordance with the needs of its origin, impossible to expect works from it that emerge from the fullness of its strength, works that certify the mission to act decisively upon the age, to rouse it, like rising fireballs, from the numbness induced by the demon of weakness. That now and then a patriotic voice is raised is ineffective. They are words, no matter how strongly spoken or how often repeated, swallowed by the roar of the waterfall. Venerable Bishop Comenius, good countryman, you lamented your age, you mourned for Germany. Come and see our fatherland as it is now. No, do not come and see it. Such is the spirit of our time. It appears to be what it might have been and is what it ought not to be. The worst is that we take this appearance for truth and delight in it as if it were the mirror of perfection, and even adopt the most ridiculous poses before it. Such is the state of our art. It wants to be perfect, and believes itself to be so when it imitates Greek perfection. Yet that perfection, because imitation offends it, is only a shadow which we chase. The reason is that we have already reached the end of our art before we truly began. I mean, the foundation stone on which Greek art was built is, for ours, the capstone. We take the block of stone, shape and complete it according to all the rigour of learned rules, and expect it to live, instead of doing as the Greeks did, breathing the soul into it at the outset, subjecting it to the higher needs of that soul and determining and completing its form accordingly. To remain with painting, it loudly proclaims the truth of this accusation. The creative spirit directs its efforts solely toward the expression of sensory truth. Its distorted nature makes it impossible for it to express itself in invention and composition, the foremost elements of art, with strength and commanding force. And even though the intention of the main subject is preserved, it becomes secondary in painting. In the expression of forms, it gives us, due to imitation of the antique, a collection of borrowed property instead of its own. We see another world in theirs, a great one in the small. A higher power speaks to us in their language, which we barely understand, but still find pleasing. Nonetheless, we would prefer to be addressed in our own common tongue, in which the rest of life speaks to us. The language of nature, in imitation of the characteristic nature of things, their life and movement in colour, light and shadow, excites and captivates us. It is the physical aspect of painting which we consider supreme, because we cannot perceive or keep our eyes closed to the highest element that arises from the spirit. For this reason, modern painting has sought and achieved its greatest merit in this realm, and has brought it to astonishing perfection, so much so that I do not hesitate to believe that in this regard it surpasses Greek painting. Hence our belief that we are, in painting generally, superior to the Greeks. The lack of opportunity to compare our works with the best of Greek painting, none of which have survived, reinforces our habitual human weakness of considering what we possess to be the best. This compressed overview of the human spirit across successive ages and the reflection that it has lived for millennia in misunderstanding of its perfection contains the sad truth that it has moved in wide circles away from its divine origin, its point of attraction, and has imagined itself self-sufficient in its own power. Fortunately, the most extreme deviation from this centre produces a longing to return to it, and that longing itself gives it new strength. Thus we see deeply fallen generations and nations rise again. Now it is our turn to do so. Let us begin by recognizing and reaching the perfection that is reserved for us in truth. This we can and must accomplish through the appropriation of the Greek cultural spirit and artistic sense. To imitate the spirit of Greek formation is the only means by which we can elevate ourselves. To become perfect human beings is the spirit of that formation. This perfection consists in our learning to use, as the Greeks did, the blessing of the concept of God, and in the exalted feeling of our divine nature and dignity to open the source of the noblest activity and progress. The contemplation of the monuments of the Greek spirit should protect us from the presumption of the perfection of our own. These monuments, preserved for us by fortunate chance, never exhaust our admiration and leave imitation, as it exists up to now, in despair. Though we, with contemptuous need, have broken stones from the triumphal arch of Greek culture and used them to construct the proud edifice of our own modern culture, this edifice, no matter how proud we are of it, is, in the absence of the deep foundation on which the Greeks built, nowhere near as solid and far from attaining that majestic height we imagine. Our work is a product of time, theirs a product of eternity. The perfection of Greek works is the perfection of the human spirit, attained in the manner described, and is the key of the Greeks that unlocks the mysteries contained in history, so that we no longer regard those mysteries as mere marvels. To make ourselves worthy of divine origin through similar striving means to be reborn in strength, which is absolutely necessary for us. In the awareness of this strength, we will pursue the work of our perfection with united efforts, and we will notably learn to combine the now dominant one-sided zeal for the sciences with the necessary zeal for the fine arts in equal measure. For both must communicate with one another, both must work together if we are not to miss our final goal. If it is noted as remarkable that the greatest men in every field tend to appear in the same period, it is because that period was always the flowering of the arts. However that flowering may have been constituted, its influence on the works of those men is unmistakable. It was what breathed living power into their spirit, as into the statue of Pygmalion. Once this one-sidedness of culture is banished, a communal spirit will take its place, without which nothing great can come to fruition. Our academies of science will be brought into immediate contact with the academies of fine arts. Professors of both will share, advise, and support one another. They will tear down the harmful wall between scholars and artists, will live in close harmony, and will jointly establish the chair of the philosophy of art, whose necessity has long been felt, though no one has yet acted upon it, and will set aesthetics beside it to complete the structure. All this and much more will be accomplished through the noble and unshakable resolve to improve and renew the spirit of our time in order to achieve a greatness like that which we admire in the Greeks. Difficult though it may be in this time of both destructive and creative forces, we will nevertheless attain it. We will produce works that put our ancestors in the shade that rival those of the Greeks, and that, like theirs, bear the inscription, "We are works of creatures made in the image of God." First chapter, Origin and Antiquity of Painting. Human notions of the past and future, or of the remoteness of things in general, are like the lengthened shadows at sunrise or sunset. Since we are generally less preoccupied with what lies close to us than with what lies far away, because we are familiar with the former and must seek out the latter, it happens that with subjects which fade into antiquity or retain their presence for posterity, the very distance in time enhances our opinion of them, exaggerates our judgment, and diverts us from the truth we seek. Among the subjects of the past are all unknown inventions and arts, and among these is painting. Since traces of this art are lost in the most distant times, we are naturally curious about the circumstances of its invention, leading us to ask, where did painting first appear, and how long ago was that? People usually undertake to answer these questions readily, indeed in the spirit of a fondness for antiquity and the partisan admiration that comes with it. But erroneous ideas not derived from the nature of the matter or from truth tend to produce hasty and self-contradictory conclusions. This has given rise to a controversy that has occupied us fruitlessly to this day, and that bears the same relation to the subject matter as the sea to a drop of water. Permit me, then, to offer my opinion in hopes of settling the dispute. If I do not succeed, let my word be just one more drop in that sea. The reason why agreement is lacking on this subject is because people imagine painting to be one of those inventions born of necessity or accident, but we shall find that it belongs to neither, least of all to necessity. It is not an indispensable element of self-preservation or a better life. The natural man does not need it, does not know it, and is not in a position to understand or use it. Only when he begins to recover from the hardships of hostile existence and free himself from its accompanying crudity does he start to sense and seek it. Then he wishes to discover it, but even as he believes himself to be approaching it, he sees it receding before him, tempting and elusive. Painting will not stand before him so long as he still struggles with himself to become what painting, as a noble presence, demands of him. It is too noble to have arisen by chance, too proud to owe its existence to need. The failure to recognize this is the reason for the haste and superficiality with which the concept of painting is grasped, and for the untenable opinions concerning its origin. Some place it in the poorest rendering of shape without any use of colour, others in the mere application of colour without regard to form, most finally in a crude combination of both. All of them view it according to their specific notions of what it is, and all are mistaken. To refute this error, it is necessary to define the essence of painting. Painting has a dual relation, to the spirit and to the senses, such that form belongs to the intellect and colour to the eye. I mean that a visual object expresses itself through form and colour, and the recognition of the difference between these things in their unity makes the visual object into a mental one. It thus has a dual yet undivided nature that presents itself as an ideal for human imitation, and this imitation is the essence of painting. Now it is well known that the natural man unreservedly declares himself in favour of colour. Since colour is widespread in the living world and especially evident in the various animals, he desires it with a passion that unfortunately proves the weakness of his spirit, which is not yet capable of grasping the concept of form or yielding to its power. If we accept this, it becomes clear how difficult it must have been, and how much had to proceed before painting could be invented. I therefore feel compelled to speak about it at greater length. The dominant force of nature is the reason for the apparent innate crudity of man in the earliest societies. The difficulty of self-preservation, or the constant, bitter struggle with the irresistible drive for survival amid deprivation or obstacles to basic needs, the many dangers to life and property, the unending defence against nature, other people and animals, all these conditions make him unreceptive to impressions that address the mind and restrict him solely to the senses. These alone occupy him and constitute his existence. Among the senses, sight is most affected. The eye operates in accordance with the crudity of its subject. It perceives visual objects only as plastic forms that fill the eye with their entire volume. This deprives him of any notion of the parts that make up the whole and enslaves him to the immediate impression. But nature guides man to rescue him from this crudity toward imitation, and equips him for it with ability and instinct. Added to this comes his emerging idea of God, to whom he can only draw near by making him perceptible, by imagining him as a being shaped from matter according to the impression of the whole. He desires to have him present and visible in a known bodily form. He now tests his power of imitation, and the result is that he reproduces the impression he has received, imitating the form he wishes to recreate according to the characteristics of volume and projection. In his inability to understand the whole through its parts, he heaps up a mound of earth, or erects a clod or a stone, imposes upon these things a shape and figure they do not possess, and associates this with the concept of God. This is the beginning of human imitation, the seed of sculpture, the origin of art. From this it follows that form takes precedence over colour, despite the preference the senses might give to colour. Although colour necessarily belongs to the body and captivates the senses with the impression of the whole, it is unable to prevent the deeper necessity of form, which presents itself in the physical constitution of matter. Here we also observe the unequal power of the innate sense of beauty. Beauty concerns the spirit, the nobler part of man. Man is endowed with a sense of beauty so that through it he may recognise himself and note his superiority over other beings of creation. In visible nature, the crude, passionate man first encounters beauty where his eye experiences pleasure. This is the secret power that awakens the dormant spirit, enables it to recover from its weakness and brings it to self-awareness. Bound wholly to sensuality, he must first find beauty in colour. And his delight is all the greater because colour spares his intellect the labour of comprehension, allowing no conceptual grasp, unlike form, which, belonging to the intellect, demands effort that the natural man is too weak to sustain. This is why he lags behind in his conception of form. The idea of form arises from understanding the composition of the whole in its parts and perceiving them in relation to the whole. We see in children that they like to break their toys. The form by which the toy pleases them grows tiresome because they do not grasp the cause or connection of its structure. But since the child does have a dim notion of this, it dismantles the toy and finds in this destruction a secret and great pleasure, not in having ruined it, but in seeking satisfaction for its inability to grasp the form. It contemplates the broken pieces and attempts to reassemble them. The natural man, who is also a child, struggles with the same inability, but in the opposite way, for he has no object at hand to destroy in order to understand its form through its parts. Rather, he is supposed to create an object and must supply the concept of it. Lacking the concept, he is also incapable of expressing the parts of the object and bringing his imitation close to nature. However, through his idea of God, he turns to sculpture, and a sculpture, as the imitation of a living form based on an impression of the whole, requires that he begin to weaken this impression gradually. This happens through repeated observation of the model, or through noting the primary and most necessary parts that make up the whole. Only in this way does he learn the concept of form. He first gains this knowledge through imitation of the head and face. This first step accords with man's natural constitution in relation to his superiority, for as he imitates, he does so with the head, the seat and workshop of the spirit, even though he works with matter. The spirit thus begins with its own material in order to approach the form, which is its object, and the more familiar it becomes, the more it develops itself. So long as this familiarity has not been achieved and cultivated, attempts at imitation will remain alike. That is, they will remain confined within themselves. For instance, when a man attempts to create an image, he produces a distorted and grotesque face, such as we see on the buildings and boats of savages, and which modern architecture has not hesitated to introduce into keystones, whether out of a misplaced claim to taste or in an embrace of barbarism, it is hard to say. Heads of this kind, alternating with animal heads, are called mascheroni by the Italians. In mentioning animal heads, I encounter a curious and hitherto unexplained phenomenon. One often finds animal forms, with or without colour, on the buildings, utensils, weapons and garments of both ancient and modern peoples all over the world, appearing everywhere alike, as if all nations had learned it from a single source. In my opinion, this phenomenon can be explained as follows. The natural man compares his condition with that of the animals that surround him, animals that at times provide his sustenance and at other times threaten him with death. Since they appear to him as superior and fearsome in their power to obtain everything and subdue everything, he unconditionally grants them precedence over himself. He goes further. He believes he must recognize the highest being in the animal precisely because of this superiority. For the less he knows of that highest being, the more he fears it. Conversely, if he derives some essential benefit from an animal, gratitude also leads him to the idea of God. Out of gratitude, entire peoples have elevated their ancestors or earliest kings, benefactors of great service, to the status of gods and worshipped them as such. In both cases, then, he imagines God in the form of an animal and either gives him that form or worships some particular animal as God. The need to make God perceptible is there, and he finds no more suitable means to do so. Fear and self-interest shape his concept of divinity after animals. If man can conceive of God in the form of an animal, is it any wonder that he names the constellations after animals, visualizes clusters of stars in animal shapes, and thereby invents the well-known and ancient zodiac? If the heavens, where the gods dwell in animal form, could be populated with animals that are not gods, all the more could this be the case on Earth. This suggests that many animals may have been preserved through imitation merely out of gratitude, without being intended as deities, hence their use as ornamentation everywhere and throughout history. Sometimes a dangerous animal, once overcome, was likely displayed in imitation as a lasting reminder. The multiplication of images of such dangerous animals strongly expresses the excessive joy of having conquered them. To magnify the triumph, these creatures were often depicted as more horrible and fearsome than in reality, and thus were made symbols of terror. The dragon is one such image, derived from a snake but distorted in depiction, and gave rise to belief in a new type of creature. Many other monsters unknown to nature originate from this process, and here lies the source of all fable concerning such creatures. The depth to which the idea of animal superiority was ingrained in man, before he came to know his own superiority, is shown, among other things, by the remark of the inhabitants of the Mariana Islands, who, when they first saw fire, thought it was a devouring beast. Even as late as the time of Amasis, the Egyptians still regarded fire as a beast that consumes everything. Thus man, in conceding perfection to the animal, perfection which he himself strives for according to his inner impulse, begins with the animal, marvels at it, and makes it the foremost subject of imitation. He strives to excel in the expression and multiplication of such representations in proportion to the degree to which his fear and reverence for the animal deprive him of self-awareness, or for as long as his weak spirit can expect no mercy from raw power. He falls back into this weakness when, through misuse of the enlightenment he has gained, he profanes himself. This is evident in the history of the so-called Dark Ages, when the peoples of the Roman Empire on the brink of collapse took a renewed liking to animal forms, reintroducing them into art, particularly in architecture, interior decoration and clothing, and thereby made themselves akin to savages and barbarians. Let us now turn to how the natural man sees and uses colour. Since colour belongs to the body, and the natural man understands only the body and not its form, indeed he confuses the two, he also confuses colour with the body and takes the one for the other. Because of the powerful impression that colour, as the embodiment of beauty, makes on him, he wants to see it in its full, unweakened intensity and extent. Now, since it is natural for man to want to share what pleases him, to confirm his sense of the value he places on the object of his admiration through the approval of others, he seeks to transfer the effect of colour to other objects that lack it and, as it were, forces it upon them so that they may become beautiful or more beautiful. He applies this beauty everywhere. Everything he makes or owns must have it. And since the privilege of adorning himself with this beauty fills him in advance with pride and vanity, he becomes the first object he decorates with it. This explains why savages paint their bodies, their gods, their houses, or their canoes with one or several colours. The savages of America and the inhabitants of newly discovered islands are merely repeating what is told of the oldest peoples of the world. According to Denon, the monuments of Sesostris show groups of red and black men. In the royal tombs of Babel Moloch, similar figures appear, perhaps indicating a distinction wherein red denotes the superiority claimed by the civilized, ruling or conquering tribe over the uncivilized, subject or defeated peoples. In any case, it shows that painting the entire body with colour was customary. In Ethiopia, the nobility painted their whole bodies as well as their gods with soot and made this colour a mark of rank and dignity. Even the Romans, in the time of their kings and afterward, painted the statues of Jupiter with cinnabar, despite having Greek painting before their eyes in nearby Latium, which was already renowned before Rome was founded. Painting the statues of gods with red, the colour of reverence and sanctity, was a general custom of antiquity, and this, as we see, was their entire concept of painting. Even the Greeks, before they had invented painting, showed their poverty of concept through mere applications of colour. For example, they painted the triglyphs or metopes of their temples blue, and sometimes the prows of their ships red or blue. They prided themselves immensely on having come to the insight that on war shields the different colours of metals could be made to contrast with one another. See, for instance, the shield of Heracles in Hesiod and the shield of Achilles in Homer. The ancient Germans, like most peoples, loved especially the colour red, with which they painted their houses, perhaps the origin of the term house red still used among us. Certain peoples went so far as to invent broad and shapeless garments purely for the sake of colour, to shine in it, and as if to swim in it, so that the form was smothered and lost to the eye. So far does man go with colour, not to invent painting of which he has no concept, but to satisfy the sense of beauty in colour from which the concept of painting gradually develops. As man endeavours to apply and multiply colour in all circumstances, he cannot always cover the entire object with it. Thus he begins, either unintentionally or deliberately, to make stripes, dots, rings, figures, anything that hints at some form of lifeless regularity. This pleases him. He repeats it and begins to observe a certain natural order in doing so, through which he learns to recognise the beauty of colour in a different way, namely, in its relationship to form, until eventually he succeeds in drawing flowers, birds and animals in whatever fashion he can manage. This too he wishes to display publicly and everywhere, and does not hesitate to paint figures of various kinds on his skin, or even to cut them into the flesh, as the Britons did, whence the Romans called them picti, and as certain islanders and savages still do today. Or he carves these figures into wood, stone, and metal and decorates his utensils and garments with them. In this way, colour becomes the guide to form, and man, almost against his will, is led from the impression of colour, beauty without thought, to that of form, which is the true and rational beauty. Yet not always is the natural man led from colour to form. Sometimes he becomes acquainted with form directly. This happens, for instance, when he lacks colouring materials or for other reasons. In his desire to satisfy the sense of beauty, he then acts rashly and irrationally. Unable to understand why something is beautiful in form, he does not distinguish whether certain shapes are actually beautiful or not, and he accepts their impression as beauty. If his own body is unattractively shaped, if his face has features and traits bordering on the grotesque, he reproduces them faithfully in imitation and recognizes therein the image of beauty, clinging to it slavishly, even when he comes into contact with people of higher culture. The impression of grotesqueness in form has more power over the uncultured person than the impression of beauty. Thus, we see that primitive peoples, in imitating the human form, faithfully reproduce their physical peculiarities and deformities, and often fail to touch on those aspects that might actually be considered beautiful. The oldest inhabitants of Egypt had facial features like those of the Kalmucks and Chinese. The women were very narrow at the hips, had disproportionately large breasts, and their complexion was thoroughly brown. Egyptian sculpture and painting faithfully imitated this, and the Chinese still do so today. The inhabitants of Easter Island depict their gods with long ears because they themselves have such ears. Misjudgments of this kind persist in a people until it is enlightened by another or mingles with other tribes of nobler culture. Yet man also arrives at the concept of form as beauty in another way, precisely in the place where he most misjudges it. That is, he attributes the form of certain objects that especially please him or have particular value for him to himself in order to appear beautiful through them or to make that value more evident. Thus, he decorates himself with all the gifts he receives from Europeans when first encountering them, whether or not they suit his figure. The shape of the circle has a universal appeal, and the savage does not hesitate to appropriate its beauty in earrings and bracelets. The more primitive he is, the less he understands how to apply this beauty. He may hang a ring from his nose and even attach a crosspiece to it. Hence many peoples in Africa, America and Australia disfigure their heads and faces to such a degree that they give themselves a shockingly terrifying appearance. According to recent descriptions of Peru, one tribe flattens children's skulls during infancy in order to make the head resemble the full moon as closely as possible, which they presumably worship, and they believe that this violent resemblance consecrates them and makes them pleasing to the deity. Distortions of beauty in form are found even among peoples who consider themselves enlightened, among the Chinese, for example, for whom a tiny foot in women is the highest beauty ideal. Accordingly, they bind and deform girls' feet from youth so severely that, in the end, walking and free bodily movement become nearly impossible. The Persians considered people with an upturned nose the most beautiful, simply because Cyrus was so distinguished. History also gives us another example of distorted aesthetic judgment in form, even more remarkable because it occurred during a time of great enlightenment. The courtiers of Alexander the Great, who had a slightly crooked neck, imitated this in order to resemble the great man and to appear distinguished by such similarity. To this category also belong the peculiar and tasteless clothing fashions of certain peoples and many modern trends, both arising from a misunderstood concept of form in the service of beauty. Thus, the natural man wavers in his sense of beauty between form and colour, though usually transitioning from the latter to the former and thereby sowing the seeds of painting in it. Something he cannot do if he arrives at form without colour, even though form is the foundation of painting. For in such a case he equates form with the body itself, and can never arrive at the idea of painting. Enough? It may be said that colour is the feminine quality of the body, or the mother, while form is the masculine, or the father. Thus man, like a child, clings more to the mother, upon whom he depends more in his early years until he learns with growing maturity that he especially needs the father. Hence, division and conflict reign between form and colour until the intellect becomes independent of the eye and its own master. But this process proceeds only very slowly. Among certain peoples, for example, the Egyptians and Phoenicians, and even today among the Chinese, Colour continues to take precedence over form or drawing, a clear sign of the intellect's ineffectiveness in discerning and imitating the aforementioned duality. This, then, is the harsh law of nature in the imitation of form and colour, or in the invention of art along its two primary branches, sculpture and painting. Disjointed and unrelated skeletons of humans and animals, fantastical creations of passionate imagination, decorations and ornamental figures carefully arranged and executed, whether carved, engraved, etched, recessed or raised, with or without colour. This is the invention of art among all the peoples of the world and all savages. How then can we derive the invention of painting from the crude application of colour, or from the even cruder imitation of form in tangible objects? The drawing of the human figure or of an animal, a tree and the like, in a flat outline on a surface, with or without colour, aiming for the truth and likeness of the imitated object, or for its proportions as seen by the eye from a particular position and distance. The faithful imitation of the appearance of things in light and shadow, both of which originate from the body of the represented object and yet without this body are transferred to a surface. This is painting. Nature, in bestowing on man the capacity for imitation, has done enough. She leaves it to him to use and develop it. What is now required is the effort to imitate nature not only from one side but from several. Painting is this multifaceted object. It therefore provokes the most stubborn and drawn-out struggle that man must endure with it. At last he conquers, reaches his goal, and we too are ready to answer the question posed. The two epochs of struggle and of victory contain a profound difference in terms of imitation. The former is the effort of nature toward art, the latter the effort of art toward nature. Now appears the significant difference between painting and the art of painting. From this distinction it follows that the striving toward painting, but not painting itself, is as old as the human race. And we now understand why the peoples of the world have quarrelled over the invention of painting as much as over the priority of their own antiquity. All claim to have brought it to light, all claim to have preceded others, when in truth they possessed at most only a vague premonition of it. No people should wish to claim the imagined merit of antiquity for any invention as though it were a foil to a gem. Antiquity lends no value to invention. Rather, perfection does. And the late appearance of an invention in the world implies only the possibility of its existence, not its actual being. We shall therefore concede to all the peoples of the old and new world, in the sense just explained, their share in the striving toward painting, but not the invention itself. Least of all should we ascribe it to them ourselves, lest we make ourselves guilty of the same naive misconception. And so we renounce all further dispute on the matter, regard it as vain and groundless, indeed as closed. Still, it is worthwhile to consider which of the ancient nations history especially credits in relation to this invention. Let us therefore proceed to investigate to what extent it brought painting forth from the insignificance of its origins and made it worthy of the noble name of art. Second chapter, on the origin and nature of art in Egypt. Among the ancient peoples of the earth, it is especially the Egyptians who are regarded as the inventors of architecture, sculpture, and painting. This seems to be because history leads us back to no earlier people to whom we could attribute these inventions. For we take the vanishing point formed by distance as the goal of our inquiry, even though from that point our gaze might discover a new horizon. I will nevertheless concede that Egypt was the motherland of the aforementioned arts. The Egyptians themselves claim the invention of painting, asserting that they had already developed it 6,000 years before the Greeks. In the sense of the explanation just given, we must grant them this, with the permission of Pliny, who, for that reason, accuses them of vain pride. Plato, however, remarks of them that they remained unchanged in this art for a long time, and one might add also in sculpture and its related practices, for their surviving statues and engraved stones are for the most part little more than products of an emerging art born from the original powerlessness of an uncultivated mind and of a crude age, so that this people appears not to have achieved sought or even dimly imagined artistic perfection. But how is it that the Egyptians, who cultivated and distinguished themselves early on in the serious sciences, remained stuck at a primitive stage in the visual arts, a point especially noticeable in painting, which, in its mechanical execution, is so closely tied to intelligence and inquiry? It seems to me that this can only be explained by the fact that the spirit of this people, shaped from the beginning by a concept of God that might be called iron-like, and by the form of government derived from it, a despotic one hostile to the needs of art, was thereby given a direction at odds with artistic development. Climate and geography may have contributed the rest, a point long before me noticed and cited by perceptive men, which I nevertheless cannot help but repeat and expand upon through my own observations. The Egyptians lived under a fairly unchanging sky in an oppressive heat, confined to a fertile valley cut through by a river and surrounded by granite cliffs, burning deserts, and seas that separated them from neighbouring peoples, thus secure from enemy attacks and undisturbed by any spirit of conquest. They were never mixed, never scattered, belonged only to themselves, and were therefore free from all foreign influence. Taken together, all this made them incapable of receiving or responding to the kinds of stimuli that are necessary for the natural development of intellectual abilities. To this was added another factor, which, in the history of this people, must be regarded as the fundamental cause of their uniqueness and strangeness, a factor that, to my knowledge, has not yet been remarked upon. It is the invention of matics, which, as we know, had its earliest home in this land. Given the peculiar nature of their environment, natural science led to the invention of mathematics, and through it to the most significant and useful sciences and bodies of knowledge. The necessity of this invention with respect to the Nile, which may be considered its primary cause, gave it such weight that it was regarded as the summit of human knowledge, and the value of every other invention was judged or dismissed accordingly. In mathematics, the Egyptians found the purpose of their existence and of their entire life, to which they devoted themselves with full conviction and such fervour that, through the study of this science, they became wholly absorbed in themselves, with neither sense nor feeling for anything beyond its sphere. This was the root of their dark and hostile disposition, their exceptional tendency towards solitude, bitter self-denial, and all the features of their uniquely individual character among the peoples of antiquity. Since human thought inevitably leads to a first cause in relation to one's circumstances and surroundings, the Egyptians could only find the idea of the necessity and unity of a supreme being, or the concept of God, in mathematics. Indeed, they seem to have considered mathematics, if I am not mistaken, as the nature of the divine being itself. Since this concept reveals itself as the centre of all causes, or the spirit of all things, from which everything flows and which governs all, the leaders of the people, who had either invented mathematics or at least greatly extended it, discovered a powerful distinction that led them into the saddest and most thankless of all errors, namely the idea of separating spirit from matter and sensuality, of reducing the essence of man to the former as the nobler part, and of despising everything that was not that alone. Thus they severed all connection between man and his nature, between existence and the means of existence, and in the delusion of living purely spiritually, or in striving fruitlessly to become what they had estranged themselves from, they practiced self-denial and renounced every pleasure that might have led them from their prescribed path. The obedience and reverence toward the patriarchs and heads of the first families and communities had laid the foundation for the distinction between rulers and subjects. This distinction now took on its own fixed form, namely the emergence of priests and kings. These were able, without difficulty, to further enforce the perceived superiority of spirit over matter, to the extent that they regarded the commanding part as the first and noblest, or the soul, and the obedient part, the multitude, as lower and contemptible, or as the body. Priests and kings joined forces in preserving this divide and began dividing the people into as many different classes, castes, or guilds, as there were occupations, trades, or crafts, carefully ensuring that no mixing of blood took place between them, and that each profession was inherited from father to son. This restriction stemmed from their mathematical way of thinking, but it stood in direct opposition to social interaction and the expansion of knowledge, while being extremely useful for the establishment of political and moral slavery. On the other hand, it made the above-mentioned distinction permanent and unshakable. To seal it, they led by example. Even their kings had to submit to the necessity and marry their own sisters. At the same time, they sought to keep the people forever removed from science and higher knowledge. To this end, they invented hieroglyphics, or pictorial writing, in which they locked the higher sciences like an echo within the interior of a pyramid that revealed no entrance, and to which only they knew the way. As a result, even in Herodotus's time, and long before, the meaning of the hieroglyphs had been lost. Through these images, they spoke to the people in order not to lower themselves through verbal instruction, revealing only that part of their knowledge concerning the general ideas of God and nature, the laws and regulations of religious, political, and civil life, the necessary science of the year in relation to the fertility and cultivation of the soil, the irrigation systems, in short, all that the people were to know and were permitted to know. To connect this system to divine revelation and impress it upon the people, they inscribed this pictorial writing on obelisks and statues, on the interior and exterior walls of temples and other buildings, except the pyramids. They gave their edicts and regulations dignity by living separately from the people, appearing rarely, and even making themselves invisible at certain times to remain hidden from human eyes and make people believe they were communing with God. In this way, they raised the people in fear of the unseen presence of unified power, subdued them under the yoke of blind obedience, and left them prey to sensual needs. Thus arose the most unequal relationship between the supreme power and the obedient masses, such that the only standard of higher or lower, of good or bad, allowed no middle ground, no point of contact between the two. The upper class reserved for itself alone all enlightenment and happiness, while the lower was condemned to the deepest ignorance, helplessness, and animalistic crudity. The translation of chapter 2 will continue in the next message, starting with the intended consequence of such a despotic system. The intended consequence of such a despotic system in dealing with the people was that they would feel an ever-increasing urge to make the ingrained idea of God visible. When choosing among various objects that seemed to suit their crude nature for portraying images of the deity, they came upon the idea not only of multiple gods, but imagined them sometimes in animal form, sometimes human form with animal heads, and in some cases even worse, they confused the divine with the most common and contemptible things which they deified. This folly gave rise to many contradictory beliefs and religious sects, which the priests and kings whose calling to rule made it easy for them allowed to coexist side by side. They simply took care, through their wisdom and the talisman of their authority, to keep the various opinions in balance and harmless to the state. This sensual conception of God by the people and the resulting multiplication of his forms created the need to make the deity visible in all the shapes under which the people wanted to worship it. If, on the one hand, they deified certain beneficial or harmful animals out of gratitude or fear, imagining the deity in a bull, a hawk, or a crocodile, then imitation was unnecessary. These animals were worshipped alive. But if, on the other hand, the gods were to appear in human, mixed, or fantastical and monstrous forms, this required representation in suitable materials such as earth, wood, stone, or metal. Thus appeared the images of the gods, and with them arose sculpture, allegedly the oldest art for which the world takes pride. But before proceeding further, I must first offer a remark on the origin of this art. When one considers that the original concept of a single supreme being who permitted no visible image of himself existed in this people, and that it gave birth to an all-powerful, all-encompassing, deeply rooted and imperishable idea, then one sees that mathematics was the only means by which they could express it. The Egyptians applied this truth first to the establishment of their social order, or to the security of their existence and self-preservation, and from there tried to extend it to all objects of general necessity. Thus the whole arose not only in and of itself, but in its parts, and in their unification, strength, grandeur, and indestructibility emerged, thereby discouraging anything small from the outset and judging it unworthy of the highest impression once attained. It was a visible imitation of the world system, an astonishing idea that gave rise to an equally astonishing structure such as had never existed before, and likely never will again. This spirit, I believe, was represented by the Egyptians in the well-known winged sphere, for the sphere's shape is, in every respect, the most suitable symbol, and the wings signify that it rises above all things, that man must recognize it as above himself, and always keep it present in his mind. This is why we see the winged sphere placed above temple entrances and hovering above the heads of certain figures. The kings wore wings on their crowns as an emblem of their divine dignity, in resemblance to the god Neph or Knuphis, the god of creation. This emblem is found on all obelisks. The systematic structure of national measurements based on the prescriptions of the great world system points to astronomy, the firstborn of this spirit. The Egyptians, as is known, considered it the most important and noble of the sciences derived from or requiring mathematics, and they immortalized it in the paintings on temple ceilings. There one sees the stars and the zodiac, around which a naked figure moves in an unnaturally extended and contorted posture, enclosing the entire image. In my opinion, this represents the year, whose correct knowledge, derived from observing the sun's path, is so essential to humanity. It signifies the sun's return to the path of the 12 zodiac signs, through which it travels anew to bring about the seasons, whose influence on agriculture and the entire system of nutrition in Egypt was of crucial importance. Therefore, this figmale, as an allusion to the fertility of the changing seasons, and Horapollo states explicitly that the Egyptians, when they wanted to represent the year, painted a female figure. Because of this benefit, the sun was worshipped as a distinct deity and in a particularly exalted manner, perhaps seen as the first and visible servant of the universal spirit in nature and in the cosmos. It is also among the Egyptians that we find the doctrine of good and evil spirits or demons, and the differentiation and gradation of their ranks and powers. The highly necessary arts of water management and land surveying, as well as technical crafts, were likewise discovered by the Egyptians through the aforementioned spirit found in mathematics. And in these, especially the former, they may have surpassed other peoples, and perhaps even ourselves. This brings us to architecture and its characteristics in Egypt. We know that the priests designed and constructed all temples and public buildings. The concept of totality governs each of these works and manifests itself clearly in the striving for unity through strength, which arises from proportionality in the symmetry of parts in relation to the centre of gravity. Thus, one sees the cube, the epitome of stability and solidity, or the square, laid as the base of every structure with more or less regularity. From this arises the building's ascending form, which is shaped with the utmost care so that it takes on no other shape than the pyramid, where the lines of the square base, rising from its corners, gradually converge at the top, either forming a point, as in the pyramids, or forming a narrow square that is a reduced repetition of the base and serves as a lid or cap. Moreover, this form was not to be extended upward to any great height, because the width at the base was to express the necessity of strength and stability. The side walls contributed to this effect. Their bases leaned forward and their height receded backward. The columns were similarly formed for this purpose, short and rising little from the ground, into which they seem to be rammed. Hence the buildings are low, broad, and compressed, which gives them a peculiar fullness and a closed grandeur, further emphasized by the massive stones from which they are constructed. These buildings consist of enormous blocks. The idea of a whole and of strength in stillness permitted no small parts, no projections like cornices, bands, or mouldings to be transformed into ornamental elements. Thus, none are found. Some seek them in the capitals of columns, but I suspect these contain something more than mere decoration as we usually understand it. We should suppose that they may hold meaning, for in Egypt everything spoke in mysterious signs and images. Nor are the animal figures mere ornament. As for the hieroglyphs with which these buildings are covered, we already know they served not for decoration, but for writing. The even older works of art in India, perhaps the oldest known to mankind, consist of temples or pagodas which also have pyramidal form and similar gates with carved figures. Animals and mythological scenes carved on bricks, shaped in semi-relief, cover the walls of the pagodas in Salsette, both inside and out. Regarding the animal figures in Egyptian architecture, it is to be noted that they appear in projection along a horizontal line. In Gothic architecture, by contrast, the figures of saints are arranged one above the other from bottom to top. The concept of stability in the former, in the horizontal or breadth line, contrasts starkly with the idea of elegance in the latter, in the vertical line, aiming upward. This character of Egyptian buildings was not the product of overwrought fantasy without purpose or design, nor was it the result of pride or arrogance, as some unphilosophically imagine. Rather, it was meant, in my opinion, to visibly express the greatness, strength, and autonomy of the nation, which it had attained through the wisdom of its leaders. These were dwellings of the gods, of kings, and of persons consecrated to the gods and the state. Thus, in these buildings, the essence of both gods and kings, or of the nation itself, was symbolically indicated, for the king was the spirit of the state body, the visible god, who governed it. Hence he rightly received divine veneration. This seems to me to shed light on the pyramids, specifically on the purpose of their form, size, strength, and function. A pyramid was the symbol of mathematical science as the foundation of existence, stability and permanence, or of the Egyptian state organised and ruled according to mathematical principles. Even after the death of its head, this state remained unchanged thanks to the secure order and wise administration he had established. Though the king departed from the state, he continued to live in it symbolically through his successor, and while this successor governed the actual state, the former lived on in its image, in the pyramid, where his corpse received the most honourable burial and his memory was preserved. Thus the Egyptians strove to present in architecture a visible image of their lofty self-conception as a great whole, a conception they therefore pursued above all and had already brought to great perfection in the earliest times. This notion, which in our terms might be called national pride, but which differs essentially from it, knew no bounds. One should not be surprised then if the Egyptians, from our point of view, seem insatiable and extravagant in erecting such buildings, many of which still stand and continue to inspire awe and reverence in posterity. When the need for a visual representation of the deity became overwhelming, the priests at once took hold of it because they saw that the visible forms of nature, including the foremost of them, the human figure, rested on mathematical rules. Given this premise, the emerging art of sculpture had to conform to these rules, but with the remarkable twist that the proportions of the human body were adapted more to the rules than derived and proved from them. The conviction of mathematics' superiority, its necessity and truth, led to the idea that the human form, in imitation, should become a kind of building, arranged and conceived according to the strictest laws of measurement, and that this superiority should be expressed in the lines and shapes those lines produced. Accordingly, it becomes understandable why certain hidden parts of the female body were represented under a triangle. We now understand why the priests could commission only partial statues. For the sculptors, or rather stonemasons, were instructed to produce individual parts according to a prescribed scale. These parts were then assembled and fitted together with astonishing precision. I refer here to large statues that were not carved from a single block of stone. In this way, a statue became a work of architecture rather than of sculpture. It was a building in the shape of a human figure. That the Egyptians preferred to represent statues in life-size conforms to their previously mentioned conception of the great and powerful whole. Monumentality was doubly useful here. First, because these statues depicted the highest-ranking individuals of the nation or some deity whose power and divinity were to be made sensible through the physical size of the statue. And second, because the statue needed to match the size and solidity of the building to which it belonged. In general, the Egyptians saw sculpture as a second opportunity to manifest their exalted self-image as a nation. And here I must speak of the sphinxes, even though they do not quite belong to the topic. The form of the Sphinx as a hybrid of man and animal with dual gender and the aura of mystery attributed to it has prompted various interpretations. I cannot accept any of them with certainty, so I will offer my own, though I do not claim it to be the correct one. The Sphinx is generally regarded as the symbol of Egyptian wisdom, or so ancient writers have described it. Its body is that of a lion, the familiar emblem of strength which was also worshipped in Egypt. The lion lies still, for it is conscious of its strength and secure in it. Strength is a masculine virtue, thus the image is of male gender. The lion's body, then, represents strength in the general sense. The upper part of the figure expresses the specific nature of strength. It takes the form of a young woman down to the breast, usually without arms, wearing the traditional headdress and bearing the lotus flower. This feminine part, in my view, is the Egyptian Minerva, for it is known that Cecrops brought her from Egypt to Athens, and that is why Phidias placed a sphinx on the helmet of his famous Athenian Minerva. This maiden without arms aptly expresses reason left to itself, or reason on which one must solely rely. That she is a virgin may be due to the notion that reason, in its detachment from worldly and common things, resembles a chaste maiden. Priests and kings claimed wisdom as their domain, hence the male or bearded sphinxes may represent them. When Egypt extended its power and influence over weaker foreign lands, I placed the true greatness of the nation before the invasion by Cambyses. It had to present a secret or riddle in the way it had attained such overwhelming dominance over all other nations. That the Egyptians saw their state's strength rooted in wisdom is evident from the fact that they sometimes equipped sphinxes with hands armed with long claws to symbolize alertness or the presence of mind, thereby issuing a warning in advance. Their conviction of their state's independence and resilience is further confirmed by their depiction of sphinxes holding a pyramid in their open palm. Returning to the actual statues, one must not expect to find in them either naturalistic shape or accurate form, for both were lost to mathematical abstraction. That is, the application of mathematical principles extended to living forms only in terms of general structure, not in detail, and according to an overall impression in which the Egyptians resembled primitive peoples. Thus, their figures almost always appear in extreme stillness and inactivity, standing or seated, with a straight, balanced posture to which even the folds of the clothing conform. The legs are closed, and only the feet hint at a tentative attempt to move. One foot forward, but still aligned with the rear one. The arms hang down, rest on the lap, or make some minimal gesture. The eyes are half open, like those of certain animals just after birth. All the statues are formed in the same manner, as if they all came from a single mould. Regarding the standing figures, it appears they took the mummified dead, especially the fully wrapped ones, as models. Since mummies exist in great numbers and deserve mention as a unique form of corpse treatment, I cannot avoid inserting here my opinion on the origin of this practice. In my view, it did not arise, as commonly believed, from a belief in immortality, but rather from the intent, given the inability to preserve the likeness of the deceased in sculpture, to keep the body itself visible, and thus to satisfy the deeply contemplative spirit which found nourishment in the fixed gaze of the soul, separated from the body, focused on the mummified form. That mummies were the usual companions at banquets confirms my view. Following the preceding investigation, it becomes clear that the absolute dominance of mathematics in the arts and its assumed superiority over the mechanical aspect of art is to blame for the crude taste, or rather the total absence of taste, among the Egyptians. Since mathematical sciences were the exclusive domain of the ruling elite, the same held true for the theoretical aspect of art. Only its mechanical execution was left as a lowly occupation for the people, so that the most tragic separation arose between design and execution. This clearly confirms what I previously said about the accepted distinction between spirit and matter and the prohibited union between the two. What stonemasons and bricklayers are in the construction of buildings were sculptors to the Egyptians. Like all other craftsmen, they were despised. The prevented interaction between the scientific and the mechanical sides of art resulted in that stagnation of artistic development which Plato reproaches the Egyptians for. To this was added their principle of uninterrupted permanence and durability, and this principle's force led to the introduction of a peculiar law that bound artists to the most scrupulous adherence to prescribed ideas and forms and to the early, clumsy attempts at representing them. All of this, not, as some suppose, fear of enlightening the masses through the advancement of the arts, was the real reason for this law, for what the rulers themselves could not conceive of, the people could conceive of even less. This law led the Egyptians to believe they had achieved perfection in the arts, just as they believed they had in the structure of the state. In general, their ideas were shaped by the impression of the aforementioned division, so that, as the most cultivated nation, they looked upon all others with pride and disdain, excluded foreigners from their company, and for a long time barred them even from entering their land. And so one must conclude that, for the reasons mentioned and others that one might imagine, the Egyptians were among all the peoples of the earth the least suited for the development of art. Chapter 3. Alleged Invention of Painting in Egypt. Both ancient and modern authors and travel writers mention the Egyptian paintings in temples, palaces and tombs, and particularly praise the well-preserved and beautiful colours. These paintings are partly historical representations, partly hieroglyphs. The former are few, the latter frequent and widespread. Pyramids, obelisks, statues, everything is adorned with them, though not always in colour. Since the same treatment underlies both types, this must especially command our attention, particularly since so many consider the Egyptians the oldest nursery of all significant inventions and of human knowledge in general. In the hieroglyphs, they find the most decisive proof of the invention of painting in this land, and try, based on this evidence, to bring others over to their conviction, stifling any doubt that might arise from the outset. Since no one has yet voiced this doubt openly, I shall do so. I will endeavour to examine the apparent strength of this argument with all rigour, and I hope to refute it. Painting is the representation of the object in its abstracted form, not its actual substance. This means that form belongs to the understanding. The truth of this important principle is made evident by the fact that form, if desired, can do without colour. With this premise, we shall now examine the nature of hieroglyphs and the mentioned paintings. Anyone who has had the opportunity to see obelisks with engraved hieroglyphs will immediately notice that the outlines are made deep and in vertically incised lines, so that the image designated thereby rises gently and with a uniform elevation matching the depth of the outline, or it remains level with the surface of the stone on which it is carved, and appears luminous through the shadow cast by the incised lines. The same is true for the engraved stones of the Egyptians, as Winckelmann already noted, and as anyone can see by examining collections of ancient stones. In the ruins of Persepolis, the images on the steps and side walls of door and window openings are sharply carved into the hard marble, but done in low relief, suggesting the work of Egyptian artists in Persia under Cambyses and his successors, though one might doubt this given the context. Thus, the artist's intent was not to assert the dark outline through the recessed incision of the lines as the defining form, but rather to use it to bring out and render visible the body and roundedness of the imitated object from within. Figures of humans and animals alternate with other images and symbols in this way, repeating more or less in ever-decreasing size from bottom to top. I, for my part, believe that since these hieroglyphs run upward in rows on the stone as on a ray, for all obelisks were consecrated to the sun, they must be read from bottom to top and from right to left, as is customary for Orientals. The first figure is usually a priest or king in much larger proportion to the subsequent figures, which might, in my opinion, be analogous to the phrase in the Holy Scriptures, "Thus saith the Lord," or "And the Lord spoke, saying." The historical and other paintings, of which Diodorus of Sicily and several travellers, most recently some learned Frenchmen, speak, must all be imagined in the manner mentioned above. The latter hint at it, though they ought to have stated it more clearly. The Mexican hieroglyphic script in the Borgia Codex also contains human figures, alternating with other natural objects in a manner similar to Egyptian hieroglyphs. I merely note here that all ancient peoples of any political significance out of necessity for writing independently hit upon the idea of hieroglyphs without one knowing of the other and without geographic proximity that would have made such knowledge possible. Moreover, one admires the extraordinary diligence in execution, or rather a strict mathematical precision in these images, but only in the representation of dead and immobile objects, which can be measured and thus more easily imitated. In contrast, all truth in the imitation of living figures, particularly the human form, is lacking. Even though attempts have been made to provide improved drawings of them in Denon's work, they nonetheless sufficiently prove that the Egyptians remained entirely the same in this regard. Both the posture of these figures and the execution of the images confirm the earlier observation that painting was treated and executed according to the principles of mathematics, or in the spirit and by the rules of architecture. Now I ask, how can the incising of the outline solely for the purpose of raising the image justify the claim that painting was invented this way? How can hieroglyphs serve as evidence of this invention? We tend to judge ancient works according to our own ideas, that is, by how we are accustomed to doing things, and this leads to false assumptions. When we perceive the idea of painting in these images, it is because we already know what painting is, or that drawing is its first requirement. Based on this, we assess these images. But the assumption of drawing as the foundation of painting is only valid under the condition that it has already been invented. Since the Egyptians, in all their visual works, aimed only at physical properties and not the outline of form, we have no right to suppose they invented painting or even intended to invent it. More than that, a mathematically inclined people, deeply immersed in abstract thought and prone to devising general concepts and truths, felt, lacking a written language, a need to preserve them through sensory symbols for present and future generations. These symbols had to be agreed upon among themselves, a task reserved for the educated and ruling class, which thus held exclusive knowledge of their meaning. They saw the necessity of making this knowledge secret, lest its importance and sacredness be profaned by public understanding, and the esteem built on guarding the mystery be lost among the people. So the hieroglyphs emerged, and with them the seed of their own obsolescence. Necessity called on mathematics for help, and the invented written symbols were objects of regular shape or figures of mathematically precise design. Man and animal were least suitable and, as already mentioned, appeared most poorly. Once something becomes a necessity, it serves no purpose beyond its fulfillment. Thus, these symbols were indeed figures, but their associated meanings rendered outline and form irrelevant to the Egyptians themselves. They were hieroglyphs, whose meaning was inscrutable. They spoke to the intellect, not to the eye. In this light, the Egyptians could never have pursued the imitation of things, especially not of living nature, in an accurate grasp of their forms and outlines, and thus could not have arrived at the invention of painting through drawing. Need precedes the sense of beauty and suppresses it. Even if the latter were to awaken alongside it, necessity permits union with beauty only insofar as it is not diminished but rather enhanced by it. This is the case with hieroglyphs, which are executed with such precision and clarity precisely for that reason. Now, one might object, even if hieroglyphs, according to this explanation, are not painting, the large individual figures and historical representations must be true paintings. I reply, they are so, but only with regard to their content and arrangement, not with respect to the concept of painting, which the Egyptians never associated with them, and which we alone apply retroactively. First, as already noted, these figures are done in low relief. Second, and this has escaped attention so far, they are likewise merely script. For abstract concepts, truths, maxims, and sayings, the Egyptians devised figures or images. For events, actions, and facts directly related to human beings, they could find no other figures or images than man himself. Thus, necessity required them to stick with the human form to appeal to memory. Yet overwhelmed by the idea and necessity of writing, they never saw in this the slightest occasion for inventing painting, no matter how close it lay at hand or how much it pressed itself upon them. Some fathers of the Second Nicene Council voted for the introduction or toleration of holy images in churches for the specific reason that they were necessary to instruct the common and unlearned man who could not read about divine history and the saints through visual depiction of their persons. The Egyptians, by contrast, were forced to present the mentioned figures in life-size and in their corresponding actions because they lacked a written language to transmit the history of their land and its kings in brief and precise terms. And here lies the reason for the crude and unfortunate execution of these figures, which they adorned with bright colours and gold to glorify what seemed to them a successful achievement. This script was self-contained, contained no mysteries, required no interpretation, and spoke for all times. It was the living, embodied chronicle of the fatherland, spread out before the people and their descendants, intended to immortalise the authors of public welfare and to instil even greater reverence and obedience toward those rulers who followed in their footsteps. That is why ancient documents and manuscripts often contain illustrations or drawings accompanying the text for greater clarity and stronger expression, because mere narration did not inspire as much trust. Visual representation will always take precedence over written account. The Egyptians then had painting without knowing it. It arose and perished among them like a child that dies at birth. And yet, when the hieroglyphs ceased to be script, the Egyptians ought to have begun painting. These hieroglyphs were dead in their meaning but remained alive in their form. Yet the Egyptians were dead to form as an autonomous concept. They were, therefore, incapable of inventing painting, for we never see their figures transferred from hard stone onto the softer surfaces of walls or onto wood, nor do we hear of historical or other Egyptian paintings produced during or after Herodotus's time as later works done in a style independent from that of the Greeks. But proponents of the Egyptian invention of painting attempt to reinforce their claim with new and seemingly weighty evidence, namely, the painted hieroglyphs found on mummies. Since these were executed with a brush and with gum-bound colours, as Caylus discovered and I myself have verified, and since the brush is a tool of advanced painting, it is said to be beyond all doubt that the Egyptians must have been the original inventors of painting. This argument certainly deserves consideration, but upon closer examination, the matter stands quite differently. Applying wet colour, whether on a large or small scale, requires a suitable tool, one not difficult to invent. But what is made with it, and especially the blending and modulation of colour, are what truly constitute the art. The writing on the mummies is done in black, or rather written with ink and a reed pen, and the interior of the characters is filled with coloured pigments. Since there were to be no smudges, a fine and soft tool was necessary, like a brush. The colours, apart from gold, are simple hues, meaning they appear in their natural purity and unmixed, with the exception of green, which arises accidentally from a mixture of blue and yellow. These colours are used to fill all the script characters and images of humans and animals, both large and small. Writing the characters with a pen on the linen surface was indeed a proximate but unutilised opportunity for the invention of painting through drawing. Pliny mentions yet another type of painting practiced by the Egyptians, which he makes much of. He says, open quote, "The Egyptians have a type of textile painting, which is marvellous among the many kinds, for they do not apply colours to the thin fabric, but rub on a mordant that attracts the colours. The cloth does not appear dyed, but acquires its colour only when placed briefly into a kettle of boiling dye, from which it emerges painted. It is remarkable that, although the kettle contains only one colour, the mordant's power differentiates it into various hues on the fabric, which never fade even with washing. Undoubtedly, the boiling kettle would mix the colours if they were applied separately, but here it develops them from a single one in the dye. Afterward, the cloth is pressed, giving it a kind of firmness it would not have if left to dry naturally." Close quote. Pliny, as we see, draws conclusions from this based on a hypothesis he would likely have discarded upon closer examination. He assumes the mordant applied to the fabric is not the colourant itself, but rather that it resides in the kettle or dye bath, which cannot be. I suspect that this bath was actually the supposed mordant, perhaps a lye made of tartar or, more likely, of saltpetre, which has long been common in Egypt and, as Pliny himself notes, and I confirm from my own experiments, has more power to develop colours in its impure form than when refined. The applied mixture consisted of various dried herbs, fruits, or seeds mixed with a binder whose natural colourant properties remained hidden until heat and moisture released and developed them. Such colour-giving plants are found everywhere and are particularly native to India, from where the Egyptians could have obtained them. Herodotus reports that the inhabitants of Mount Caucasus crushed mulberry leaves, mixed them with water, and painted animal shapes onto woolen fabric. These survived washing as though woven into the cloth and lasted as long as the garments themselves. The Egyptian cloth was, by all appearances, cotton and may have been roughened slightly through rubbing to better absorb the colours. It also seems likely that it was not dyed in whole pieces, but rather that garments were cut beforehand and then painted, perhaps to conserve expensive colours, or for symmetry in the painted ornamentation. This concludes the account of this marvellous kind of painting, which is not really our concern. The explanation is offered here only to examine whether it could substantiate the supposed invention of painting. But it cannot, because Pliny does not count this textile painting among the earliest Egyptian inventions. He merely notes it as a peculiar craft of theirs, known to him as still practised in his day and possibly performed in secret. Even if one were to assume that this painting dated back to Egypt's earliest times, which I do not find credible for various reasons, still it would offer no evidence for the invention of painting as such. Both this textile painting and that found on mummies show only that when a people applies script, floral or ornamental designs to a surface, on this or any other medium, painting is present in terms of material technique and means. But in terms of its essential being, or as an actual art, it cannot rightly claim the name. Final section continues from, we have now seen how the idea of writing. And we have now seen how the idea of the necessity of writing rendered the Egyptians unreceptive to the concept of painting as drawing. Even less could they have invented painting in colour, for colour does not belong to the faculty of understanding and cannot be grasped as a concept like form. It only becomes a subject of reflection when the intellect has freed itself from the compulsion of raw sensation. Only then is the undivided property of colour, such as blue, red, and so on, analysed. Its strength and weakness of tone, or its rise and fall in light and shadow, are discovered and brought into connection with form. From this arises the measurement of the degree of light's effect on colour, or what we call the optics of colour. If the much simpler art of sculpture could make no progress in Egypt, how could painting, a far more complex and difficult art, have ever raised its head there? The dominant principle of strength, monumentality, and indestructibility or mathematical rigidity could never become familiar with the idea of refinement, the very notion of which must precede the invention of painting. This most delicate, fine, and graceful of all the arts could not possibly emerge from a mode of thought so fundamentally opposed to its nature, whose coldness and severity banished all pleasure and joy from its sphere, so that, if we are to believe a certain well-known writer, music and poetry were forbidden in Egypt, and painting should have had a better fate. It would have been an offence to them had they come to know it through the circumstances mentioned earlier. They would have rejected it with contempt and denied it entrance into their land, as they did with every foreign influence. Perhaps in this we find one of the reasons for the previously mentioned law concerning the practice of the arts. It is thus no longer open to doubt how little claim Egypt can and may lay to the invention of the visual arts in general, and of painting in particular. And what can be said of the Egyptians in this regard applies fully to all other Asiatic and similar peoples. For the painting of the Persians, Babylonians, Chinese, and other East Indian nations is, more or less, the painting of the Egyptians, or it is derived from it, as a certain tradition suggests. Whether it depicts figures, animals, or ornaments with or without colour, It is and remains the same formless offspring among all ancient and modern peoples, wherever true culture and refinement of the mind have not been inspired and promoted by the bounty of the climate and by other favourable contributing conditions. Thus much on Egypt, almost too much. Chapter 4, Refutation of the opinion concerning the early invention of painting in Greece. There still exists an opinion that I must dispute, namely that painting was invented in very early times in Greece. This opinion has gained wide acceptance because it originates from respected men and has thus become something like a canon, but nothing is more common than to elevate a hasty or incorrect idea about a subject to the status of truth and then derive conclusions from it that hold up through the mere semblance of infallibility. This is the case with the opinion mentioned, as will soon become apparent. The supporters of this view point to Homer's famed Shield of Achilles and proclaim in admiration that the art depicted there refers strictly to painting. Not only that it contains it in its full perfection, but also that it confirms its early existence and even earlier invention beyond any doubt. The description of this shield is the longest of its kind in the entire Iliad, as if the poet himself intended to emphasize its importance through this length. I shall now permit myself to examine this praised work of art strictly and in a way no one has yet done, bring the artist's eye to bear in criticism, and it will be shown whether this work justifies the stated claim or not. At first glance, suspicion arises from the notion that such a shield could contain such a large number of elements, without these becoming too small and indistinct. Countless figures and various objects are crowded together in confined space, though divided into sections so that they would be visible only up close and would have no effect from a distance, and thus the very art that the description praises would be lost. One sees clearly how the poet, seized by the significance and novelty of his idea, indulges in excess, unconcerned with how it might appear to the eye. Had he, who had an eye only for the grand, truly envisioned this shield as it is and intended to describe it, he would surely have tired of it and omitted much, very much, that he considered worthy of praise. The first argument against the reality of this work comes from the tone in which the poet speaks, for he depicts each element with extraordinary power, making it almost come alive before the eyes. He describes each object in its finest qualities and with utmost fidelity, attributing to it every beauty and perfection. For example, he hears heralds fill the air with their voices, hears the alternating judgments of judges, hears the irresolute deliberations of two warring armies during a siege, hears the sweet tones of the lyre, the trembling strings of delicate sound, and finally the rushing of a river. Likewise, he sees wedding torches glowing, red and black blood flowing, finely woven cloth and even its shimmer, sees transparent garments on dancing maidens, and more of such things. In short, it is entirely the language of poetry, whose duty it is to elevate everything and cast it in the strongest light, or in other words, he hears and sees everything in imagination, not in reality. The content is significant and vast, but its execution for the eye is small. Another issue is the progression of the same character's actions, such that the moment of a prior appearance blends into that of the next, something permissible in the mouth of a narrator but not within a work of art, unless the same persons reappear in the same space, which would be absurd. In speech, Homer can easily say, "They came, saw each other and moved on." In art, this is not possible, as it captures only individual actions at a single moment. This is the well-known difference between the speaking and visual arts, a difference of which Homer, as one sees, had no knowledge nor could have had. Otherwise, he would not have subjected the advancing scenes of his figures to the laws of speech, and thus brought them into contradiction with visual represent. However, one sees on many marble reliefs that the main figure appears again in a series of depictions or actions, which points to a matter I will explain at another time. Let us then accept and excuse Homer for having done the same on his shield. But the most significant objection is this: why does Homer remain silent about the arrangement and distribution of the many figures and groups, or about the composition and drawing? This silent omission of the essential preconditions of a historical artwork must arouse the greatest suspicion against the supposed richness of truth and expression. He gives his figures various poses, emotional states and passions, but all of this is merely the condition of the poet's soul, which he transfers onto his work without being guided by any actual visible creation. It is far easier in the fire of poetic composition to transcribe oneself, since there are always enough words for expression, than to incorporate that expression into a work of art, where it depends on the resisting material during the design and execution, which delays and hinders it. Thus, the visual arts reach their maturity only later, while poetry begins at once. To follow up on this objection, why does Homer say nothing about the expression of emotion and passion in the eyes, in the facial features, in the posture, in nerves and muscles? Why does he not paint passion according to the character of the persons, their status and age? He merely moves his figures as required by the action in which they are engaged, but of what truly concerns art and in which it surpasses speech he knows nothing. Someone may perhaps counter with what Aristotle says, mentioning the epic poem of Dictys, who lived not long after Homer and perhaps at the same time. He, says Aristotle, sighed upon seeing a painting that may have stirred a sorrowful memory in him. From this, it might be argued, one can conclude that this painting must have been executed with all the power of art to have such an effect, and therefore one could assume the same about Homer's figures, even if the poet did not make this clear. But the episode with Dictys does not prove that he actually saw a real painting. Aristotle merely presents it that way. Even less can one derive proof that the painting was so masterful in expression that it produced that effect. The content alone is enough to move the soul. Did not Caesar weep in Spain before the statue of Alexander the Great, not because of the art, but as is known, because of the idea of the hero's greatness, which Caesar sought to emulate? Likewise, a Greek courtesan once saw, by chance at a banquet, the image of a venerable philosopher, and was so moved that she renounced her dissolute lifestyle on the spot. History tells of several such examples in which art had no immediate role. Therefore, the incident with Dictys must not be credited to painting, which was not yet born, much less perfected to such a degree as to seize the soul. Homer, then, could just as little convey to the figures on his shield the artistry of natural expression, since he himself had no concept of the power, scope, or effects of art. What he truly wishes to be noticed as art, and what he alone considers, is the colouring of the metals from which his shield is made. Nowhere does the infancy of art become more apparent than in this point, for with complete disregard for form or drawing, he elevates colour above the richness and importance of the content. The silver poles of the vines, the golden grapes, the black earth under the plough, taken from the colour of iron, these are such mighty things to him that he especially praises them, and in doing so he casts the most detrimental light upon the idea of painting as it existed in his time, as well as upon the artistic value of his shield, which rests on such characteristics. I would also like to point out that attributing such perfection to the tiny figures on Homer's shield presupposes a general perfection of art, for perfection proceeds from the large to the small. If one assumes that this was already the case in Homer's time, then show me where Homer or anyone of his time or the time following makes mention of large paintings or sculptures in the interiors or exteriors of temples and palaces. This would have had to be the case had he seen such things in Egypt, and since he does not mention them, one can incidentally conclude that he was never in Egypt, as some would like to believe. To touch on side matters well, the mention of the transparency of garments will strike any impartial reader as odd, since it is known that Polygnotus, who lived around the 90th Olympiad, was the first to paint women in thin transparent clothing. Thus, this came much later and was achieved with soft colours, whereas Homer's artisans supposedly accomplished it in hard metal. I leave it to the reader to consider the possibility of this, as well as of other praised qualities of the described items. When Homer repeatedly emphasises that this shield was the work of Vulcan, he shields himself with this claim like with a second shield from the question of the master, whom he neither names nor seems to know, though he praises Tychios, the maker of Ajax's shield, a far lesser work without any adornments or figures. Had he really known such an extraordinary artist, he would not have passed over him in silence, given his known precision and curiosity. Rather, he would have named him after his people or birthplace, called that city blessed for producing such a man, and praised the man himself as divine. But he is silent, and by concealing the artist, he seeks to elevate the art itself, which exists only in imagination, making it seem outwardly important, something his historical circumstances encouraged him to do, as I shall now explain. The destruction of the Trojan kingdom, the most powerful in Asia Minor, by the united princes and heroes of Greece, awakened throughout the Greek nation a spirit of greatness that subjected all things to the pursuit of perfection, or made all things its object. Such was the condition of Greece in Homer's time. Given this, it is no wonder that all the arts strove more than ever to come to light or reach perfection. Homer, jealous of the Phoenicians' reputation for metalwork, wished to bestow it on his own countrymen and portray them as noble rivals to the Phoenicians, or at least inspire them to become such. With a poet's boldness, he thus allows this art to emerge as perfected, so far as his concepts could encompass, springing from his inexhaustible imagination. He especially ennobles this art with an idea entirely worthy of him and the fullness of his power. Namely, he breaks through the narrow convention of depicting a single figure on a shield, as was customary, and instead floods it with figures representing events and scenes of social life, customs and traditions, art and science of his time. In short, he designs a vivid, lifelike image of his nation in proud self-reflection, and in doing so he gives this art its highest value, which he enhances in another way. For, as was common in his and subsequent times, every new invention was viewed as a gift of the gods. Thus, the poet, raised in this spirit, attributes the art he invented of creating multiple and complete figures or megalography in plastic reliefs in metalwork, likewise to the gods, specifically to a god in the form of fire, Vulcan. Just as Apollo had to give Amphion the lyre when the latter first made its sound known to the astonished ear, and just as Apollo did not fail to reinforce this belief through his songs about creation and nature, the notion of this divine origin is not a fiction, as we, who are not Greeks and live far removed from their times, tend to think. Perhaps this prejudice, by which we consider anything from antiquity fictional if it deviates from our religion, our ideas and our opinions, is the mother of the greatest errors in correctly understanding the ancient poets. Homer was wholly occupied with his epic at the time, so it was natural that he envisioned such a shield as a work of art. And since he considered it extraordinary, whom else should he give it to but the hero of his epic? That he did, and only Achilles came into possession of it. But since the art of making such shields existed only in imagination, the other heroes could only desire but not possess such arms, which in turn gave rise to the notable quarrel over Achilles' weapons after his death. Finally, since Homer wanted to glorify his great poem with this new art, or vice versa, he brushed aside any concerns about the timing of its invention and boldly introduced it into Trojan times, thereby giving it a far older pedigree than it actually had. In this way, he elevated the fame of that glorious era and simultaneously offered incense to the creative spirit and artistic sensibility of his people. Virgil imitated this finesse from a different perspective when he, in artistic ignorance of painting's age, has Aeneas paintings in the new city of Carthage depicting the tragic fate of Troy, which inspired him with courage and hope that he might find sympathetic hearts and a warm welcome in this unfamiliar land. This detail honours the sensitive poet and clearly reveals his intent to pay homage to Augustus, who, like Caesar before him, had brought the masterworks of Greek art of every kind to Rome in abundance, and by familiarising the Romans with them, had softened their character, which had formerly breathed only conquest, lust for power, and cruelty born of internal strife. In this way, he gave the Roman people a previously unknown source of gentle passions and refined culture, essentially rebirthing Rome and the Roman nation, and bestowing glory and security upon his rule. I must not omit here the Shield of Hercules from the poem of the same name by Hesiod. This shield is an undeniable imitation of Homer's, and I believe a later work, in which the author clearly strove to surpass Homer, as his effort plainly reveals. He describes even more things on this shield than are found on Homer's, and the manner in which he does so is entirely Homeric, differing only in that he elaborates more on individual scenes, especially those that evoke horror and disgust, on which he is lavish and thus betrays poor taste. For to paint beautiful objects and make indifferent ones appealing requires far more art than to continue with ugly and frightening ones, which already attract attention but only please an unrefined mind and crude sensibility, while they offend the refined. From this perspective, the imitating poet of this shield lags far behind his original, and when one considers his excess of detail and his deliberate elaboration of it, his small-minded spirit becomes obvious, so that Homer, by comparison, not only gains immensely but also draws us entirely to his side. This imitator also varies the metal colours to characterise objects. For example, he makes the sea of tin, dolphins on it of silver, and the fish of bronze. But what he boasts of most is a golden image of Perseus on horseback in the air. This idea, he says, belongs among the greatest marvels due to its execution, for the image was not fixed to the shield, but hovered above it to mimic flight through the air. It stood noticeably elevated from the surface, and the method of attachment was hidden in the hollow space beneath. In this, too, he imitates Homer, by not naming the maker of this work, but attributing it to Vulcan, who in fact is himself. Entirely different is the description of the crown found in Hesiod's Theogony. On this crown, says the poet, many animals were skillfully placed and marvellously to behold. Of all the animals that live on earth and in the sea, Vulcan had wrought many which resembled the living ones. These words, though few, say far more than the many in the description of the aforementioned shield. Without listing or delving into particulars, they give us the spirit of the work in the beautiful simplicity of its content, the wise moderation of its detail, and the grand style of its execution. And this, in my opinion, testifies to the noble mind of the poet, who in this resembles Homer. For this reason, I cannot persuade myself that Hesiod was the author of the Shield, and I fully agree with the grammarian Aristophanes, who does not recognise Hesiod as its creator. I do not know his reason, but I derive mine from the work's art and aesthetics. Perhaps the reader still wishes for a stronger conviction before conceding my conclusions from what has been said so far. It is claimed that Homer extends the art of figures not only to sculpture in metal, but also to painting, and since a figure requires contour, which is the essence of painting, it must be admitted that this art had already been long invented and even commonly practiced by women. To prove this, a certain passage is cited that, taken literally, provokes astonishment. Helen, says Homer, wove a large double piece of cloth and embroidered into it the many war deeds of the mounted Trojans and the bronze-clad Greeks. There is no doubt that in those times people knew how to weave fabric of various colours and with many patterns, as we are told of Penelope, of Juno's and Minerva's veils, and as even the savages offer no insignificant examples of. But to embroider whole figures, and in frequent groupings a sequence of historical events, is said to be the most irrefutable proof of the actual existence of painting in Homer's time. To this I respond, one need only investigate this passage without preconceived opinion and according to the true nature of the facts, and the wonder will vanish entirely. I readily grant what the Greek weavers or embroiderers were capable of. I imagine, for example, that they cut figures from coloured fabrics, at a size necessary and with distinguishing traits of armour, clothing and their colours, so as to represent Greeks or Trojans. They cut these freely by hand, assembled them on stretched cloth, and fixed them with a needle. Figures all conceived according to a single idea, and thus always repeated in pose, action and overall appearance, besides being extremely crude and misshapen. Due to the glaring juxtaposition of colours, they likely resembled the gaudy figures on modern playing cards. And since they could not express movement, they had to depict everything frontally, upright and rigid, with none shown in profile, a concept not even understood before the invention of painting. This is confirmed by the observation that the Medusa heads on the armour and shields in low marble reliefs are always shown frontally, pressed flat, or as Winckelmann says, like the stretched skin of a face, as Pythagoras saw it on the ancient shield of Menelaus in the temple of Apollo at Miletus. The whole was thus the same work as the Homeric shield, differing only in material. Indeed, how could Helen, from mere memory of what she had seen, or perhaps only from hearsay, reproduce the living nature of the subject with its individual scenes and characters, on fabric as characteristically as even a well-trained eye and a practised hand barely manage? Or did she have drawings before her which she then copied onto the cloth using needle and coloured fabrics or threads? And was that her own work, or someone else's? Perhaps her drawing master's? And who was this man who sketched duels and battles and gave them to women to execute? He would surely have been a hero, yet Homer never mentions such a hero, nor names one. And had he really seen such examples, why did he not give them even the slightest notice? This and so much more will immediately occur to the thoughtful reader and destroy the notion of a historical representation carried out with clearly defined outlines and colours. Even Polygnotus only became famous in the 18th Olympiad with a painting of a dearly bought battle. And now we are to believe that women achieved such feats centuries earlier, and that from this time until Polygnotus, not a single attempt of this kind, not the smallest record of developing art in this area, has been preserved. It was easy for Homer to place the multitude of figures he created in the fire of imagination, his epic in invention and arrangement, elsewhere, or to repeat them in another form, for he himself did not know what was required to make what he described. The poet's imagination is content with the power to create. It is not its concern to consider whether such a creation is actually feasible in terms of execution. Thus, he could not determine how this women's work was actually done. The expression embroidered suggests that he had no concern for the method, seeing in it merely the ease with which the imagination operates. Here also belong the woven tapestries in the temple of Delphic Apollo, so masterfully described by Euripides. Some of these, spoils from the Amazons, had been dedicated to Apollo by their conqueror Hercules, and were so skillfully made that they looked, he says, as if painted with a brush. The others, he claims, were spoils taken from the barbarians in war. With these he alludes to the well-known victories over the Persians and, more generally, to the glorious deeds of the Greeks, particularly to the pure origins of the Athenians, their spirit of invention, their early cultural refinement, and their superiority in every regard. He embellishes the tapestry paintings accordingly and attributes the invention and perfection of painting to the time when Athens began to rise above the rest of Greece in culture, acting just like Homer, whose authority permitted him to do so. Time transpositions of this kind, when done for a noble purpose, are common among Greek poets. Thus, it is plain that this too is partly invented and said only to glorify Greek women above the Sidonians in matters of female craftsmanship, or to present the Greeks as surpassing others in perfecting the arts they may have borrowed, which they might indeed have deserved in Homer's time. We see then that neither the work of these women nor that of the armourers can be accepted as valid proof for the invention of painting, much less for its flourishing in Trojan or Homeric times. What appears as art in Homer must be judged accordingly. What bears the unmistakable stamp of imagination, or what is his own creation, should not be mistaken for the actual art of those times, which, on inspection, cannot hold up as such. Nor should we too hastily judge the works attributed to Vulcan and Minerva, be they metalwork or women's crafts, as evidence for the invention of painting, presumed to have already occurred. The often mentioned shield thus belongs in the same category as the famous, wondrously artistic, incorporeal girdle of Venus, and the aegis of Minerva, composed of fear, battle-lust, threats, strength, and the actual head of Medusa. Just as emotions and feelings cannot be conceived as physical shapes, yet Homer still makes them tangible without defining form, so must we not look in historical artworks for invention and drawing, which we project into them, but which Homer never considered. In general, one must admit that the Greeks of that era, of which we speak, were capable of assembling figures of men and animals from coloured materials, but not of designing historical compositions, still less of achieving correct contours and expressive gestures and passions, as I will later show. Homer imagined the work on the shield as present in his mind, and he gives us a sense of how he would have liked to see it, and in doing so he almost prophesies the emergence of painting, a development he was not fortunate enough to witness, though he possessed the greatest foundations for it. Finally, I must add that a Greek painter later painted the aforementioned shield during the height of painting's flourishing, and even surpassed the original in many aspects, without even mentioning the difference between the raw colours of metal and the actual art of painting with fluid pigments. In saying this, I'm well aware that, considering the reverence paid to this greatest of poets, it would be presumptuous to declare anyone his equal in any matter, or worse, his superior, so that even had I solid proof, I would scarcely have dared to say it unpunished. Chapter 5. Idea and nature of the oldest painting in Greece. Among most ancient peoples, a common thread appears to have been woven with respect to certain forms of knowledge and sciences. Nowhere is this more evident than in their supposed painting, in which they all seem to agree. They were entirely devoted to sculpture and compelled painting to adopt its use of colour, even though painting's essential property lies in form. Who can say which people first conceived of this, which adopted and imitated it from another, or how it became so widespread? The answer will soon present itself. One of the principal objects of sculpture among the ancients was the art of working in metal, which developed very early among them and became significant. The Phoenicians had the reputation of being the best metalworkers and armourers. The leaders of that nation had shields made of gold, with their likenesses also in gold. Homer often praises them for this distinction, and it is believed that other nations learned the art of working metals from them, which was likely due to their extensive trade. The coastal inhabitants of Asia Minor probably received it first from them, and it is found that they soon equalled the Phoenicians in artistic metalwork. Among others, the Galatians, according to an ancient writer, raised animal shapes in relief on their bronze shields. They also wore bronze helmets into which the shapes of horns were pressed, or birds and quadrupeds engraved. The Greeks were not slow to distinguish themselves in metalwork. Homer mentions golden and silver dogs made by Vulcan, set as guardians at the entrance to King Alcinous's palace. Golden youths with burning torches in hand stood on pedestals. The walls were covered with bronze, and posts, thresholds and door frames were of bronze. The interior of the dwelling was almost entirely overlaid with bronze, which is why he also calls it thus. The entrance to the cave of the oracle at Delphi had, in ancient times, a small temple house made of copper. Even in Sparta there was a house of solid bronze, which was thus called the brazen house. The Greeks generally took pride in possessing much bronze, as Homer indicates, hence the gifts of vessels and masses of precious metal to strangers at times of hospitality. Besides the aforementioned shield of Achilles, Homer praises the belt of Hercules, made of gold and adorned with all kinds of wild animals and scenes of battle and murder, exalting the artist above all. The Greeks are also said to have had bronze shields with likenesses on them already before Troy. This art now took possession of the idea of painting and spread it. That is, people began to take into account the various colours of metals. But since the number of metallic colours is small, and there are many more beautiful colours that metal does not have, they wanted to combine them. For that purpose, they selected materials that possessed beautiful colour, along with the required properties of firmness and durability, according to the prevailing taste of antiquity and pleasing preciousness. This we see, to stay with the Greeks, on the shield of Hercules in the poem of that name. The poet includes ivory, electrum, gold, and an unnamed material of dark or black-blue colour, which serve to enhance the other colours. Homer mentions chairs inlaid with ivory and silver, made by Icmalius. The preciousness of ivory, which was used for sword handles, scabbards, and other items, was sometimes further enhanced by red dye. Women from Messenia and Caria considered it a noble and fitting task to soak carved ivory in purple dye and preserve it as a necklace for a royal horse, one that others of lesser rank sought in vain to tame. Even kings thought such adornment added greater splendour to their dignity. The Greeks always placed value in precious materials for their colour alone and used them in this regard on every occasion. For example, Pindar's lyre was made of gold, ivory and coral, as he describes it himself. For a long time, they still valued beautiful colours on shields where purple always retained a special prominence. Another highly desirable opportunity to use colour came from the realm of stones, particularly the hard gemstones, and it is easy to understand why the art of carved stones was one of the oldest arts in the world, and much older than the use of marble for buildings. The colour and hardness of these stones recommended themselves to the primitive world, which found its satisfaction entirely therein. Elsewhere, I will show how the idea of painting tried to perpetuate itself in sculptures or to preserve its origin in colour. Moreover, we clearly recognise from all these works and artistic attempts this origin, which is the same as that among savages, for we find that in the absence of noble metals and materials, they use shells, teeth, whale bones, stones, feathers, indeed everything they have and find beautiful for its colour, to adorn their canoes, weapons, utensils, and even themselves, arranging and laying these things out in all kinds of figures. Now let us turn to the emergence of the idea of painting in terms of form. I will begin by examining the so-called works of Vulcan and Minerva and draw the reader's attention to the fact that these are always executed on a small scale, never large, which must have its reason, one we must uncover. It lies in human nature that, as long as someone lacks spirit and experience, he attempts to imitate things in small size and undivided form, and only later, through the development of his understanding and cultural progress, learns to represent them in natural size. Thus, one sees children never replicate striking things in large, but always in small form, for the whole, as I have already said, is the first and dominant impression on the imitative human in his youth or raw state. But because the large at first deters him, the desire for imitation, or the impulse of his innate ability, limits itself to as much as the narrow bounds of his spirit can grasp. Hence, he more readily and quickly turns to charming little things, to ornaments, and often executes these well and finely before he is able to imitate living nature tolerably, and thus he silently allows both to stand in for such imitation. This is how the natural human behaves in general when imitating large objects. But the Greeks had an additional reason why they remained with the small scale in imitation or even intentionally kept it small, a reason that no one has yet tried to uncover. Namely, they used it in place of writing since they were not yet familiar with true written characters. When among the Egyptians, historical representations were carved in stone, life-sized or larger, and painted with colours so that they might serve as writing, as I have already explained, the Greeks imitated this in a reduced scale. Egyptian colonists made the Greeks familiar with hieroglyphs or picture writing, but the actual use of this inconvenient, insufficient and abstract script could not satisfy a people whose imagination was so deeply attached to the visual and pictorial, and whose artistic sense awakened so early. Hence, one finds not the slightest trace of Greek hieroglyphs on the monuments of their oldest architecture, as an imitation of the Egyptian ones. For the Greeks did not want these abstract concepts to be symbolized by imposed arbitrary signs or figures unrelated to them. They wanted the signs and figures themselves to be recognized as what they were, by their own characteristic nature and form, as they appeared to both eye and understanding simultaneously, without making a distinction between seeing and understanding. The transformation that this Egyptian cultural element immediately underwent among the Greeks reveals the difference in natural disposition and temperament between Egyptians and Greeks. These things, then, were supposed to express themselves. The eye wanted to see them for their own sake, and they found that, for that very reason, they were well suited for memory, instruction and transmission. To use them for this purpose, they reduced them from their natural size, made tablets in a size convenient for the hand on which they sketched and engraved such images, adding as many as they wished or as the content required, which simultaneously offered a practical overview. That they had this form of picture writing is attested by Homer, who says of Preface, who wanted to rid himself of Bellerophon, open quote, but he sent him to Lycia and gave him mournful signs, signs of death, inscribed on a folded tablet. Close quote. He does not say letters, nor does he call it writing, but calls them ruinous signs, capable of moving the heart to evil action. The folded or closed tablet perhaps had the figure of Bellerophon engraved in outline according to his outward features, and a dagger or sword pointed toward his head or breast. Writing and letters are never mentioned in all of Homer, even though alphabetic writing was already known in Greece and had been enriched by Palamedes during the siege of Troy. But it may still have been difficult to use them readily, and likely writing was initially a mix of figures and signs, for most inventions tend to retain the old awkward method for a time, at least partially, before it is completely supplanted by the new. What gives my supposition the strongest support that this miniature painting served as writing is the content of it, which includes the earliest and most necessary knowledge of human society, theology and anthropology, the most remarkable inventions, institutions, and events of the Greek world and homeland, the great deeds of the nation, of heroes, their wars and feuds, and so forth. Now, painting and poetry shared this task. The latter, as is well known, arose from the absence of writing. Demodocus sings at the banquet of Penelope's suitors of gods and heroes to the accompaniment of the lyre. Another poet sings on Euboea of the origin of things and the immortal gods, how they came to be, which powers were assigned to each deity, which rank they held among the others. He sings of the Muses, but first of their mother Memory, to whom eloquence, or Mercury, was entrusted. The poet himself is called a son of a god or of Jupiter, very naturally, since poetry was considered a divine gift, the means by which all these things, so necessary and beneficial to human knowledge, could be retained and preserved in memory, since no better method yet existed. Thus, Mnemosyne is called the mother of the Muses, to whom the poet turns, and he himself, by virtue of his lofty office, is held divine and sacred and, as is known, personally inviolable. But the Greeks, lacking writing, surely sought other means beyond poetry to impress these lofty things deeply into memory and spread them widely. What could be more effective than to present what was spoken in visible representation before the eye? How could they refrain from sketching figures as best they could to visualize these things? But since words can say and convey much at once, they found themselves compelled to keep the figures small, so they could say just as much with them. The best opportunity to place these pictures was in the crafts of the armourer and the weaver, on armour and in embroidery on fabrics for wall hangings and garments. The content of these images was not so much meant to be seen as to be read, hence the expression oculis perlegere, to read through with the eyes, when speaking of paintings. It now becomes clear why such work was so highly valued, and why people practiced it so diligently. Because it was the means by which humans were kept in connection with the gods and inspired to become like them. When one entered the house of a king or hero, when one saw him personally, his house and he himself were like an open book full of divine content for mankind, full of exhortation to become godlike. And this was the art so highly praised, not the execution of the things themselves, which was still crude and childish and deserved no praise. From this perspective, I view the presence of small figures in the oldest Greek artworks, and so I also explain the crowding of figures on Homer's shield, which is fully excusable from this standpoint, and also proves how much importance was placed on content. Content that sooner or later led to the improvement of the executing hand and to the actual development of the art. The aforementioned recurrence of the same figure on Homer's shield and on so many marble monuments of later periods testifies to the necessity, within the visual depiction as narrative, to express a sequence of events, and this serves as further proof of my claim that the earliest painting was essentially writing and was practiced only in this sense. This small scale of the figures was thus, as it were, sanctified by the purpose associated with it and took possession of the whole scope of art. Even when people began making statues, these did not immediately appear in life-size, but considerably smaller. The Palladium of Troy, which the Greeks stole, is said to have been a small statue of Minerva. Similarly small was the image of Diana in Laurium, as seen in the hand of the fleeing Iphigenia on a marble sarcophagus. Only those who had won 3 times at the Olympic Games received the right to have their statues erected in the altis according to the exact likeness of their bodily form, that is, in life-size, from which it follows that the statues of other victors were smaller than life-size. Among the oldest bronze statues in Rome there were some that measured 3 feet, a standardized ancient measure that Pliny himself remarks upon. When painting began to assert itself, Polygnotus became famous with a battle painting of moderate size. But since its content required many figures, these must have been very small. Only in the 83rd Olympiad did Pananus dare to create a large painting depicting the Battle of Marathon, on which he portrayed the commanders of both armies in life-size. A new proof that painting, from its beginnings until that time, had limited historical representations to a small scale. In single figures of gods and heroes, however, the size gradually expanded to natural and even larger-than-life proportions, following sculpture closely. Even the art that was now becoming more refined continued to show great reverence for everything invented, introduced or approved by the ancients, so much so that it worked only with small modifications or changes. Thus, not only was the painting of statues and the appreciation of colour in the materials used for them preserved, but also the execution of objects in small format, sometimes with, sometimes without colour, continued in sculpture. A multitude of figures in low relief was placed among the accessories of a large work, as Phidias did with his Olympian Jupiter and his bronze Minerva. Moreover, one could not otherwise explain why such great artistry and renown were attributed to these reliefs, or why, to speak plainly, they may even have appeared superior in these works. Considering that painting, as a substitute for writing, expressed its subjects in miniature, the figures had to retain their prominent qualities all the more, and did retain them even when they were not at all connected with the concept of writing. The oldest coins of Greece, some found in Sicily and Magna Graecia, are not struck, but the figures are deeply impressed on one side to appear in relief on the other, which is the proper face of the coin. Likewise, in the old graves near Girgenti, golden bowls have been found with decorations of the same kind impressed into them. Many other examples could be cited, especially from the already mentioned weapons of the Galatians, for not only did the Greeks before Troy, as we have seen, have their likenesses engraved on shields, but we hear of it even earlier. Aeschylus, in his 7 Against Thebes, mentions these likenesses, and in full figure. This might be taken as evidence of the perfection of Greek art at such an early time, if only the report were reliable. But it is striking that Homer makes no mention of these likenesses, a circumstance that should weaken our belief in them. For although we are told that the shields of the Greeks bore Neptune and those of the Trojans Minerva, we also know the Greek heroes bore not their own likenesses, but only some identifying emblem on their shields. On the shield of Idomeneus, for instance, was seen a Gaulish cock, consecrated to the sun, by which he indicated his descent as the son of Pasiphae, daughter of the sun and of Minos. The shield of Ulysses had a dolphin, as the old poet Stesichorus reports. On the shield of Agamemnon, as well as on that of Menelaus, the head of Medusa was depicted, which was probably the terror that Pausanias means when he refers to it as a cow's head on Agamemnon's shield, and silently as a dragon on that of Menelaus. For it is known that on the latter's shield, the Medusa head carved in ivory was still present after the leather components of the shield had rotted away. These emblems in no way prevented some distinguished hero from believing he had the right to bear his likeness on his shield. As Pliny explicitly says, the basis of this privilege lies in bravery. Aeschylus makes this absolutely clear when he equips his heroes' shields with their likenesses. Let us now consider what these likenesses were like. Aeschylus himself gives us the best explanation. He assigns Eteocles a shield on which a man is depicted climbing a ladder to scale the enemy wall, from whose mouth the words issue, "Even Mars shall not drive me back from here." And on the shield of Capaneus appears a man with a burning torch, who proclaims in golden letters from his mouth, "I will set the city aflame." From these examples, we see that the Greeks already used written letters, though more to support the images than to stand independently, just as later, writing gratefully aligned itself with the art of painting, and even in its highest bloom remained inseparably connected with it, of which I shall speak more at the proper time. These are individual figures. Such a figure represented the person who carried the shield. It was the visualization of the character and outstanding quality of the warrior, of his particular ability for this or that deed, or even just of his intention to perform it, or perhaps of a similar past deed. But the inability to express all of this clearly enough made it necessary to add writing from the mouth as an explanation, and this auxiliary measure says enough to judge the nature of these figures as drawings. For where drawing is still deficient, how can one assume a likeness of the face, which entirely depends on the precision and delicacy of the contour? It sufficed that the hero wished to announce himself in this figure, not that it should express his own form, and even less his facial features, with certainty and recognizability. Thus, the individual full figures on the shields of the Phoenicians and ancient Greeks were nothing more than likenesses which, through differences in armour and weaponry, alluded to the identity of the bearer. Facial likeness would have been more effectively conveyed in a profile head in life size, and all the more striking, but Homer and all other poets who sang of those times are silent on this, which could not have been otherwise. For first, it lay in the nature of the matter that one wished to see a depiction of the entire person, since, due to the long-mentioned dominance of the whole impression, heads and busts alone would have seemed to them a mutilation of the person, something that only came about with the emergence of drawing. Second, the attempt to create likeness derives from the arting in combination with true relief sculpture, whose invention certainly does not date to the heroic times of Greece, but rather to several centuries later. And so, it is also understandable from this circumstance why the likeness of the person, both in form and face, could not be achieved in these shield figures, especially since, as we have heard, these figures were drawn in a front-facing rigid pose. Ignorance in this area may often have led to the preference for lions, dragons, and other animals and monsters. One must also not imagine that the figures were engraved, incised, or outlined in sunken relief, but rather that they were cut out, raised in repoussé, or otherwise assembled in relief, and either affixed in a depression in the centre of the shield or on its surface, whence also the shields received their name, for they were meant to please the eye as corporeal things, which would have been missed in a mere outline. In this respect, we must be very cautious when interpreting passages that refer to such works. When Philostratus says of low-relief works in metal that they could neither be called bronze works because they resembled paintings, nor paintings because they were made of bronze, it becomes clear why such works, and others like them, were commonly called painting by ancient writers. And if these works had colour, this also explains the expressions engraved in colours or cut from many colours, phrases one reads in both the Old and New Greek texts of Scripture, as well as among the Latins, always referring to works made of metal, wood, or other coloured materials. This also applies to the expression painted with the needle, which means nothing other than embroidery or raised woven or similar needlework, in which drawing and colour are understood either separately or together. We must, therefore, carefully avoid the error of mistaking all such works for products of the brush, and thus we see what art in general, especially painting, was like in ancient Greece, indeed in the entire ancient world. The combination of colour with sculptural works of every kind defined its concept and its essence. The peoples of that time could not conceive of painting as something separate and independent, because the needs of the senses were still too pressing to allow detachment from the corporeal. By virtue of this need, they formed their idea of painting, for which sculpture gladly lent a hand. Since everything that has colour is body, and, if it is a solid body, can be felt by the hand, they believed that painting must likewise be corporeal, and that the material of form or body acted in the role of colour. To this was added painting's ability to serve as writing, indeed, in part, the necessity of using it as such, which united it all the more closely with sculpture and long delayed the development of a true concept of painting. And so it happened that painting strove to find a place in all branches of sculpture, or to assert itself through tangible forms, forms that imitated and emerged from the hand presented to the eye with the intention of displaying colour. Painting now divided into hard and soft materials. The former included gold, ivory, and especially metal. The latter, gold and silver thread, along with fabrics and woolen cloths dyed in purple or other colours. Thus, those works were called the productions of Vulcan, the others those of Minerva. And so arose the brilliant contest between the metalworkers and the women. For, as we occasionally find in Homer, painting in soft materials belonged to the feminine arts, and a wife or slave skilled in this art was highly valued. These works of Vulcan and Minerva were only forerunners of painting, not painting itself. Thus, Euripides says of the tapestries he imagines in the halls of Delphic Apollo that they were so artfully made that they resembled the work of a brush. Though this idea of painting is ancient, having already spread in the heroic age, it was hard to abandon, especially among the Greeks' neighbours who remained loyal to it and ignored the already invented painting. Thus, the Lycians, for example, did not know how to paint and therefore had the deeds of Bacchus embroidered in gold. It is also evident that sculpture had to be greatly promoted and spread by the aforementioned concept of painting, and I shall show how it continued to maintain its dominance even in Greece after drawing had been invented. The reign of this type of painting lasted the longest, and I see that it has never really ceased. For wherever we observe the infancy of painting among primitive peoples, we find that they base it on sculpture or make it dependent on it. The Mexicans made paintings from the feathers of the beautiful birds of their land, which they arranged and fixed side by side with a certain order. Nearly all savages produce paintings, but these are nothing more than carvings coated with bright colours or ornaments made from materials with natural colour. To distinguish this kind of painting from actual painting, I would like to call it, regarding its corporeal nature, plastic painting, and to call the era in which it flourished the epoch of plastic painting. I hope this may be considered both as a supplement to my arguments against the early and actual existence of painting among the ancients, especially the Greeks, and as the most harmonious confirmation of Pliny's statement, who says that this art had not yet been invented in Trojan or rather Homeric times, which, as is believed, occurred 300 years earlier. For Homer generally speaks very little of things concerning painting and colours, while he speaks with visible interest of artistic works of sculpture of every kind, especially in metal and on garments. Chapter 6. Investigation of the fundamental cause of Greek culture in an overview of the system of the gods. Excessive heat and cold, as has often been noted, have the most detrimental effects on the human being, which can be seen in their physical form, facial features, colour, temperament, as well as in their aptitudes and intellectual abilities. The peoples of the torrid zone are thus less capable of bringing the fine arts, whose invention is often attributed to them, near to perfection, and they cannot conceive of the forms of things except as extending far beyond the limits of truth and nature. Conversely, the peoples of the cold zones fall just as far short of these limits in their ideas and depictions of forms, precisely in accordance with the differences in climatic effects. The southerner, easily inflamed and carried away, chases the idea of grandeur on the wings of the marvellous and adventurous. The northerner, cold and deliberate, follows it only from afar and remains held fast by the mundane and petty, usually halted halfway along the path. And thus the peoples of both hemispheres maintain in their culture and taste the essential character of excess and deficiency, of overextension and narrow restriction, of too much and too little. We must therefore turn to the region where the sky combines the moderation of heat and cold, and thereby exerts the most beneficial influence on the human race. This is the part of Asia and Europe where the Mediterranean Sea reaches its northwestern boundaries. The inhabitants of this region show it. Their figure is regular and noble, their facial features fine and expressive, qualities that partly presuppose a better formation and condition of the internal structure, and partly convince us that only when the intellectual faculties are equally distant from the extremes of a lavish or too meagre nature can they unfold easily and freely. This physical foundation is the basis upon which humanity's capacity for perfection rests, although it must also be supported by other favourable conditions. Greece is, if one will, the centre of such a region and enjoys, with respect to its climate, many advantages. Yet because of its many coasts and islands, it was exposed to various fates that at first seemed to deny its inhabitants a place among independent nations. However, they fought against this with effort and perseverance until the most complete victory secured their hopes and endeavours. The first and inevitable event was that many settlers of various languages and from different times, especially Phoenicians and Egyptians, resettled in Greece, mixed with the native inhabitants of the land, increased their number, and thereby expanded the Greek people into a multitude of tribes and races. This, in my opinion, contributed greatly to the improvement and development of physical attributes and intellectual gifts. For all these countless families were sometimes drawn together by the sea, rivers, and proximity. Sometimes they sought each other out through shared needs and similar hardships and formed stronger bonds. Other times, through lack of space, through hunger and plague, through wild animals, floods, and hostile invasions, they were violently separated, scattered, or even completely annihilated. Once weak and displaced, they returned strengthened, now victors, now vanquished, now free, now enslaved, often in abundance, more often in want. They drove colonization and conquest from one region to another. With each place of residence came new suffering and relief, new danger and safety, new fortune and misfortune. And in this ebb and flow of favourable and unfavourable destinies, combined with the passions thereby aroused and inflamed, they transformed each piece of land they inhabited into a lasting stage and a training ground for the most vigorous activity. Now to religion. God is the most infinite perfection acting upon the centre of creation, humankind. Humanity, surrounded as if by a circle, is destined to act in all directions from this centre. But since it sees itself so far removed from direct contact with it, and the circle, as soon as it dares to reach for it, always expands and recedes, it tires at the outset and halts at the mere attempt of its powers. Such is the relationship of human reason in all peoples and times to the knowledge of God. Reason, invited by this knowledge as by a splendid and radiant palace open for free habitation, feels itself too incapable of fully utilizing it for that purpose, creeps into a corner of it like a light shunning and contented spider, and spins there for itself a fragile dwelling. This is the origin of all forms of the knowledge of God, or of all religions and their sects. The natural man, surrounded and dependent on the appearances and operations of nature that fill his imagination and senses, usually draws from these his first concept of God, and since his extremely limited capacity for comprehension cannot endure strain, he takes what most captivates his senses to be the divine being itself. As the earliest Greeks, as mentioned, mingled very early with immigrants from various regions, who had no clearer or more correct notion of God than they themselves, they found, on the one hand, a confirmation of a deity. On the other hand, they learned its various names in different languages and saw it depicted in sensory representations differing from their own. The consequence of this was that the one incomprehensible being, God, was broken into multiple forms of conception. It was analysed, and in each part a particular, i.e. comprehensible God was found, given its own name, and thus the multiplicity of gods was established. However, this diversity in the transmission of the most necessary and important concept, this multiplicity of ideas, stood in contradiction and conflict with itself and demanded unity and order. If we want to see whether and how this unity was achieved and this order established, we must consider Greek theology as a whole, follow the spirit that occupied itself with it, and bring to light its most meaningful elements as far as their meaning can be guessed. To this end, I choose the theogony of Hesiod. In the beginning was chaos, from which things gradually separated, gained duration and form. First the earth sprang from it, assumed shape, gave birth to the heavens with the stars to encompass her, and shaped him as the father of the immortal gods, whom she bore from this sky. Two things are conceived and visualized here. One is that through the surroundings of nature, especially the sight of the wide starry sky, humankind must and indeed did arrive at the idea of the origin of nature, and thereby of a higher being. The other is that the origin of the gods, coming from the earth, placed them on par with humankind and in immediate connection with them, a notion that directly led to the thought of a human-like nature and form of God. This emergence of the earth from chaos was accompanied by love, called eros, which is the primordial force of good and necessary in itself, so that without the free motive of love or the unconditional necessity of the good, the earth and all that could come from it would have remained forever in chaos. This idea and the anthropomorphizing of God are the cornerstones of the entire mythological structure. The sensual person found the communication of good, or love, very naturally expressed in mating and reproduction, whose power he saw reign without restriction. Hardly had Tartarus, or the abyss, emerged from the chaos with dark night as its companion, when both mingled in love and begot the bright air and day, that is, the earth, embraced and protected by the sky, received from him the necessary and joyful gift of light. And so even the opposite of good, evil, took on love in order to bring forth something good. Everything then proceeded on the path of generation. From the union of Uranus and Gaia, that is, heaven and earth, we see the primordial gods arise, the original concepts of things present in their mutual relation, and so Hyperion, Iapetus, Oceanus, Thetis, Themis, Saturnus and others, the Titans, were born, along with the Cyclopes and monsters, that is, the opposing forces of nature, or the effects of the elements bound by the law of motion, which appeared together as good and evil beings, or gods. Imagination now continued to trace the origin of good and evil, which was the same as that of the comprehensible and incomprehensible. Thus, night gave birth without union to fate, death, sleep and dream with its entire retinue. She bore, among others, the fates, or the handmaidens of good and evil fate, the nemesis, or punitive conscience, pain and grief, the Hesperides, or distant, alluring rewards from far-off lands, sad old age, friendship and deceit, and finally strife, which again gave rise to all the misfortunes humans brought upon themselves through their own guilt. Here we see good and evil in the moral sense proceeding from one source and equally necessary, but the natural sense for good separated the two and resisted the necessity of evil so strongly that it declared it once and for all to be subject to the dominion of good. This conflict was illustrated for humanity in the following way. The earth complained to the heavens about the evil children among the good. Saturnus promptly stepped forward to alleviate the mother's pain and willingly took the sickle from her hand to deprive the father of his generative power. This image, then, expressed the just desire that the irregular sexual impulse, through which overpopulation had become so great that there was no more space, and thus people suffered all evils, committed all crimes, banished morality, and wore each other out, might be curbed. Saturnus's act against his father, therefore, refers to the sanctification of this instinct through regulated marriage, an order to which natural man, once he has entered society, tends to conform, and which remains a necessary requirement for the preservation and welfare of the social union. Furthermore, it explains why Venus arose from the foam of the sea, which enveloped the genitals of Uranus, representing crude sensuality, and why love and desire joined her or submitted to her, in whose company she entered heaven, where she was not only received as a goddess by the gods, but also honoured by immortals and mortals alike as ruler and queen of love and desire. This was the first means to banish coarseness, which the following means would further facilitate. Yet humanity saw in this victory over itself only the beginning of the struggle it had to endure. For the most painful consequence of unrestrained population through disorderly love was having and not having, mine and thine, by which humans remained entangled in the toil of acquisition and preservation, equating their condition with the barely overcome animal state of self-preservation. Hence, for centuries we hear of mutual invasions, expulsions, robberies, occupations, in short, of all acts of violence to which need, when it revolts and scorns God's laws and morality, tends to drive people. What intensified the evil most of all was that religious concepts, which were themselves still uncertain and unstable, lacked the power to govern rough people and stabilize society, and that these concepts were equally shaken by the many upheavals of peoples, so much so that these peoples, as they persecuted and displaced one another, made their gods share the same fate. Subsequently, the ideas of the gods had to be gradually changed, corrected, and expanded, whereby the old gods were shaken on their thrones and brought to decline, a process which, as is to be assumed, could not proceed without disturbances. And so we understand when it is said that the primal gods, or titans, had successors, namely the children of the youngest among them, Saturnus. That is, the passage of time brought about a clarification in human thought about divine things, which I'm inclined to interpret as the doctrine brought by later arriving Egyptian colonists. Therefore, Saturnus is called cunning and sly and hates his evil siblings, or the vices that crude nature brought upon his mother, the earth, or the human race. Saturnus then begot Vesta, Ceres, Juno, Pluto, and Jupiter, entirely children of time and names of the deity that point to various inventions, endeavours, and attempts for the benefit of human society. That Saturnus devoured his children after their birth likely means this: the peoples, even while in possession of the advantages and blessings scarcely gained or newly granted by these gods, were attacked by others and deprived of many of them again. Thus, the better times were held back. Yet, this storm had to calm eventually. Time taught that all the different ideas of God pointed to the one of an originally supreme being, and that they all said the same thing in different words. Thus, the concept of this being was preserved and established in the name Zeus, or Jupiter. This important fact seems to be wrapped in the following myth. Rhea hid her last-born son, the youngest of time, Jupiter, immediately after birth on the island of Crete, and had him raised there in secret. This corresponds with the tale that the Idaean dactyls brought Jupiter to Crete as a child and raised him there. Phrygians who emigrated to Crete shared their belief in God with the innocent and uncorrupted shepherd folk, and these were so pleased by the event that they founded cities and spread a monarchical form of government across the whole island. This is the childhood and upbringing of Jupiter in Crete. Let Lucian mock this as he treats it without any historical seriousness, though its significance is hard to miss, just as he does the death and burial of Jupiter. That the first king or priest of a primitive people often assumed the name of the god he preached and revealed, or that the people, impressed by his excellent qualities and the good he founded among them, took him for the god himself whose knowledge he had shared with them, requires no lengthy discussion, since similar cases are not rare in the history of early peoples. Suffice it to say, the time had come when the idea of God was finally freed from all contradiction and confusion, and the first and highest being entered among the Greeks in triumph. Yet reaching this point had cost immense effort and perseverance. The giants Cottus, Gyges, and Briareus, admired for their strength, form, and size, fought in unending conflict with the Titans and with the children of Saturnus. That is, the concept of God was for a time divided and accepted now in this way, now in that, with some ideas, especially the most fantastical which suited a still primitive people, gaining larger followings. This is made clear in the poetic depictions of the grotesque and terrifying shapes of these giants. Their bodies were of immeasurable size and strength, with 50 heads and 100 arms. Here belongs everything monstrous, dreadful, and devastating in fable: Cerberus, the Lernaean Hydra, the Chimera, Scylla, and the like. All these beings have their roots in the history of religious opinions and teachings that arose in one region or another of Greece and spread to the detriment of enlightenment. For if one traces their origins, one sees that they all come from an evil titan, from Tartarus, or from the earth. That is, all these beliefs and doctrinal systems were invented by ignorant or wicked people. This also relates to the biblical phrase about the difference between the children of light and of darkness. Individuals and peoples who imagined God to be as they themselves were, sought to secure and empower their coarseness and depravity through this phantom, a plan that could not be executed without veneration, war, bloodshed, and all associated evils. But the firm resolution to establish a lasting system of belief vigorously opposed this mischief and pursued it relentlessly. Yet it was impossible to entirely annihilate it, and after long, fruitless struggles, people had to adopt attitudes of tolerance and leave certain matters undisturbed to pacify a population, or, if such things had already been forcefully removed, to restore them. Thus it is said that Jupiter freed those giants or titans whom he had already chained in Tartarus, and even accepted them as allies to attack the remaining swarm of far more dangerous enemies. For this purpose, he is said to have offered them nectar and ambrosia, the food of the gods, to strengthen and inflame their courage. All of this indicates how several diverging beliefs about God either voluntarily or forcibly subordinated themselves to the spreading improved doctrine and contributed to the peaceful unity of the peoples, though many still sought to maintain their harmful influence to the general detriment. Jupiter now summoned all the titans and gods whom he trusted or to whom he was indebted to assist him in the battle he had decided upon against the host of rebellious titans. The preparation for this battle is particularly noteworthy. Caution and deliberation guided it. Jupiter had taken Wisdom as his wife, who, as Hesiod says, had the most experience in divine and human matters, that is, in the knowledge of God so necessary and salutary to man. In other words, she illuminated the understanding through contemplation. Heaven and earth advised Jupiter to win over his wife with flattering caresses and to keep her pregnancy secret lest he expose himself to the danger of being dethroned by another god. It was also the will of fate that she would give birth only to wise children. This means one quietly prepared and laboured to establish a firm set of divine concepts, which could only be accomplished through strict and zealous contemplation, refining them from all contradictions with human understanding and with themselves, thereby gaining the strength to tame and overcome the coarseness of man, which was the result of the gravest errors in these matters. Jupiter hid the child in his head, the forehead opened, and Pallas Athena sprang forth in full armour. That is, the work of mature reflection and wisdom appears only as a completed whole and in full force. Now, the great war of the gods against the Titans broke out. Jupiter, with Pallas at his side, stood at the forefront, and through her assistance, he succeeded in casting the arrogant ones, who, lacking leadership and abandoned to their blind rage, fought on their own, into the abyss with his thunderbolts, where all their powers to do harm were paralysed. After this victory, Jupiter was unanimously hailed by all gods as their leader and king, and he secured the dignity he had achieved by faithfully fulfilling the promises he had made to them. On this occasion, he introduced a hierarchy among them and defined the limits of their power. Yet this peace was not yet permanent. The earth, with Tartarus, produced the monstrous force of Typhoeus, with 100 dragon heads, which spread so fearfully and swiftly that, as the poet says, it almost subjugated gods and men, if Jupiter had not quickly recognised the danger and hurled him back into Tartarus with his companions. Once again, the same weapons of protective Minerva, wisdom, thwarted the uprising that threatened the barely founded system of gods. At the distribution of Jupiter's gifts among the aiding gods, it is notable that he especially distinguished Hecate. He granted her a threefold power, while the other gods had to be content with only one. This reveals how the idea of God had developed to the point that people conceived of him as a being who existed in the height, the middle and the depth of space, in the past, present and future, in the heavens, on the earth and beneath it. In short, in everything conceivable and above it all, represented symbolically in the mystical number 3. And so Hecate was depicted in triple form, and Jupiter venerated her in this threefold nature, which correspond to the true concept of God. In the mentioned distribution of gifts and rank, it is remarkable that the oath by the Styx was accepted by all the gods, even by Jupiter himself, and was thus consecrated for gods and humans alike. If a god violated this oath, he was excluded for a whole year from all communion with the gods, an indication, it seems, of the severe punishments that oath-breaking humans should endure. This shows how earnestly efforts were made to secure the accepted system of divine doctrine against any violation, especially through the invention of an oath by an underworld and inscrutable power that remained equally fearsome to gods and humans, and thus maintained universal peace. Now we also hear of other gods whom Jupiter, besides Minerva, either begot before or after the War of the Giants. Proserpina, Hebe, Mars, Luna, Vulcan, Apollo and Diana had goddesses as mothers, while Mercury and Bacchus had human mothers. Here begins the blood relationship of the race of gods with that of humans, along with the era of heroes, about which more will be said later. Then appeared the hours and the graces. Their emergence points to the enjoyment of time through active diligence, to the dance of life, and to the signs of humanity's improved condition, which had been brought about by enlightenment, by systematic instruction in divine matters, and by the society founded and secured on this basis. To preserve the origin and genealogy of the gods, that is, the development of the manifold ideas from the single and general one of God, and to transmit it to future generations, there was no other means than memory. Therefore, it was told, Jupiter fell in love with Mnemosyne, and with her in 9 nights begot the 9 muses. Knowledge of God, namely, was gained and promoted through the sciences which were kept secret and, in the absence of writing, entrusted to memory. The sciences themselves divided into so many branches, and their common ultimate goal made them into choir leaders, to whom Apollo was later assigned as guide, with the lyre in hand, because the divine truths were presented to the people in songs accompanied by the cithara. This explains why the poets or singers invoked the muses first, pointing to experience in the sciences in order to be worthy of presenting those great truths, and why the muses themselves had their origin from Jupiter. Since alphabetic writing was still unknown, memory had to be cultivated all the more, and poetic form greatly assisted in this. And because everything was referred to God or derived from him, and because this relation and derivation was subjected to natural generation and kinship, memory was regarded as a divine being similar to the first deity Zeus. She was made his consort, and through him the mother of the muses, or the higher power that conditions the learning and retention of all things, especially divine ones, which constitute human happiness. Thus, the religion of the Greeks was finally formed out of the manifold collection of traditions, opinions, and teachings into a single structure that, as will soon be shown, worked with united force upon the whole and founded and promoted both national unity and rational culture. The Titans, who represented the earliest concepts of God based on the most striking natural phenomena, had to yield to the general concept of the supreme being under the name of Jupiter, and these Titans were the first gods of Greece, in whose names the patriarchs and heroes ruled. The Pelasgians, the first people to settle in Greece, or rather to populate it, had no formal marriages, no knowledge, no crafts. Their nourishment and clothing were crude and miserable, and their religion consisted in the worship of the sun, moon, and stars. They were either expelled by the descendants of Deucalion, or these settled forcibly among them. The religion and customs of the conquered were partly retained, partly mixed with foreign elements. Hellen, one of these descendants, overran Thessaly and the rest of Greece with his tribe, which henceforth bore the name Hellas. Religion and culture had to endure another upheaval. Now came the colonies from Egypt, Phoenicia, and Asia Minor, who spread enlightenment and morality through their imported religious concepts, customs, and usages, and had the most beneficial influence on the physical condition of the people. The final disturbances of this sort ended with the return of the Heraclidae to the Peloponnese, but they made no change in religious matters, since this had already been firmly established and was universally acknowledged by all the peoples of Greece. Smaller similar events caused only insignificant changes in some regions, which caused no harm to the general situation. In the meantime, the Pelasgians had already founded small states, whose constitutions were later improved by Amphictyon, a son of Deucalion, through the establishment of a court of justice whose members were elected from each city. This institution laid the foundation for the later so famous Supreme Court in Greece, whose members were therefore also called Amphictyons. One sees how the purer idea of God in the unity of his being, which the Egyptians, Cecrops and Danaus had imparted to the Greeks, occasioned this institution and led them from the small to the great. When the pressure of circumstances demanded that a hand be laid on the aforementioned great work, all traditions, legends and beliefs, woven with the good and evil fortunes of peoples and their leaders, were united and placed in subordination to the idea of God under the name of Jupiter. This is the aforementioned war of the gods with the Titans. The former were the attacking and victorious side, the latter the attacked and defeated. God commanded peace, and there was peace. The poets rightly considered this completed work to be of great importance and made it the central point of mythology, which, through the necessary sensory and thus imaginative introduction, became fable, under which the historical truth lies completely hidden, Or it becomes fable to us when, with our enlightened idea of God, we cannot reconcile that representation or distortion of it with the truth. This event is prepared and presented in such a way that it pushes all preceding matters into the background and brings only what follows to the fore. The Titans up to the achieved supremacy of Jupiter constitute the first part of mythology. What follows is the second. The first part contains good and evil Titans or primordial gods, representing the alternation of savagery and enlightenment. The second part contains the victory over them and shows the beautiful dawn after a stormy night. The ideas of the origin and development of things proceed, upon which the whole is built, and this whole itself is set forth in the spirit of epic poetry, or as such. How much confidence people had in the resolution of contradictions in so complex a matter, and in the harmony of the parts among themselves, is evident from a remark by Plutarch, who says that the ancient philosophers who were at one with the theologians placed some musical instrument in the hands of the statues of the gods, not because the gods played these instruments, but to indicate the harmony among them. Thus the Graces, who stood beside the Delphic Apollo according to this author's report, held such instruments. One will easily be convinced that Apollo's lyre could have the same significance. From time to time, further traditions and legends relating to the gods or to things from history connected with them were incorporated into mythology, just as certain religious customs of foreign peoples were here and there introduced. But all this was done out of reverence for everything divine and thus of the same nature as the general idea of God, and it was regarded as a supplement to that concept and its infinite content. And so this overview of Greek mythology provides a view of the first and most important events, or rather the dim general history of the peoples of Greece with regard to their striving for enlightenment and culture. This, I believe, is the meaning of the theogony and its teaching in general, and I am gladly content if anyone understands how to find a better one. Chapter 7. Development of the concept of God as an introduction to Greek culture. That the revelation of God was repeatedly brought from Egypt to Greece can be concluded from history, and that this revelation concerned the unity or abstract concept of the divine being should not be difficult to prove. Since the Egyptians, as is known, never deviated from their original principles, opinions and customs, one must assume that they remained faithful to them even outside their homeland. When they settled among the ancestors of some Greek tribes and peoples, some of whom were descended from them, they introduced their native monarchic form of government and secured it through the gratitude of these peoples for the benefits they derived from it. But since this form of government was supposed to lead back to the abstract concept from which it originated, a stronger means was needed to hold the crude Greeks to it. This could not be achieved better than by making God an object of fear, something to which the mystery of the matter naturally lent itself. And this brings us to the origin of the oracles, which, as is well known, are in Greece almost as old as Greece itself. The first we hear of is the oracle of Jupiter at Dodona, which was already visited by the Pelasgians. As is known, this oracle came from Egypt and established itself in an oak forest. Due to the ignorance in construction at the time, necessity united with the native gloominess of the Egyptian disposition and sought out remote, eerie places where they could devote themselves, in deliberate invisibility, to their mysteries and scientific exercises for the benefit of the people. In this way, the revealed, unique, and invisible God was, through his supposed residence among humans in a desolate place, as it were, fixed and made present, and precisely thereby the greatest reverence and subservience toward him was instilled. Overall, these oracles correspond with the dark and inaccessible solitude of the Holy of Holies in the Temple of the Jews, and this parallel lets us perceive their common origin in Egypt. But abstract concepts belong to a trained faculty of cognition, presuppose a cultivated mind, and rise above sensory need. Since the natural, unrefined human depends on the senses and feels the necessity of bringing the being he is to believe in into a definite form to perceive it, the concept of this being could only enter the people and remain among them in this way. And here I ask the reader to pause, for this is the most important circumstance in the history of Greece. It contains the true reason for the formation, refinement, and high perfection of this people, a circumstance that distinguishes it from all other peoples of the ancient world and gives it the most splendid preeminence, namely the conception of God in human nature and form. Whereas other remote or neglected peoples express the concept of God in animal men, animals, and monsters, or even in lifeless and lowly things, the Greeks immediately united it with man. One might suggest that since they were often beset by settlers, invaders and migrating tribes and hordes, they only dealt with other human beings. But even these could have brought with them the lowly concept of God and infected the Greeks with it. I therefore believe that even before the arrival of the Egyptians, who found the Pelasgians and some later peoples already present, some cultivated people, of whom history is silent, had imparted to them the embodiment of God in man. This gave them such a great advantage over other nations. Had they been left entirely to themselves, they might have fallen into the same fantastical and ignoble ideas of divinity as the common people of Egypt and most peoples of antiquity, and fashioned for themselves equally unworthy images of the gods, of which, however, not the slightest trace remains. Who knows? Indeed, I do not doubt that in their earliest, almost animal-like state, when they lived in forests and fed on acorns, they had just such degrading ideas of God, which they later exchanged for these better ones. A possible trace of this might be the conception of God or Jupiter in the form of a fly as seen on a carved stone. The poet Pamphos, long before Homer, wrapped the idea of God or Jupiter in horse manure. But both might themselves have come from Egypt, where one finds dung beetles among the hieroglyphs. Still, even if the sensual and ignorant natural man does not see God, does not know his form, and is explicitly forbidden to assign him any form, he will nevertheless never speak of him except in human terms. For since he himself experiences and alternates between anger, revenge, cruelty, malice, in short, all destructive passions, and compares these with the effects of nature, insofar as they cause him fear or harm, from which he always derives his first idea of God, it is natural for him to imagine the invisible, imaginary being God, after the evil and corrupted side of man. Thus, without intending it, he remains with the idea of man while trying to conceive of the idea of God. This is where one must marvel at the divine providence. As the condition of man improves, he also attributes to God the good side of man, which he only comes to know himself. And thus he takes in the good he receives from nature, in contrast to the evil he must endure from it, into the essence of God, and imagines that it is composed of both, whereby he feels equally drawn to and repelled from it. With step-by-step enlightenment and cultivation, provided by well-being, he finally casts out from God all evil qualities, along with all human and sensory traits, and conceives of him as purely good and spiritual. Then man is complete. Meanwhile, when the crude man, driven by necessity, seeks a satisfying means to embody the deity and is led by this search to his own form, he grasps it most easily and through it, as through a familiar, feels himself introduced to God, the unknown. Yes, because he thinks of God as higher than himself, and yet cannot imagine any form higher than the human one, he is all the more easily convinced that God could have and must have no other form than the human one. And from this, I believe, arose the idea of the similarity between God and man. This need is joined by the equally strong need of memory. Given the complete lack of knowledge of writing in the early days of society, the only aid to memory, it was otherwise impossible to preserve anything unless one presented it with a real image in life and motion. This is the origin of hieroglyphs, which, in preserving other concepts, were also compelled to use lifeless forms of all kinds. And so it is understandable how the humanization and personification of God could arise in Greece, even without the aforementioned conjecture about the origin of this concept, and why it appeared so early and became so widespread. This, then, was the condition with which the Egyptians' abstract concept of God had to contend in Greece, one it could absolutely not overcome, but also refuse to be overcome by. Egyptian wisdom then sought to turn this unavoidable necessity to its own advantage. Faced with the impossibility of separating the being of God from the being of man in the minds of the people, it united them all the more closely and made this union the foundation of a new theological edifice. And it did so in such a way that it posited in God, as if to avenge the imposed human characteristics, the ideal of perfection for humanity, as I will later show. The simple and unpretentious wisdom of the oracle, who else but the oracle could decide matters concerning God, worked tirelessly to reconcile and harmonize the various concepts of God and the countless multitude of gods with the idea of a single and true deity. The priests or overseers of the oracle therefore provided these opinions or gods with a point of unification in the name and essence of Zeus, that is, original life, primal force, in a word, God, and declared him the ancestor and king of the gods, while designating most of the others as his siblings or children. This, in accord with the purest truth, means nothing more than that the unattainable concept of a single supreme being, abstracted from the forces and phenomena of nature and invented and shared by different people or patriarchs, generated all these ideas and thus contained and surpassed them all. In this sense, we see that Jupiter was partly united with the old gods and partly generated new ones himself, those who necessarily had to emerge from him as the first. This explains why many gods are sometimes depicted holding thunderbolts. Because of their shared origin, both the old and new gods received a share in the highest power, though this power was distributed among them in various ways. To this end, the priests established a hierarchy among the gods and affirmed the customary monarchical form of government with Jupiter as the supreme head, a form that humans all the more easily understood since they themselves were ruled in this way. In this hierarchy, the peoples and cities, as worshippers of the gods, later took part. Among them, Argos and Mycenae boasted of their greater size and power because they worshipped Jupiter. The ambition of smaller states and some cities caused much trouble for Jupiter, who, in order to satisfy them, had to spread his name everywhere. The deities of the first rank, 12 in number, were called the great gods, but they soon increased to 30, and eventually the number became infinite. Since the Greeks believed that God bore the form and nature of man, they learned to fear nature and mankind more than other peoples. Accordingly, their fear of Jupiter and all gods struck the deepest roots. In every distress or danger where their self-preservation was at stake, or when they undertook something important, they turned to the gods. And it was natural that, to appease them, to avert their wrath, or to win their favour, they offered sacrifices, determined by the excess of passion which always chose the best and most unique. Life itself. They slaughtered humans and animals on the altars. But usually, the lot fell on only one person from the people, whose blood was supposed to bribe the deity so that all others might be spared or heard. How soon human sacrifices were introduced among the Greeks is told by history, and the oracles not only permitted them, but demanded them in the name of God. How this accords with the wisdom of the oracles, who worked entirely for the welfare of mankind, remains a riddle, unless one considers that they had, on the one hand, to yield to necessity. For a crude people, governed by the spirit of anger and revenge, accustomed to constant killing and projecting its dominant passions onto God, needed this. On the other hand, it even benefited the oracles, who, by imprinting these cruel sacrifices with the seal of fear toward the gods they believed necessary to rule such a people, caused them to be performed with solemn reverence. Toward the end of the heroic age, this terrible type of sacrifice, as we see from the history of the Greek army at Aulis, transformed into that of animals and continued only among barbarians outside of Greece. For by this time, fear of God began to give way to reason and to heed the voice of humanity. As the oracle acknowledged the embodiment of God in man, it laid the foundation for poetry, so that poetry, as it were, arose from its temple. For the imagination, directed toward the highest subject, the contemplation of God in nature and in man, was just as incapable of grasping both fully as it was of depriving the crude masses of their prerequisite view of God in human form. So it united both together and stamped this union with the seal of conviction and truth, with fire and boldness of speech. Now it filled the life and motion of nature with higher beings and affirmed their existence in human form, so that no object was without a god, and no god without the visible form of man. And where an object allowed for no god, it granted it sensation and speech, thereby bringing it into connection with man, just as man was connected to God. The triumphant erotic force, the primal cause of being and life, married the gods of both sexes to the children of the earth, and from this union sprang either gods again, or people who, by virtue of their divine half, were suited to become gods. I shall later say more on this subject. The gods of Homer unmistakably carry this origin of poetry within themselves. They are humans, but of higher dignity and beauty, by which they are distinguished from ordinary people. Among mortals, they assume the form and likeness of familiar persons, and only when they vanish are they recognized as gods. Here one sees how imagination strove to bring the gods, conceived in excellent form and exalted above humanity, closer to mankind by transforming them into actual humans, for whose sake the gods exist. This human relationship between heavenly and earthly beings gave rise to the truth and naturalness in Greek works, especially those of Homer, which we so admire. For poets and artists needed only to say and depict everything in accordance with the belief in that relationship with which they were imbued. As poetic as this idea is in itself, it was not poetry in the way we conceive of it, at least not for the Greeks in the strict sense. For it could not be fiction for a people that explained the concept of God in such a way as their unsatisfied thirst for truth, under those circumstances, knew how to extract from imagination. Thus, the interaction between higher powers and humans is the miraculous basis upon which we may ground the epic. And certainly never combined the idea of an epic poem with his songs. They are the narration of events from a powerful prehistoric world, powerful through belief in divine forces and their assistance. They are facts from a time when human life itself was epic. Only later generations, estranged from that belief and that power, made a poem of it and extracted the idea and form of the epic, or this emerged from it on its own. As a result of the personification of divine beings, the human form gained a distinction and dignity it would never have otherwise attained. Just as the Greeks saw God everywhere, and thus dissected him into infinite gods who appeared in human form, self-love awoke and caused them to assign high value to this form, generous as they were with it. Accordingly, they granted it only to good beings. And when they did apply it temporarily to evil beings, they tried as much as possible to distort it. Chaos, Erebus, and necessity, or fate, were therefore forever declared to be without human form. To take the last example, fate, they considered it as independent, unrestricted, irresistible, in short, as a power to which everything must submit, which, by the compulsion it exerted, distinguished itself as evil. The urge to visualize everything was overcome by the enormity of this concept and made it impossible to provide it with an image that would adequately express it. Thus, fate remained formless, shapeless, left to itself. Because the imageless and formless leads man to nothing that resembles him or any other visible object to which he could relate, here lies the root of the exaggerated fear that man has of it, and it explains clearly why the Greeks trembled in slavish fear before fate. In the inability to give it human form lay the inability to give it divinity. Thus, they neither honoured fate with sacrifices, nor in any other way. Yet to avoid its wrath, or at least to diminish it, they considered it sufficient to remain faithful and devoted to the gods, and to honour them zealously. The tragic poets are full of references to the omnipotence of necessity. Everywhere they sharpen, in this respect, fear and reverence toward the gods, especially toward the foremost among them, despite the fact that even he was subject to fate. In this they expressed the most important principle of the nation's moral philosophy. The strength and magnitude of evil, when imagined in personal form, they visualized as physical bulk and force, which combined all that was unshaped, ugly, and terrifying. We have seen this with the giants, with Polyphemus, and with many other notorious monsters of the grey past. The most striking example of such hyperbolic nature is found in Homer's Eris, or Discord, for to say that she mingled among gods and men. He had the curious but quite natural idea of making her so large that she walked the earth while her head touched the clouds. At times, however, they attempted to soften evil itself, even to beautify its form, as we see with the Furies, whom they depicted as maidens and called the Eumenides, or kindly ones, thus giving them a semblance of divinity without declaring them divine. For wherever moral concepts of evil are visualized in human form, insofar as they contain a seed of good or produce good effects, they partake of a certain degree of divinity, because this form, as mentioned, compels divinity to unite with it. Death is an exception. He is depicted as a gracious genius with a burning torch lowered toward the earth. Thus they granted death life and personality, adorned with youth and beauty, because it is only a transition into another life, and that life is the renewal of being. Yet despite this advantage, this sure claim to divinity, it was denied to him, for how could death have a place among the gods who are immortal? As a beautiful youth or boy, he is of erotic nature. Thus, he seems to fall in love with what is most beautiful, with human life, to possess it. Since life, even in old age, is but a quickly fading blossom, and this blossom is the symbol of youth. Only youth can fall in love with it and pluck it. The torch points downward, about to be extinguished, but the flame, by nature, blazes upward, for life comes from heaven and returns there. What a meaningful and delicate poem. Just as the Greeks distinguished among the gods according to the extent of their power, they also observed a difference regarding the degree to which the gods participated in human form. They had deities who never resided on Olympus, but always on earth, and indeed in designated places. They were beautiful and immortal, which brought them close to the gods. Such were the deities of the earth, the sea, and the rivers, or, in contrast to the higher celestial gods, what one might call terrestrial deities of a lower rank. Among these were many who were half human, half animal, an idea referring to the nature of the place they were associated with, or to the limits of their sphere of influence. This idea had its basis in the rank distinctions established by the god system. For although the human form has a far higher purpose than the animal ever can, it was thought that this difference could be more easily and better expressed by uniting the half-human with the half-animal form, so that the human part represented the divine and the animal part the human. Since imagination could conceive of no more perfect and worthy form for visualizing the divine than that of the human, it had no other means for representing such beings, those whose lower sphere of power placed them midway between God and man, than the one just described. Thus, the relation in which the animal form stands to the human in appearance served as the model for the relationship between the lower gods and the higher ones. It cannot be denied how prudently imagination proceeded here. It never elevated the animal part over the human, but always subordinated it, and it completed the union of both parts in the most harmonious and agreeable way. This makes good sense, for the human form, being nobler, should prevail over the animal, which is inferior. For if nature once admits the possibility of producing hybrid animals, which do not surprise or disgust us, then surely it could, without contradiction, combine opposing kinds of creatures in such a way that, rather than repel us, they please us more. This is also the reason why the sea gods, Nereids and Satyrs, possess so many pleasing qualities. In contrast, most Egyptian deities and those of Oriental and other heathen nations are absurd, repellent, and off-putting, because, in offence to reason, they force the animal parts onto the human ones. Only once, in the case of the Minotaur, do we see an animal form imposed on the human. But aside from the fact that it was not a god at all, the intent here is obvious: to evoke the highest disgust and horror toward this monster, as a symbolic expression of the most excessive sexual excesses through the offensive precedence of the animal over the human. This idea, like so many others in the philosophical poetry of the Greeks, might be compared to a prepared dissonance in music, which never fails to create its intended effect through surprise. Although man shares his drives, natural needs, and even his form in distant resemblance with animals, and can himself, in terms of the former, sink to the level of animals, The Greeks never allowed that animals might rise to the level of man or be made his equal, for their philosophy, or the intimate intercourse of reason with the nature of God and man, protected them from this. The philosophical Greek renewed, as it were, the magnificent scene of the second Adam, where man, standing in the midst of passing animals, recognised and admired himself as the most beautiful and noble being under the silent applause of heaven and earth. Accordingly, he could not place himself in the rank of animals, nor mix his form with that of animals, since he found it suitable in terms of its beauty to express God in it, or to appear in it as God himself. This, then, was the reason why the Greeks imagined none of their higher deities in animal form or as animals themselves, and why they permitted this only for the terrestrial deities. The exchange between the divine and human, connected to the exchange between the mortal and immortal, led the Greeks to conceive of something special with regard to good and evil humans that had reference to this relationship. A good man was the beloved favourite of the gods and could hope for rewards, whereas the evil man hated by them could expect only punishment. To make this idea comprehensible in a sensory way, they imagined that good humans were transformed by the gods into harmless and innocent objects while retaining their souls and feelings. Conversely, the wicked were transformed into animals, losing their human nature. These transformations make up the greater part of mythology. At first glance, the good and the bad seem to suffer the same fate in these metamorphoses. But the intent behind the transformations of the good was to grant the transformed person immortality in the form of an earthly deity, which then reflected back onto the inanimate object. That object was given human life, blessed with human nature, and as it were, taken into the dignity of humankind. In the case of the transformations of the wicked, however, the human was stripped of their dignity, degraded to an animal, and through this humiliating loss deprived of the ability to be immortal, a punishment very different from that of the eternal torment in Tartarus, where truly great and deserving people were tortured for a single act that dishonoured the dignity of humanity, yet were by no means deprived of their human form due to their other merits. In these metamorphoses, it is also notable that the transition from human to animal was never partial or retained human limbs, but was always complete, because there is no kind of creature, no intermediary state between man and animal. Thus Ulysses' companions were at once transformed from men into swine, and then again from swine into men. I hope the reader will be satisfied with this selection of the most significant matters from mythology, for even from this, it becomes evident that poetry owes its origin to the sensory visualization of the invisible and incomprehensible in the image of man, and that this art must be regarded as the work of a deep, comprehensive and tireless mind with which the overseers of the oracle were imbued. These bright minds had to come from Egypt to clarify the dark concept of God, to use every power to not only rescue this concept from the ruin with which savagery threatened it, but also to secure it against all future dangers. And, strangely enough, the difficulty of these dangers had to become the means of its rescue and security. For as the sensual people feared the incomprehensible being of God, they also felt drawn to him in his human image. This balance between distance and closeness is what those wise nurturers of humanity sought to preserve, that God should dwell in the terrifying darkness of a suitably chosen place into which only the pure might enter, yet that the needy human be allowed access to the oracle, to ask God directly for counsel in his affairs, and the response necessarily always somewhat ambiguous, so that in case of an unfortunate outcome, its truthfulness, and the trust in it might still be preserved, was never withheld. The oracles took Greece under their protection from the very beginning, without ever abusing the power they might have claimed. On the contrary, we find that they guided all movements and steps of Greece for its benefit. They advised in public affairs, initiated great enterprises, supported their execution, gave counsel in the most desperate circumstances, offered consolation in misfortune, promoted justice, eliminated injustice, made war and peace, defended freedom and independence. In short, they were the soul of Greece, always striving to unite its peoples and make them happy. Only the oracle of Apollo at Delphi shared this glory with that of Dodona. All others that arose here and there lagged far behind these two. Since the oracle was the cradle of poetry, it also produced the first singers and poets. Just as the oracle itself had come from Egypt to Greece, we find that these poets, such as Orpheus, Musaeus and others, went back to Egypt to draw divine instruction and wisdom from the source. With the same intention, many Greek philosophers and statesmen travelled there, as, for example, the famous Solon when he was called upon to give new laws to the Athenian state. But it is now time to examine the consequences Greece drew from religious instruction, or to learn how it was formed by it, and, through the particular nature of this formation, became so advantageously, so nobly distinguished. 8th chapter outline of the Greek spirit of culture. A spectacle is announced, the most exalted that the world has seen. The stage rises from the earth to Olympus. The performance is God, Eros, and the Greeks. When the idea of God first took hold among the initially few peoples, or rather tribes, they interpreted it in such a way that they conceived of the divine essence as being distributed among various gods, their number corresponding to the degree of manifestation, and no dispute about it arose. But soon thereafter, as the population increased and one tribe sought to displace another, one people another, concern for existence and self-preservation made it necessary to secure divine support and protection. So the peoples assigned the gods undisturbed possession and dominion over their original homeland and the soil that nourished them, and gave them surnames either from the blessing they hoped for, or the help they expected, or the responsibility they entrusted to them, or finally from the prevailing force they believed they represented. In this way, they made their god a property that had fallen to them and was to protect and maintain their claim to their place of residence. This circumstance later gave rise to the contention of one people's earlier origin over another's, and to vain disputes about it, as well as pride in self-origination, called autochthony, by which certain peoples gave themselves the surname sons of the earth. The greater or lesser extent of the land, as well as its abundance or lack of produce, allowed these peoples to infer either the favour or wrath of the god to whom the land belonged, which led to the bloodiest feuds. If they were victorious against their enemies, they saw this as proof of their god's favour and help, and rejoiced proudly in his power, now made fully evident to them. But the god of the defeated was also deemed vanquished, hence weaker and more powerless than theirs. Overall, they regarded such conflicts as matters to be settled by the gods among themselves, seeing themselves merely as instruments. For this reason, both sides fought with great skill and bravery. Sometimes even desperation dared the extreme, for what was at stake was property, homeland, one's own god, honour, and even the rights of humanity. If fortune wavered and the struggle was protracted without decision, they resorted to every ruse to alienate the god of the people whose power they feared or envied. They even tried to steal his image, for if this trick succeeded, the attacked party became disheartened, and its defeat or surrender was sealed. Yet even in retreat, defeat, flight and exile, the thought of their god's offended honour and the intention to avenge it held sway. All strength was then summoned to return, to restore their god to his lost rights, and through him to win renewed existence. If this effort failed, they withdrew to distant regions to secure for themselves and their gods, whom they always took with them, a new life elsewhere. This alternation of success and failure taught most peoples that one people's god was not inferior to another's, and that the gods, though different, were equal. Therefore, all gods should be recognised and honoured by all peoples. And now the long-awaited hour of Greece struck. For now, peoples began to draw near to one another, to live in harmony, to help one another, to grant and bestow peace and prosperity upon each other, to know and love one another as friends and brothers, as members of equal powers. Even in enmity, they learned to fight each other nobly and find victory or death equally honourable. This made it easier to simplify language and give it a common tone. The many separate peoples now assembled into one great family, into a nation. Who could fail to recognise in this the wise efforts of the oracle for the welfare of Greece? Despite this unity of belief and language, each people retained the god originally assigned to it, conceded no other's authority over it, and thus formed a distinct people. But on the grounds of divine equality, no people was justified in elevating itself above its neighbours. This distinction of peoples by possession of their own god led to the early emergence of many states, of considerable, small or often insignificant extent, side by side. It also led to the concept of independence and freedom, called autonomy, by which that sublime manner of thinking and greatness of spirit took root in the heart of Greece like an oak on a cliff and remained upright against every storm. One might think that as a result of this concept, just as many free states would form, which indeed happened, though not always in outward form. Since monarchy had originally come to Greece, to which even the gods had to submit, it could not be dispensed with. Each people had to have its leader, its chief, its king. Incapable of ruling themselves, they chose a king, or obeyed one given by the oracle or by some stroke of fortune, whether happy or unhappy. Just as the people saw their gods united under a single one, the Father and King of gods and men, they applied the same to their leaders and kings, equating their dignity with that of the highest god. Based on this lofty notion, they now felt entitled to the highest expectations of their king. They entrusted him with the protection of their property, freedom, honour, in short, the care of their entire welfare, and revered him as a visible god on earth. The king, for his part, endeavoured to fulfil the expectations, obligations and high calling he had assumed, so that the people, certain of their welfare, felt stronger and greater in their king, and supported him all the more fervently in times of need and danger, fearing that if he fell, they would fall with him. But the king had no claim to the state as property, for it belonged to God, and was therefore free. His right was founded solely on the grave duty of acting as regent in God's name, which forever restrained him from usurping God's ownership. Under this constitution, the people's sovereignty and civil liberty not only remained untouched by royal power, but found their greatest support in it. Herein lies the reason why the people, even at the mere appearance of royal abuse of power, or in times of unrest over disputed succession, or simply out of noble self-awareness and rising political strength, immediately asserted their autonomy by virtue of their divine origin or as God's offspring with full force. Thus the Athenians, after the death of Codrus, declared they needed no more kings, for they belonged to Jupiter. And to restore peace disrupted by that king's descendants, they elected archons. This rationale explains why the royal office in Greece was later almost entirely abolished and replaced by the Republican constitution. Those popular leaders and kings found themselves elevated to a height that human powers seemed neither able to deserve nor to maintain. When the invisible and absent God was made visible and present in man, and thus resembled man, the concept of God, despite the nobility and beauty of the human form, remained one-sided, sensual and limited. But when a king was compared to a god, this elevated and expanded the concept of God. For the comparison was not based on visible form, but understood in terms of power and dignity. It transferred God's likeness from the sensual to the supersensual human being, from the outward to the inward, and from there made the transition to the essence of God. The visualization of God in human form did not seem to encompass the full scope of the divine nature. But the inner impulse of love revealed that scope and magnified it by its own measure, so that man foresaw in God just as much perfection as he wished to have himself. This encouraged him to reverse the relationship between God and himself, transforming the passive relation of God to man into an active one, and in discovering this distinction to say to himself, "Man, God is not like you, you are like God." In truth, the greatest discovery ever made by man, the greatest idea of which he is capable, the highest rung on which he stands in the history of mankind. The history of Greece founds its unique character and that extraordinary quality which sets the Hellenic nation apart from all peoples of ancient and modern times on this very circumstance. One might think that this comparison of royal power to divine would have discouraged kings from assuming such office, since the infinitely greater power of the gods was evident. But rather it was a challenge to their strength to distinguish themselves in the face of the divine. In the resemblance of man to God, the gods saw themselves, by virtue of their imperishable age and immortality, only one step above man. In all other respects, they believed they had everything in common with him. Thus, the embarrassment of discovering themselves far beneath the gods in what they believed they possessed disappeared. They thereby demystified the infinitude of divine power and dispelled any fear of imitating it. If resemblance to God was the stamp of the noblest being in creation, it applied only in terms of power, and if royal dignity was derived from the divine, it was also the license to contend with the supreme being. King and man now strove for the distinction of being divine. Man sought in the king what he could and should be, and the king found the same in man. Now both united their duty into one, firmly resolved to repay the great sum in the face of the gods. What a resolution! A whole world of activity and creation lay in it. Kings, and one may say all Greeks, entered and traversed this world with joyful and tireless steps. The full power of the outer and inner human being, the entire being of God in the being of man, fused into the most effective and beneficent exertion. And this is the famous, heroic age of Greece, that remarkable period of the Greek spirit of culture in its youthful freshness and manliest strength. Trained in the struggle with deprivation, with hardship, with adversity, with misfortunes of every kind, in fear and dread of distant and immediate dangers, and even in suspicion of peace and tranquility, the Greeks had come to know unshakable courage and powerful perseverance as the most effective and compelling means of resistance. Wild strength in a sturdy body, joined with personal bravery and heroism, determined the worth of a man and gave him precedence over others. So they had no other means to prove the similarity between man and gods than by being, through bravery, unconquerable, through strength, beneficent, and thus exalted above themselves, admired as divine men. They first bestowed their benefactions on their own people. At home, they sought to banish social and moral crudity and to improve and elevate men in their condition by exterminating harmful beasts, clearing roads of robbers and evildoers, implementing measures against the devastation of the elements, building cities, introducing laws and religious practices, spreading trade and agriculture, inventing and introducing necessary and useful arts and sciences. In short, through tireless promotion of the means of culture and the common good. When they had done all they could at home, or believed they had, they extended their noble efforts to neighbouring peoples, carrying their philanthropic gifts from one region to another. They allied with other kings and heroes for this purpose, and when they met resistance, they overcame it by force, so that they often seem to have waged unjust wars and made aggressive incursions. But it lies in the nature of every passion, and of every good cause that becomes a passion, to seek satisfaction on all sides, to exceed its measure, and to find its highest virtue precisely in that excess. Sometimes, too, want and poverty, spurred by ambition, committed the most striking injustices, raiding and plundering peaceful foreign peoples. Yet often a league of heroes was formed against cities and realms that had offended the honour of a people or its god, or violated its particular or general rights. The deeds of the heroes on such occasions were deemed worthy of being immortalised in the robes of poetry. But these deeds could only be born of erotic power, whose omnipotence is undeniable here, the power which rightly can be called the first and greatest element in nature and in all things within it, and the most fertile generator of all good and beautiful things. Their inspiration was the inspiration for heroism, for bravery, for moral greatness. She rose as mediator between gods and men, uniting both with such tight bonds that in this union man confused himself with God and performed divine miracles. She enthroned herself in the spirit of the Greeks, or rather she seized it as the object of her nourishment and desire, exhausting herself in ways to increase this nourishment and heighten this satisfaction. That is why we see love among the Greeks appearing in all forms, even in forms never seen among other peoples. Yet all these forms were always only one: beauty, sensual and moral beauty. For the former was considered the bloom of the latter, or beauty was divided into beauty of form and beauty of virtue. Beauty was the property of youth, and through it youth gained affection and love. And who is not familiar with the extraordinary love the Greeks bore for beautiful boys and youths? But one could ask, why especially for the same sex? I answer, they revered the youthful beauty of women just as much, but they preferred inclination toward the male because of the superiority which man maintains over woman in nature, or to speak more clearly, because man is created for action, which aligns with the nature of love, and from which all noble and great things, true beauty, proceeds, which is God himself, and to whom man becomes similar, and thereby beautiful. The ultimate goal of this love was not merely to educate boys and youths under the eyes and through the example of the greatest men of the people, instilling in them emulation of their courage and fame, thereby assuring the fatherland of new supports. Rather, the lover himself sought, in the adoration of his beloved, new nourishment for his love of the fatherland, one that in those times so often lacked men, who sustained it with vigour, secured it from downfall, and when it fell, powerfully raised it again. To love a youth meant nothing other than to love and preserve the fatherland, its rights, its freedom, and its prosperity. Thus the fatherland reaped the fruits of this boy love. For to prove the strength of his love to the beloved object, the lover had to endure all things, dare all things, strive for the greatest and highest, defy impossibility itself, confront death bravely, and if he could not escape it, succumb gloriously. Otherwise, he would have made himself guilty of cowardice and, in this cowardice, of high treason against his fatherland, and thus would be unworthy and unfit for any reciprocal love. Now, since the blooming beauty of a boy was regarded as the clearest sign of God's special love for him, the noblest men of the people, the king and the hero, competed for his affection in order, through sharing in his divine beauty, to partake in the love of God and become divine themselves. Hence came the intense longing, the burning desire, the tireless effort to win him. Hence the pain, the despair, even the hopelessness when the love went unreturned, for it was as though God himself had rejected them. Indeed, they believed that the gods themselves, in the throes of longing for the beauty they had lost, or to reveal the great value they placed upon it, pursued boys of exceptional beauty, begged for their love, stood constantly at their side, tried to win their favour with flattering proposals and benefits, sought to gain their affection with gifts, tried to tempt their vanity with praise, and in the end triumphed in winning their hearts. This is the true reason for the boy love of the Greeks during the heroic age. Inspired by Uranian Venus, they considered themselves capable of anything that resemblance to the gods demanded, and to develop this capability, they saw the only path in the beauty of their own sex, by which they sought to inflame this divine Venus and thus attain resemblance to her. This heavenly, this masculine Venus had, among a powerful, heroic people, the highest value precisely because she spurred them to great deeds, unlike the common love of the other sex, which often exhausts one's strength, renders one soft and miserable, as the fate of Heracles proves. I believe I do not err in attributing to the Iliad the goal of instilling this truth. For everything Homer has the gods do for or against the Greeks and Trojans, and everything the mortals themselves do reveals the difference between the two kinds of love. Just as the Trojans had to attribute all their misfortunes to the preference they gave to base love or higher love, so too the Greeks' success, though achieved with immense effort, as it had to be, was the reward of exalted love, the kind that leads to God. All poetry, even most of mythology, revolves around this distinction, like around a centre, and even the smallest details allude to it, for it is carried through from beginning to end, down to the tiniest nuances. In this regard, the Iliad was for the Greeks the embodiment of the highest morality and the most unerring inspiration to greatness in virtue. The Athenians maintained this boy love as a legacy from the heroes of antiquity, and through it, more than any other Greeks, they were so singularly fortunate that they attained independence, indeed dominance, over all other states in Greece. When Thebes began to rise in significance, it too adopted this custom and had one of its citizens establish the so-called sacred band of 300 selected volunteer youths. United in love and friendship, they were determined to live and die for the independence and freedom of the fatherland, and by their nearly invincible bravery, they often turned the tide in battle. The later abuse of this noble love, however, revealed the extinction of love for the fatherland. For when beauty and virtue ceased to be one with God and the fatherland, only the charming outer shell of these qualities remained. Their inner noble essence was scorned and forgotten. Thus arose that vice which dragged the Greeks, who had risen so high toward God, not merely below themselves, but even beneath the beasts. And so ended the political existence of the Greeks. In the absence of such a love object, or even in its possession, a hero often sought to ally himself with another of equal fame and bravery, so as to have encouragement and support in dangerous undertakings. And since it was not difficult to find such a man, it was even easier to bind oneself to him, for similarity of sentiment and mission has a special power to attract and hold noble souls together. In this case, Eros transforms into the genius of friendship, or rather he only changes his name, not himself, for he remains the same in power and manner of expression. For devotion and loyalty unto death, mutual support in labour and danger, even to the point of self-sacrifice, were sworn to one another, upheld and never broken. The courage of one was to be increased by the courage of the other. The bravery of one was to live in the bravery of the other. Each strove to outdo the other, even to surpass himself in the presence of his companion. This was the firm bond of friendship between heroes, which wove virtue into a Gordian knot that only death could violently untie. Theseus and Pirithous, Achilles and Patroclus are examples of this friendship. Gradually the heroes formed a common league to undertake and accomplish with united strength what such power made necessary, and from which the entire nation was to gain benefit and fame. A noble idea, so near at hand that it could not be evaded. For if boy love and friendship were invented as means to steel oneself in courage and personal bravery, then the harmony and kinship of the gods whom they sought to emulate had to suggest doing likewise, and therein offer the highest of all means. The adventure of the Argonauts, the expedition of the Epigoni against Thebes, and that of the princes of Greece against Troy, are the foremost fruits of this union of national strength. But such extraordinary efforts required preparation based on reliable foundations. These were the physical exercises suited to their various purposes: wrestling, running, hunting, in short, every bodily movement aimed at maintaining and increasing strength to which the Greeks were accustomed from youth. But in order to ennoble the necessity of these exercises and raise them to the level of beauty, the idea of God came to meet them. He commanded them to perform all these exercises in his honour, thereby offering him a pleasing sacrifice. Thus Hercules founded the first athletic games in honour of his father, the god of the heavens, from which their name, the Olympic Games, derives. They were held in the region of Elis, and for that reason the land itself was regarded as sacred. Through circumstances not recorded in history, they had fallen into disuse. But when Greece was severely afflicted by plague and other calamities, Iphitus consulted the oracle as to how the Greeks could appease the angry gods, and he received the answer that the Olympic Games should henceforth be held without fail. He therefore reinstated them, and from then on they were regularly celebrated, and with their renewal began the Greek system of timekeeping. The prize of victory was a crown of olive branches, but with it was joined the highest honour and the greatest esteem of the entire nation. To have been first in the Olympic Games meant to stand as first in the nation. A statue was erected in honour of the victor, and he received free maintenance for life. Thus these games became a national institution for the Greeks, the people of the highest god. This was the greatness of the institution. Through them it was ensured that personal strength and skill in attack and defence became a matter of emulation and ambition, stamped with the mark of national virtue. Similar games were established and celebrated in other places as well, but the Olympic Games always retained precedence. With the increasing refinement of Greek culture, these competitions extended to the works of the intellect as well, and then they flourished most. Unfortunately, over time, the noble intention behind this institution degenerated into a matter of habit, so that the nation, indifferent to its utility, regarded it merely as a form of entertainment. The result was that the athletes treated it only as a trade and became unfit for any other great deeds beyond it. We now have left to consider the most splendid aspect of the Greek spirit of culture, where Eros reveals his most beautiful effectiveness. The great capacity for action in the heroes was their beauty, which made them like gods, and which was one with physical beauty. But beauty, as I have said, was a gift from God, and as such a sign of his special favour. For the most part, the heroes possessed physical beauty, or at least their strong physique was considered as such. Now Eros began his work and declared the qualities of a hero to be the immediate consequence of divine descent, for each hero had been begotten by the deity of his nation or birthplace. The law of personification allowed his birth to occur according to the law of nature. Thus we see gods descending in their own or borrowed forms to earthly beauties, behaving in entirely human ways and employing every art of passion to win reciprocation, or using force, or even, in order to reach their goal, transforming into animals, that is, cunningly seeking or using circumstances and opportunities by means of an animal, or to conceal their intentions, seeming to transform into the animal, or taking merely the name of an animal which someone happened to bear during such an episode, or which designated a helpful object, and thus presenting the cause or means of the event in a living and present form. Such unions were always accompanied by purposes worthy of a god, for each time they gave the Greek world either extraordinarily beautiful or divinely gifted, shortly, exceptional human beings, thereby assuring it continued superiority over the rest of the world through their multiplication. Thus, all these individuals were entitled to be called sons of gods, divine and godlike. The gods' love for earthly beauties occurs so frequently in heroic history that almost every distinguished family traced its highest honour to a god at its origin. As easily as man was elevated to divine status through blood relation, he also claimed divine rights, and the Greeks did not hesitate to persuade the gods to share their privilege of immortality with them by resolving to raise kings and heroes, regarded as specially favoured and chosen by heaven, to actual divinity, and thus declare them capable of immortality. To this end, they even erected temples and altars for them. However, to preserve the proper distinction, they made them only second-rank gods, or demigods, thereby impressing their hierarchy with the stamp of perfection. One sees here how ancient history flows into the system of the gods and why it forms part of it, or how the supposed mixing of gods with humans is to be understood, and how all of this falls into the period when the nations were so often disturbed in their peace and independence, or were held back in their development by physical obstacles, which then obligated their leaders and rulers to extraordinary efforts in trust of the gods. Thus, when a king fulfilled what his noble birth, his beauty, or his dignity had led people to expect, or what his god, the god of his people, demanded of him, he was called a son of this god, and his dynasty began with him. Now, it is also clear why, when one people submitted to another and adopted its laws, its sacrifices, and its god, it was said that this god had fallen in love with the nymph or princess of the land, and had begotten a new race with her. For the gods of the conquering or admitted people were regarded as the founders or renewers of the nations and states, and gave the clan of the individual who was the central figure in this event the right of succession in governance. The great merits of this person obligated his successors to achieve similar merits in order to secure hereditary rights. This gives us the explanation for why the son was always named after the father, either to remind him of the great qualities or fame of the father, or to encourage him to imitate the father in demonstrated rivalry and thus declare himself worthy of him. Therefore, even the youngest of the lineage proudly boasted that Jupiter had imposed upon him the mission of great deeds from his ancestors down to himself. This is the reason why, in Homer and other poets, the heroes, before duelling in war, proudly recite their ancestry and invoke the founder of their lineage as a man whose divine greatness continued in his descendants and ensured them victory over their enemies, thus rousing themselves and seeking to intimidate their adversary beforehand. Had we moderns always kept this circumstance in mind, we would not fault Homer for supposedly quenching the fire he kindles at the start of battle with tiresome genealogical digressions. On the contrary, we would feel gripped by a far more powerful flame and see our expectations rise to their highest pitch. The same cause and significance apply to the character of lyric poetry, for it knows no more beautiful way to elevate and illuminate the subject of its song than by invoking the excellence and glory of his lineage or city. This is a deliberate detour that we mistakenly call a deviation from the subject, and that we should instead attribute to the poet's inspired ardour. This, then, is the rightly celebrated heroic spirit of the Greeks, which also distinguishes itself from the heroic ages of other peoples, in that those peoples were concerned with conquest and the spread of power and terror, whereas the Greeks were content to destroy kingdoms and cities, but not to make them their property, something they only did much later. The history of this time was collected and transmitted through song, and since the gods were especially active in it, for the God-fearing peoples attributed everything concerning themselves to divine inspiration and influence, this history took on an epic form. And because it had necessarily to be embellished and made vivid by sensual visualization and circumstances showing how things could or must have happened, and with other details to elevate and glorify it, it became poetry. Thus, it was the history of God told in the Book of Man in human terms to make it comprehensible, tangible and credible, or the history of gods in human form and condition, and of men as beings of divine nature and origin, both united in the most active communion for the sake of the most beautiful and highest ends, by the bond of eternal love. We call it myth, just as we call this heroic age mythical. How fortunate we would be to believe this myth and to revive that age among us. Altogether, in the spirit of that wondrous time, one cannot fail to see the Spirit of God or the guidance of the oracle. After establishing peace and harmony among the gods, it wished and had to do the same in Greece. To that end, it presented to the leaders of the people that, in regard to moral strength, they were children of one origin, one lineage with the gods, one family whose members resembled each other, and it spurred them on to unite their strength for the good of all Greek peoples, who thereby rose to become a nation, and now already saw all others far below them. To make God visible in human form, to transform that visibility into the likeness of man to God, and to trace the origin and union of beings back to the primal power of love, this may well be of earthly origin. How much time must have passed? How old must the world have been before a people, or even a single man, was capable of making such a discovery? But the development and noble application of it perhaps belonged entirely to the Greeks. It is a plant that sprouted in the Orient, but, transplanted to Greek soil, did not seem to have changed its native land, for it blossomed so beautifully, bore such magnificent fruit, which one seeks in vain under every other sky, on every other soil, in past and present times. History allows us to assume that these ideas were known in Egypt as well, but to be created in the image of God, and to be like God, was there a seed sown on granite and desert. The melancholy and brooding intellect tore this truth from the embrace and longing of imagination and feeling, and let it waste and pine away in the depths of a jealous prison. That is why the Egyptians were never able to derive the concept of beauty from man, the idea of love from beauty, and from this the concept of God. They could never, in anticipation of resemblance to God, confirm the truth of this likeness through striving for his perfection, acquire this perfection through the power of love, and thus find the true understanding of God. But this the Greeks did. They strove to be such perfect men that if there were no gods, they themselves would have to become gods. The ability to become like God and thereby explain God lies in the words, "Know thyself." Few words, but of inexhaustible depth. A maxim that contains all the happiness of voluntarily unhappy humanity. A saying of human wisdom in its perfection, which the Greeks, either from fear of exalting themselves above God or from grateful awareness of the truth it revealed, attributed to Apollo, the god of light and enlightenment, and had it inscribed above the entrance of his oracle at Delphi. Finally, I must still mention the indignation, or rather, the pity, that often overcomes us when we hear so many pulpit preachers denounce this nation with the phrase blind heathenism. If they were to undertake the conversion of savages to the true religion on the basis of the oft-mentioned resemblance, measured by the full weight of its meaning, what kinds of human beings would they form? And if this principle were to take root in our present enervated world, how powerfully would the human spirit be reborn through it? 9th chapter, Awakening of Artistic Sensibility among the Greeks. When the great natural human being, confronted with the unfolding of nature before his eyes, is seized by the impression of power and supremacy, gripped by astonishment and fear, and thereby inclined to surmise God in nature, then his spirit is enclosed and captive, almost unconscious of itself, deprived of the ability to act upon itself, and thus never comes into contact with the being he fears and flees, in order no longer to have to fear it or to love it. We have seen how the early Greeks, to whom the idea of a divine being appeared in just this way, in their desire to make it comprehensible, found in sensual contemplation the means by which they gave it their own form, and thereby drew it closer to themselves. However far the need to represent God in a sensual form, where only the human shape seemed appropriate, may have seemed to lead away from God, it actually led directly toward him, for by bringing man closer to himself, it allowed him, through imitation of the divine and according to the extent of the powers placed within him, to fathom God, that is, to understand as much of him as is sufficient to explain and fulfill the ultimate purpose of his existence, or, as Protagoras says, to view himself as the goal and end, and to find happiness therein. The coarseness born of necessity and sustained by habit yielded only slowly and not without much resistance. And for a long time one notices a striking contrast between anger and gentleness, revenge and magnanimity, destruction and preservation. In this struggle of noble and ignoble passions, the noble ones finally gained the upper hand, and the Greeks came to the human idea that God had reconciled himself with them. Therefore they called him Meilichios, that is, the reconciling one, and worshipped him particularly in this aspect. As a result of this better idea of God, they also developed a vivid revulsion toward human sacrifice and human tribute, and made every effort to abolish them, while lingering savagery made only its last desperate attempts. The gentler disposition prevailed and revealed itself as a beautiful effect of the enlightened concepts of God, soon manifesting in hospitality, sheltering of strangers, reception of the unfortunate, and protection of the weak and oppressed against persecution and domination. Hence Jupiter bore as many names as sentiments of humanity awakened and social virtues emerged. The Trojan era, through the heroes of Homer and the tragic poets, provides the best proof of these virtues. All these virtues sprang from the moral law to will the good, which man came to know in contemplating God in relation to himself. Therefore, the Greeks elevated this to one of the deities born of the union of earth and heaven. They called this deity Themis, justice, that is, the natural feeling and inclination toward that which is good, just, and proper, and united with it the concept of beauty, or related it thereto. To strive for justice was called the searching Themis. That she derived from God or could be traced back to him, Homer already shows poetically when he says of her that she sits beside Jupiter, leaning against him, who converses often with her. How much they feared doing wrong or offending this goddess is evident, among other things, from the fact that at one time her image was brought into court assemblies so that the judges might decide disputes under the supervision, as it were, of personal justice. The veneration of Themis was, so to speak, compelled through fear of nemesis, which signifies the punishing feeling or the unrest of conscience over intended or committed evil. Nemesis is depicted with scales, a measuring rod, reins, and a wheel, looks into the breast and lifts the breast garment or gestures with her hand toward it. That is, man must examine himself, scrutinize and restrain his sentiments and passions in order, whatever he may undertake, to be able to distinguish between good and bad outcomes. She thus shares her task with Themis and nestles just as intimately to her as Themis to Jupiter. She has a dual nature. As awareness of having done right, she rewards. As awareness of having done wrong, she punishes. In the latter case, where shame and remorse occur and life becomes bitter, Nemesis is called the Mother of Night and the Destroyer, a powerful image that expresses how man, in this state, wishes to perish and plunge himself and everything into chaos. In the former case, she rewards with sweet tranquility and self-contentment, and in this state she makes man beautiful, and because beauty inspires love, it was believed that Nemesis was especially favourable to lovers, which is why she was sometimes depicted with wings. All this refers to the higher love toward the same sex, of which I have already spoken, one that seeks and does only the excellent, great and sublime, for wings always signify the divine and the exalted. That she, as a rewarding feeling, is herself beautiful and lovable and equal to the goddess of beauty and love is shown by the sculptor Agoracritos, who wished his rejected statue of Venus to be known as Nemesis. Against arrogance, it is said, she is unforgiving, as also against abuse of power, negligence of duty, and omission of good and noble deeds. Homer's heroes and the characters of the tragic poets always invoke Nemesis when warning against injustice or sacrilege, or when they seek to arouse compassion. I dwell on this subject with all diligence because it had a powerful influence on the Greeks, and because much can be explained from it. Thamus and Nemesis are the impression of the supremacy of the fundamental law of the good upon the will, and conceived as persons, they are the personified fear of God. To do good and act rightly, or to act beautifully and usefully, was the foundation of Greek life, the first call upon awakening, the last voice upon falling asleep, the spur to action and the development of power. From this emerged the Greek greeting, "What are you doing or creating that is good?" with the addition, "Rejoice!" because doing one's duty is something good that rewards itself and also brings satisfaction and happiness, but striving for something higher and thereby finding another duty rewards even more and makes even happier. From this come radiant health and vigour, cheerfulness of spirit, and that joyful disposition so receptive and comprehending, and that kind and gentle nature that was so greatly admired in the Greeks, especially in the Athenians. Even if the transition of man from himself to God could not occur without reflection, it awakened infinitely more reflection than had previously occurred. For in the relation of God, the highest suprasensual being in nature, to man, the highest being in the sensual world, lay the most powerful stimulus not only for the inquiring, but even for the most indifferent and coarse intellect. He began to reflect and became immersed in this sublime object. This serious contemplation is, as I perhaps not falsely suppose, that celebrated Pallas Athena, whose worship Cecrops brought from Egypt to the natives of Attic soil. He introduced her as a daughter of Jupiter, that is, of the highest god, whom he revealed to them at the same time, as therefore the first deity after him and his firstborn. Undoubtedly, his aim was to draw the attention of raw and ignorant men to the cause of their existence and the origin of all things, and to point them to a first, single and highest cause, or to the knowledge of God, so that through their own contemplation, which brings far greater conviction than verbal revelation, and as if of themselves they would discover God, enlightened by the truth of what they had discovered, become civilized, wise and happy. The myth of the birth of this goddess from the head of her father clearly explains this. The virgin state of Pallas refers to the renunciation of the world and of the pleasures of life, which cannot possibly be reconciled with the pursuit of divine things or with wisdom. And herein the Egyptian origin of this goddess unmistakably reveals itself, just as the manner of religious instruction expresses Egyptian wisdom in its full depth. That this goddess, at her first entry into the world, already appears fully grown, in complete armour, and adorned with further insignia of strength, indeed even of terror, refers to the superiority of the spirit and the power of enlightenment, in contrast to raw natural force and blind ignorance. At the same time, it should not escape our attention that the Greeks never conceived the image of this goddess as a sphinx or beast human, never in the raw animal strength of the lion, but following the pragmatic concept of divinity in human form, they always and exclusively represented her in that same noble martial figure. Thus, Pallas Athena is contemplation, enlightenment, wisdom, or philosophy, which primarily concerns itself with divine matters. Thus, proceeding from God and deriving all that is called human knowledge from him, and rightly is therefore a creation of God, a goddess. The oracle could lay no mysterious ban on contemplation and philosophy, as its founders, the priests in Egypt, did, but rather, by virtue of the aforementioned relationship between God and man, it had to impose upon the leaders of the people the duty to practice them, as we know indeed from the old kings and heroes, who from time to time withdrew into a cave, desert, or otherwise inaccessible place to consult with God, as it is said. In this way, philosophical contemplation spread more and more, and from a small spring grew into a stream that poured with incredible fruitfulness over all of Greece. Hence it is understandable why the Greeks were called a philosophical nation, and why Epicurus claimed of them that they alone had talent for philosophy. This is the origin of this most necessary and exalted science in Greece, which rightly was regarded as the master of all others, through which man governs or should govern himself and the world. But as said, the plastic imagination of man drew the gods, which philosophy had concealed in the dark concept of necessity, out of that veil and consecrated them to visible existence. The same transformation it also made with everything that philosophy had explored of God and derived from him, and what is known to us as moral concepts. For just as it made the gods appear as persons and in human form, so too it elevated these concepts, with few exceptions, into divine beings in similar shape. And here is the origin of allegorical figures, which modern art loves to retain, or rather must retain, because they are founded in reason, correspond to our notions of them, and no nation, just as the human mind in general, can do without them, or invent others that are not essentially the same, since the need for them imposes itself and seeks to be satisfied. This personification of abstract concepts gives language its wealth of imagery, and therein that higher life, that rapturous power, that dignity and emphasis called poetry. Homer incorporates such concepts in many descriptions of artworks and sets them in motion and action alongside real figures without presenting them as such, and this contrast between the corporeal and incorporeal he virtually places as the poetic soul into the work of art. Yet Homer would hardly have allowed himself such a contradiction if these concepts had not already been made sensual, that is, imagined as persons, whose distinctive form still lay undeveloped in the imagination and was reserved for the visual arts to bring forth, which in time fulfilled this according to its capacity. For Homer, it was enough to present these concepts as beings to the eye, not created by his imagination but by common belief. This sensual belief is what makes the Greek poets invariably choose images and similes for the eye, each of which is a painting in itself, and thus this trait is especially present in Homer, as Winckelmann has already noted, in contrast to certain modern poets who take their images and allegories from abstract ideas and paint them with the same, whereby sensual enjoyment, which has the first claim, is completely excluded. Therefore, such images almost never, or only rarely, please us and always leave us cold. Because of this excellence, Homer was and remains the first and richest source for the visual arts and for artists of every age and nation, as his fellow countrymen rightly declared him to be, and indeed pursued this with great success. If one adds that the representation of things in images for the eye, in the pictorial script or in painting, was the script, and that imagination needed similar forms for its own expression, then the uniqueness of Homeric poetry is more due to this connection with the visible personality of divine beings than to any innate poetic gift of Homer himself, which contributes much to the proper appreciation of his work. When the imagination, inspired by the idea of higher beings and impelled to express the highest among them, clothed them in human form, it had, due to the impossibility of imagining a form beyond that, no choice but to see in it the only and highest, and thus nothing other than beauty. As it let the gods emerge from love, this was equivalent to knowing already that the beautiful causes love. In the desire to present this beauty to the eye, it found the means in that very form. Perhaps this early revelation of the divine origin led the Greeks, even without foreign suggestion, to the necessity of this means, and thus protected them from inappropriate, ignoble, and excessive ideas concerning the forms of the gods. For the power of what is self-invented seems to express itself in the universality of personifying the supersensual, and in the unshakable form of its manifestation. In representing the divine being in human form lay the distinction between original and derivative beauty, which was indeed actually divided into spiritual and bodily beauty. This distinction was also reflected in the graces, for at first there were only 2 of them, and the third was added later. However, This distinction in beauty was only nominal, for wherever outer beauty appeared, it always presupposed inner beauty, or bodily beauty was always conditioned by spiritual beauty, such that the two were united and the difference between them eliminated. If bodily beauty was a gift of the gods, a sign of divine favour and special love for the one who possessed it, then a beautiful body was viewed as the reflection, as the semblance of God, as his second heaven, and beauty itself was God. We should not be surprised, then, when we hear that association with beautiful youths was sought by philosophers and the worthiest men, that they were painted by the most renowned artists or immortalised in marble and bronze, that even beautiful youths and maidens were abducted by the gods and placed in heaven, for their beauty, the image and expression of God, could not possibly be subject to death. It belonged to immortality. And so it is not at all surprising that in honour of beautiful youths, cities were founded, that during their lifetime statues were erected to them, even temples built and sacrifices made, for the worship was directed at God in man, not at the man himself, the most beautiful form of worship that man can invent. Connected with this was the selection of the most beautiful youth for divine service, as well as the institution of certain sacred rites in honour of the goddess of beauty, rites which our modern conception of morality is accustomed to condemn, but whose origin was surely as pure as that of the love of boys, and which only degenerated into base excess when Greece fell into decline. This includes public contests of beauty of both sexes at the Olympic and other games, and the established customs of certain cities and peoples in this regard. Beauty, which had mastered the highest in man, extended this power to everything associated with him and necessary or useful in life. It proceeded from the good, right, and fitting, and made these synonymous with beauty. This is particularly evident in the Greek language, for the Greeks prefixed certain words with well, good, or beautiful, to signal the goodness or beauty of the thing described. Prefixes that function like a musical prelude announcing the pleasant character of what follows. The clarity and precision of word meanings are outlined as by the lines of Parrhasius and Apelles, just as the structure, euphony and harmony of the language as a whole give the Greek verse that charm which the German language, although not incapable of imitating, can never achieve so naturally or effortlessly. Homer calls everything well, proper, and beautiful when speaking of buildings, tools, garments, vessels, and artistic creations. Allow me to dwell on garments and say a word about them. We are justly impressed by the simplicity of Greek clothing, which we know from ancient representations. Simplicity is the condition of things in existence by the fewest means toward a definite end. This simplicity arises from the understanding of the principle that the human form is the most beautiful and perfect, and that it therefore serves as the closest and most suitable model for everything man wishes to invent or imitate regarding form. We see the strict observance of this principle among the Greeks in the way they dressed, for it shows us that the garment must conform to the body and not the body to the garment. The clothing must remain true to its purpose of mere covering, and, being satisfied with the necessity of this covering, relinquish all pretensions beyond that, and never hinder the body from showing itself, for only thus does it become beautiful in itself. For as it yields to the grace or lightness of the fabric in adapting to the form, it creates folds that, by interrupting and obscuring the form, allow the mind, through the contrast, to pursue and complete it, thereby providing itself enjoyment. Greek masters knew how to enhance this pleasure through the depiction of transparent garments on female figures, where feminine beauty is more revealed than concealed, yet always in the propriety and moderation of bodily movement, which generates the highest charm. As the concept of beauty refined, art refined with it, and people gradually moved away from covering, especially in figures of heroes and gods. Even the Graces, who were originally fully clothed, came to be depicted naked. Nudity came to represent pure beauty, and this, or partial unveiling, became widespread in art, in certain ceremonies, sacred rituals, and even in daily life. The morality of our time, to be sure, does not allow for this, because our concepts of beauty do not follow the same course as those of the Greeks. But in the way we dress, we lag infinitely behind them, and while we seek beauty therein, we largely lose sight of it. We treat the covering of our bodies as we do the covering of our buildings. Both serve as protection from the elements. But in architecture, we irrationally incorporate the roof into the form of the building, exaggerate it, and according to this inflated impression, make it the head of the structure. Hence the many variations of roof design in modern architecture, yet they never diverge from the requirement that it project conspicuously, or appear as the superstructure of another building. Just as we behave in dressing our buildings, we behave in dressing ourselves. We impose countless forms on this covering without regard for the original shape of our body, which often must yield beneath them. Because pleasure lacks the principles of truth, it fatigues us, and this produces what is called fashion, which is nothing but the need to renew that pleasure. Since it consistently ignores those principles, most of our clothing items are true arabesques on our bodies, fine, ornate, and neat, but irrational and tasteless. The predicament in which our history painters find themselves with regard to modern clothing is pitiable. They are forced to fall back on antiquity. We now find ourselves, without quite knowing how, in the realm of taste. Taste originates in beauty, and beauty in nature. That is why we say of natural objects that they are beautiful, not that they have taste. Art must therefore bring its works close to the beauty of nature if it wants to give them taste. The more refinement of spirit precedes in art, the more taste it will bring into its works. For the more it becomes acquainted with the perfection of nature through reason, the more truly it recognizes it as the master of this perfection in expressing the best mode of the good and true toward a definite end. The more unerringly it will find the cause of beauty and therein the path to taste, which, if followed with understanding and faithfully, will surely lead to the achievement of nature's perfection and beauty, and thereby secure good taste in its work. This reflection presents taste to us as something whose existence lies in the exercise of judgment and in the enjoyment of the beautiful, and in this respect, taste, though in agreement with feeling, is, in the strictest sense, the pleasant satisfaction of reason in the good and the true. Reason finds itself, at first glance of the beautiful object, convinced of what is right and good, and thus of what is in harmony with the condition of beauty. It sees itself reflected in the beautiful object, encounters itself therein, and this gives it enjoyment and pleasure. Truth is the strength of the good. Lack of truth is its weakness. Strength aligns with reason. Weakness distances itself from it. Hence we take far greater pleasure in that which rises above the truth than in that which falls below it, which explains the compelling power of the marvellous and hyperbolic over mankind, which art, in every one of its branches, employs as its surest means to please. In other words, to secure good taste. And this is the essence of taste. Beauty is its mother, but man is its father, and just as she is immortal, she has borne him mortal. To sustain his existence, one must earn the favour of the mother through the truest devotion to her and through unceasing reverence. Again, the Greeks provide the proof of this, for they knew and strictly observed all of it, and thus secured for themselves such good taste that their works uniformly bear witness to it. And even in the decline and final fall of art, they were still animated by the last breath of this dying genius. Forgive me this digression. If the Greek sense of beauty found its origin in the representation of divine beings in human form, then it necessarily followed that the gods had to be made present in that form and their existence expressed in visible images. The sensual human wanted to see God in a face and enjoy his presence in actual possession. Hence the trust of some ancient peoples who placed their security and entire salvation in the image of their protective deity, which they guarded carefully and from which they anticipated great misfortune, even their destruction if it were removed from its place, stolen or otherwise lost. These are the oldest divine images mentioned in history, which were said to have fallen from heaven. A claim that itself proves such an image was a firstborn of art, which usually announces itself through divine representations, and in the joy of it, the sensual human was easily persuaded to believe that the deity itself resided in the image, or that the image was God. The following event will illuminate this clearly. Cornelius Magnus recounts in his travel journal that when he stayed in Constantinople, the Dominican monks in Pera intended to celebrate the Feast of the Rosary, which falls on the first Sunday in October, according to their custom. That is, they planned to carry about, in solemn procession, a life-size statue of the Virgin Mary, which they had made in Venice for this purpose. However, the Christian Orthodox Greeks resisted so vehemently that the procession and the festival had to be cancelled, and the statue had to be withdrawn from insult and violence. They based their resistance on the abomination of idol worship, which such a statue would revive. Thus, even among modern Greeks, a sacred statue is not a symbol, but the reality of the holy person it represents, just the opposite of painting. For in Greek churches one sees paintings, but never statues. At most, a few relief images to decorate the altar, which are equated with paintings and make no claim to three-dimensional, tangible form and thus are not objects of veneration. The necessity of plastic representations of the gods thus awakens and develops artistic sensibility. However liberally we extend the meaning of that word and apply it even to some animals, in my opinion, it nevertheless requires some restriction. Artistic sensibility is the ability to imitate the human form and whatever has life and meaning. For here, the imitative faculty is bound to the accuracy and precision of the highest and most perfect, and therefore most difficult subject. Everything else that man may produce for the satisfaction of his needs or convenience, even if he has a model for it in nature, is a dead creation, and despite all effort comes more easily to him because it is not bound to the expression of spirit, life and movement, as I demonstrated in the case of Egyptian hieroglyphs. The use or utility expected from the work is the goal that guides the hand and calls forth the product, whereas in the first case the goal is restricted to the imitation of nature itself, that is, the best reproduction of it. Thus, one can at most divide artistic sensibility into high and low, which simultaneously explains the word art and identifies its true nature and dignity. If, then, the Greeks had, even without prior experience in art, already discovered beauty as the first and most essential attribute of divine beings in the human form granted to them, if they had so deeply felt it, and so wholly surrendered themselves to its depiction, how could their artistic sensibility not have awakened all the more strongly? How could it not have developed in a way entirely unique and unknown to all other peoples? How could it not have far surpassed the artistic sensibility of other nations and risen on the foundation of the noblest and purest taste to create art in the truest sense of the word? Indeed, it had to be such a people that would invent and cultivate art. And so it is. Art was invented by this people alone, perfected by them, and shared with the world in its highest possible perfection. The golden apple for which ancient nations contended was granted only to beautiful Greece. It is one thing to mark the goal, another to reach it. Even if Greece had not conceived the idea of art on its own, it would have reached it anyway, even without contact with older neighbours, for from them it received art only as raw material, capable of the finest refinement which it knew how to provide, while those others had produced only the first and rudimentary attempts. Therefore, one may confidently say, had Greece not existed, perhaps we would have no visual art at all, and certainly not the art of painting. At best, we would not have surpassed the Chinese. Thus the riddle is solved. Why the great nations of the ancient world, despite the intellectual faculties shared by all men, and even some peoples neighbouring the Greeks, remained in unfeeling ignorance or indifference toward the visual arts, and why their descendants follow their example to this day. Their artworks prove it, often to the point of pity, especially their divine images, which are the living reflection of their soul, a soul shaped by fear, which exaggerates everything and then compresses it again with the same excess, expanding and restricting alternately. Thus is explained that bizarre mixture of strength, gigantism, the fantastic and grotesque, with the petty, meagre, timid and painful seen in their depictions. Accordingly, the nature of a people's art is the true touchstone of its view of God, that is, of its more or less enlightened conception of him and of his influence on the spirit, and thus of the high or low degree of perfection on which it stands, or of its failure to reach any degree at all. The Greeks learned that man gains the best conception of God only from himself, through the pursuit of the highest possible perfection, and that he must exert his reason in unceasing practice and reflect on the relationships between God and himself. For only in this way can he discover and invent everything that leads to this perfection. In this creative ability, Homer places the preeminence of man and expresses it in a unique word, though he silently intends it to apply only to his own nation, whose perfection demonstrates the original self-invented, self-developed, and distinctive far more clearly than the perfection of other nations, if one even wishes to grant them that honour. The Greeks rescued all objects too great and difficult for ordinary people from chaos and elevated them to the most brilliant perfection, while the sluggishness and dullness of the peoples in the East and South lagged far behind. Hence, the Greeks called them barbarians and treated them universally with contempt. Undoubtedly, the Greeks deserve the fame for the greatest and most important inventions and improvements in science and art which they claimed for themselves, even though their rivals, the Romans, who took everything from them, modelled and perfected themselves only after the Greeks, invented nothing new, not even equalled their models, and spread no new life into intellectual matters, interpreted this justifiable self-assertion as boasting with as much envy as ingratitude. The consciousness of greatness, which in other nations arises from power and wealth and is called national pride, commanded the Greeks to see themselves as the chosen nation of the gods, the first men on earth, indeed as divine beings before whom the rest of the world should marvel and bow in reverence. And in truth, the Greek nation stands unique in the history of humanity and is only itself.